And so at this time, I see my gavel, I don't see my, here we go. We are gaveling in. And we'd ask all of you to please rise for invocation. Please remain standing after invocation for our pledge to the United States of America and to our Texas flags. I've asked Commissioner Modis this morning to help us with our prayer and ask for grace.
Dear God, we thank you, Lord, for today. We thank you for the blessings that you've given each of us. We thank you for the blessing of living in a beautiful county with so much richness and diversity. We thank you for bringing us here today to work hard on behalf of the people. And we pray that you guide us today. Guide us with your grace, your mercy, your wisdom, and most importantly, with your humility as a servant. Dear God, we pray today that you keep all of us safe here and our families. Continue to guide and protect our county through COVID and all other disasters. Take care of our nation and our world. And dear God, we thank you, Lord, for giving us a chance to be representatives of the people's voice. Let us be strong and firm, but also find time for consensus and time and willingness to work together. In your holy name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
I looked at the clock this morning, Madam Clerk. It was 8:36 when we started, and I do recognize that we are here at Nueces County Courthouse on April 27th, 2022. We're on the third floor, which is Nueces County Commissioner's Courtroom, and I do certify that all commissioners are present, and as the presiding officer have established that a quorum has also been established. I'll move straight into announcements on the disclosure of conflicts of interest, and would ask if any commissioners have any conflicts of interest to disclose, that they do so at this time. Okay, seeing that none have been brought forward, I'll move strictly and swiftly to Timothy Everest, who will give us a safety briefing, and I'd ask that you all direct your attention.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. We're meeting today here on the third floor of the Nueces County Courthouse, 901 Leopard Street. Restrooms are located on the right-hand side of the third floor atrium as you exit the courtroom past the Human Resources Office. Please note there's a fire extinguisher located at the rear of the courtroom. There are also 5 fire extinguishers located throughout the third floor atrium area. In the event of an emergency, an AED is located on the atrium wall next to the Human Resources Office. In the event of emergency, the person responsible for dialing 911 is Connie. In the event of an evacuation, the egress route will be down the atrium stairs, exiting the LaPont Street entrance, and assembling in the parking lot across the street. Should there be a need to shelter in place, court attendees will remain in the courtroom. Depending upon the severity of the incidents, the courtroom's double doors will be secured and remain secured until given further instructions from the Nueces County Sheriff's Office or other law enforcement agencies. That concludes my safety brief.
Okay, Timothy, thank you for your briefing and for keeping us all safe here today. I'm going to move now to public comment. I do have 7 that have signed up for public comment. I'll ask, Connie says there's no public comment indications of anyone waiting online. But the 7, at this time, I will call you just in the order that you have signed up. We do always like to make the housekeeping rules. I hope you'll just understand that this is my way of letting you know not to be alarmed if you see that digital clock there. That's the court policies to allow for 3 minutes. It seems to be short, kind of when you think about it, but it also seems very long when you're at the podium. We ask that you be respectful of all those that have signed up, and you try to keep to that digital display, but of course, I'm not going to cut you off in mid-sentence either. Finally, please remember that public comments an opportunity to share your thoughts with us, and we typically don't respond at this time, although if it's relatable to an agenda item later in the agenda, well then, of course, we can interact and engage. I'll call Stephen Byrne. He's first.
May it please the court,
Yes, sir.
I'm Stephen Byrne, here to represent Julie Guerra and to speak briefly on the related matters to be considered in today's agenda. This week I spent some time in the Human Resources Department observing. I spent a few minutes privately with each of the 5 staff members of the Nueces County Human Resources Department. What I discovered is no surprise to me. These 5 women are experienced, capable, and each and every one of them holds their manager, Julie Guerra, in the highest esteem. In some of the private meetings I had with staff, there were tears. I also learned that most of them are currently dealing with a tragic life event. But this is just life. This is just the way it is. And every day they show up and they work hard. And Julie Guerra has been there for them in the best way. It would be a real shame for Nueces County to lose Julie Guerra in the fallout from the arrest of Dr. Shaker and Leiden. Julie Guerra has been working in either IT or HR since 1988. She's been a public servant to Nueces County for 16 years as the head of the HR department. As a single mother, she put herself through college, master's program, and is currently working on her doctorate. The honors and accolades she has received are too many to mention here. Yesterday, I emailed all of the commissioners in the court Julie Guerra's resume. In light of recent events, there probably ought to be some changes made with respect to the HR department. And Julie Guerra is eminently qualified to assist the Commissioner's Court in finding the best practices to serve the interests of the people of Nueces County. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we will have Melinda Robertson, followed by, just so you'll be ready, Paula Hernandez.
My name is Melinda Robertson, and I work in Human Resources. I'm here to offer my support for Julie Guerra. I've worked for Julie for almost 13 years. She's a fair, ethical, and caring boss who is dedicated to the county and its employees. She's a great leader who always values our opinions. She works closely with departments and employees regarding disciplinary and health-related issues. She always tries to balance what is best for the county as well as employees, which is not always easy to do. Throughout the pandemic, she's worked diligently with employees and departments to make sure that employees were self-isolating when necessary to protect their departments. Thank you.
Thank you. Paula Hernandez, followed by Linda Mahoy.
So good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Paula Hernandez, and I worked for Human Resources Department under the direction of Julie Guerra. I'm here respectfully to offer my support to Julie. I would like to make a brief statement to the court and to our community. It has been a privilege to work for Nueces County since 2017. It's been an honor to work with such an exceptional leader as Julie Guerra for the past 4 years. She has promoted an environment of leading by example and setting high expectations for her staff. She sets performance expectations, and it's very supportive with feedbacks or suggestions to help us accomplish our goals. Our efforts do not go unrecognized. She constantly offers positive reinstatements, especially during some of our challenging days. If you ever had the experience in working for Human Resources, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Coordinating all the aspects of Human Resources umbrella for this fine county is a challenge that Julie accepted and has grown with the past 16 years for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda, welcome.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is Linda Mahoy. I've worked for Nueces County for over 23 years, and 9 of those years have been with the HR department. Under the direction of Julie Guerra, she has my utmost respect, and that's why I'm here. I would like the Judge and Commissioners to consider the great things Julie has done for Nueces County and their employees. One thing Julie has is a great work ethic. She's professional, fair, honest, and a great decision maker as a human resource director. Because of Julie's leadership, she's empowered me and encouraged me to go above and beyond, assisting the county employees in all aspects of insurance. She's made me feel valued and given me the confidence to perform the duties. She positively impacts me and others she interacts with as well. In closing, I'd like for this forum to look at her overall work performance before making any decisions. Nueces County needs a dedicated human resource director such as Julie Guerra. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll hear now from Miss Ruth Dominguez.
Good morning. My name is Ruth Dominguez. I'm an HR specialist and work for Julie Guerra. I have worked in HR for Nueces County for 9 years. I previously worked and retired from the state of Texas after 31 years. Most of that time was also in HR in different departments. I'm here to support Julie. I've worked for many managers when I worked for the state. Julie has been truly one of the best managers I've had the pleasure of working for. She truly cares for her employees and for the employees of Nueces County. She works with so many department heads, elected officials, and employees to solve problems and to come to resolutions. As far as her employees go, she is fair to us and understanding and cares for us and our families. She has helped me through many of my own situations. We in HR work to support the employees, especially these last few years with COVID. And we have a great leader in Julie Guerra. Thanks.
Thank you. We have Miss Sarah Longoria.
Hello, my name is Sarah Longoria. I'm the Human Resources Analyst, and I'm here today on behalf of my director, Julie Guerra. Julie is not one to toot her own horn, but someone needs to, and that's why we're here today. Julie is a very hardworking and very educated individual. I have worked for Julie since she became the Director of Human Resources, and also before she became the Director of Human Resources. I respect her. She has a very high work ethic and is fair. I enjoy working for Julie. She is an outstanding director and boss. In fact, she is the best boss I have ever worked for. Please consider all of the outstanding work and accomplishments Julie has done for Nueces County. Thank you.
Thank you. Jordy, I want to make sure I say that last name correctly. Is it Shamil?
Judge, if I may, Jordy Schimmel, he intended to be here this
Okay.
morning, but I don't think he's going to make it.
No worries.
He's
Okay.
an attorney
Yes.
who used to work for the district attorney's office.
Yes, I recognize, it's like a puzzle sometimes to read people's writing.
That was my writing, by the way.
Okay. You would have made a fine doctor as well.
He's here, Judge, he's here.
Wonderful. Jordy, it's nice to see you.
I hear the voice, I don't, oh, hi. How are you?
Well, we'll give you a chance to get organized and set up.
Oh, thank you.
It's your pleasure, sir.
Thanks. I know I don't have a lot of time. I made some written remarks. If that's okay, I'd like to just read them. I'll be quick.
Happy to hear them.
I time myself doing this. I think it's about 2 minutes, so I won't take up too much of your time. Okay. My name is Jordy Schimmel. I'm here to speak on behalf of Julie Guetta. I've been a lawyer about 20 years. I've had 5 years in the civil world dealing with employment issues. A lot of that time was at a law firm here in Corpus called Wood, Boykin and Walter. I've had about 16 years in state and local government. I've had 13 years here with the DA's office. The last 3 years here, I was helping Mark and Angelica run the office. I was the felony chief, and then I was promoted to the trial chief. I helped oversee the JP, county courts, district courts. I did training, trial prep, trial, open records issues, asset forfeiture issues, HR, budget, and anything else that didn't really fit in a box. I've known Julie Guetta during my entire time here. And the reason that I'm here is to say that there is no way in the world that I could have done my job without her. I was here when COVID struck, and it was like fumbling in the dark. And Julie was a light, and Julie is a light. She helped me with wrongful termination issues, back pay issues, disciplinary matters, reasonable accommodations during COVID. I would call her on virtually every disciplinary matter at least twice a month, and many more times when serious issues came up. There is no way that I could have been effective without Julie Guetta. I can tell you without exaggeration that in my interactions with her, I know for a fact that she saved the county tens of thousands of dollars, heading off potential lawsuits, minimizing liability and legal exposure. I wanted to say that Julie is whip smart, and she is thorough and kind, and she is loyal. I found out about what's going on recently. I'm not much into what goes on in the county, no offense. I haven't seen any of the testimony, but I would be gobsmacked if anyone had anything negative to say about her. Julie is one of the reasons that Nueces County works, and I cannot stress this enough. To the extent that employees here are able to work well and effectively, Julie has had some part in that. Julie is why Nueces County works. That's all I had to say.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That concludes our public comment at this time. I always do give everybody a final chance. If you did not sign up, I would be pleased to hear your comments at this time. Okay, seeing none, and Deputy, I don't think there's any outside waiting. We're going to proceed on to adopting the following resolutions, proclamations, and/or orders. And I'd ask the Deputy to bring in the Flower Bluff girls basketball team.
He has it right there.
Kara, do you have all of these ready except for the ones I'm signing now?
Yes, they have the first three, so if y'all want to hurry up and sign those, y'all be ready for the last three. You're good.
Welcome, ladies. If you'll just come on in and keep scooting in until we're all in. Okay, perfect. We're welcoming you this morning on behalf of Nueces County Commissioners Court. It's wonderful to see you. And I'd direct your attention to Ms. Belinda Hinojosa Person, who has a very special resolution just for you.
Whereas the Flower Bluff girls basketball program, led by Coach McMinn, finished a successful 2022 season with a district record of 14-2 and an overall record of 28-10. The team also finished as the by-district champions, area champions, regional quarterfinal champions, and regional semifinalists. Whereas players from the Flower Bluff girls basketball program were honored as follows: Lauren Fuller, Academic All-District and THSCA Second Team All-District; Maddie Robinson, First Team All-District and Academic All-District; Elizabeth Hudson, Honorable Mention, Academic All-District and THSCA Second Team All-State; Harley Gillespie, District MVP in Academic All-District. Siley Wong, Second Team All-District. Macy Rifkin, Academic All-District. Margaret Croft, Newcomer of the Year in Academic All-District. Skylar Pacheco, Academic All-District. Nevaeh Gray, Academic All-District. Nevaeh Lanter, Academic All-District. Caitlin Frax, Academic All-District. Natalie Hughes, Academic All-District. Katie Gurin, First Team All-District. Katie Ninges, Academic All-District. Bonnie Buttram, Academic All-District. And Peyton Bollick, Honorable Mention. Whereas the Flower Bluff girls basketball team players include seniors Kennedy Curtis, Lauren Fuller, Elizabeth Hudson, Katie Gurin, and Peyton Bollick. Juniors Harley Gillespie, Nevaeh Lanter, and Natalie Hughes. Sophomore Maddie Robinson, Siley Wong, Macy Rifkin, Skylar Pacheco, Nevaeh Gray, Kate Ninges, and Bonnie Buttram. Freshman Margaret Croft, Senior Manager Siley Wong. Coaching staff for the Flower Bluff girls basketball program are head coaches James McMinn, Assistant Coach Amanda Gonzalez, Floresa Williams-Basie, and Kristen Rodriguez. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby recognizes the Flower Bluff girls basketball program for their athletic accomplishments and achievements.
So moved.
And I've got a motion and a second, and I'll call for discussion. And Commissioner Chesney, would you like to start by
Thank you.
congratulating these girls?
Thank you, Judge. I do know, and I'm going to let Coach McMinn talk, and I hope you'll bring up a couple of your players. We need to update this resolution. There were a couple of honors added afterwards, and I'll let Coach McMinn talk a little bit about that too, to some of these young ladies who got some All-State notice as well for their play. The Flower Bluff girls basketball program is pretty legendary in South Texas, as is their coach, James McMinn, who I always kind of like to embarrass when he comes up here because he's as old as me, and we played together. We played together at Ray. He played, and I sat at the bench, and I'm okay with that. That's why he's more successful than me, too, so I'm okay with that, too. But seriously, ladies, congratulations. You had another phenomenal season, and I don't want to discount it by the fact that we know that the bar is set very high at Flower Bluff for basketball, especially in the girls' venue. Y'all have had a history of great success there, and you are a very important part of that history. Your season was phenomenal. You did great. Again, we always know how tough it is to balance academics and athletics, and certainly we know how demanding the academics are at Flower Bluff. With the great accolades that school system always continues to get, and so we're very proud of the achievements that you've had on the court, but very much proud of the achievements you've had off the court in the classroom and the kind of citizens that you are, and outstanding young women. And we know that you're going to be the future leaders of this city, this state, this country, and we're just thrilled about that, as how you always represent Flower Bluff and Corpus Christi and Nueces so very well. So congratulations on your phenomenal success. Congratulations on success. And a couple of you have probably been here before because we keep recognizing how great a job you do, and we look forward to having you back again next year. We're a little behind on our resolutions this year because we've had a little trouble getting a hold of some people, but Coach McMinn is always super fast to respond and say, heck yeah, we want to bring the young ladies down there to recognize their great achievements. So we are so very proud of everything y'all have accomplished. And Coach, and I'm not trying to cut off anybody else up here being able to speak, but certainly I want you to talk and hopefully bring a couple of your captains or whoever you want to bring up there that'll talk, because we always love to hear from the students as well. So I'll judge however you want to do it.
Absolutely. Coach, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll introduce Harley Gillespie first and let her say a little bit, then I'll come up at the end.
Okay. So.
You didn't know.
Did not know. Well, this was probably one of my favorite years. It was so much fun with everyone, and we all kind of have different personalities, so we're all very different, and I think it really clashed together. No one thought we could make it back to the regional tournament, and it was just really fun and amazing to be a part of it. So.
Judge, and I believe this is one of our, that we need to update our resolution, was named to the All-State basketball team
Fantastic.
as well, so.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We had several honors that were added later after our information was sent in. And where's freshman Margaret was also an all-state, all regions.
Wow.
We have 17 on the team. Not all of them are here, but 14 of them out of the 17 were academic honors in some capacity, whether district or at the state level. One of the things that we really are proud of. We have 42 girls in the program, and 32 of them play other sports. And Margaret Croft was newcomer of the year in volleyball, newcomer of the year in all-state in basketball, and is just an amazing track athlete. And we have golfers. Kate Iniguez went to regionals this year in golf. We can just go on and on about the girls. We have scholarship players in Peyton going to A&M Kingsville for track. So we're just very proud of their academics and how many sports these girls play other than just basketball or volleyball or whatever it may be. As I said earlier, there are other awards, and I'm sorry if not everybody's name was mentioned. There were some girls that were added for the playoffs that might have been left off, and I apologize for that.
We'll get that updated too, if you'll get us that info. 'Cause
Okay.
we're gonna redo this one. We just want to have a good one for today, and we want to get all the honors and all the names, so we'll get everybody in there.
I'll send that in. We appreciate that.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all for the recognition. We always enjoy being here. The girls always appreciate the recognition, and it's from year to year. It's always fun trying to put teams together, and they work on their craft in the off season, and during season is when we bring things together with whatever improvements they've made, if they've expanded their game, whatever they've done over the previous 4, 5, 6 months, and we bring it together in August, September, October, and try to put things together the best we can, and trying to put our parts together the best way we can to be successful on the court. It doesn't look the same every year. These girls do a great job of buying into the program. Next year, we could possibly have 24 on our team because they understand they want to be part of something, and we could have up to 13 junior or seniors next year on the team. So really appreciate everything y'all do for the community and for our organizations. Thank you so much.
Coach, thank you. We also want to extend our congratulations to the girls' parents and extended family, all those fans that cheer in the stands. Also want to congratulate you and your entire staff. We know that any good head coach is backed up with a whole team of assistant coaches and managers. And we also want to extend congratulations to your administration, including your independent school district. The truth is, without resources, girls, you can't do what you do. And believe it or not, my remarks, I'll try to keep them very brief, but I'm very much reminded this morning that there was a day when Title IX didn't exist. And if you don't know what Title IX is, I'm going to make sure that you go home and you Google it, because you wouldn't have the equality on that court without the law. And you've come to the courthouse today, and so I want you to be aware of that. And I also want you to be proud of the strength and the discipline that you've shown over some really unbelievable challenges. And I think that that's going to really carry you far, not just as athletes and as students, but as women. That's really what I wanted to say, is that you empower so many young girls when they see you excel on the court and in the classroom. And I also want you to pay it forward by giving gratitude to the men in your life as women who lift you up and never, ever bring you down. Congratulations from a very proud girl. Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We'd love the opportunity to take a photo. Commissioner Chesney will get you a much more updated resolution, but for the photo, we've got one that's framed. Yes, sir.
We have some shirts for y'all too.
We'd love them. Thank you. We'd be honored. And then I think what we'll do is maybe put some on both sides. Let's just try maybe, did you want to try them all here? Let's just line up if you would. in this case, it doesn't work to say the tallest in the back because they're all tall. But as they say, the tallest of the tallest be in the back. You won't have any problem seeing where I fit in. I'll be the shortest.
I hand it to him. Get it, I'll right here.
Commissioner.
All right, one, two, three. Congratulations, you guys.
Good luck, girls. Thank you. Good job. Good job, good job. Coach, good job.
Coach, thank you so much. What a fine group you get to coach. You're blessed. Yeah, fantastic. And as the deputy escorts one fantastic team out, we bring another one in. Please welcome the London girls basketball team. Deputy, if you'd bring them in.
So remember you lost weight?
44 pounds. That's one down to 59.
They're all girls today. The Robstown is.
Yeah, it is all girls. The ladies of London, welcome. We have Miss Belinda Hinojosa Person at the dais. We'll welcome you on behalf of Nueces County Commissioners Court, and we would direct your attention. She has a very special resolution to read this morning. Belinda.
Whereas the London girls basketball program, led by Coach Sam Odoms, finished a successful 2022 season with a district record of 11-3 and an overall record of 23-14. The team also finished as regional semifinalist in Seguin, Texas, the first time for the London girls basketball program as a Class 3A program. Whereas the players from the London girls basketball program were honored as follows. First team, all district, Corley Llewellyn, Elena McNorton. Second team, all district, Brooke Busenlerner and Natalie Sepulveda. Honorable mention, Hannah Hoffman, Kayla Carter, Brenna Busenlerner, Serena Olivares, and Wendy Cable. All academic team, Yvonne Anderson, Brooke Busenlerner, Brenna Busenlerner, Wendy Cable, Alice Hager, Hannah Hoffman, Corley Llewellyn, and Natalie Sepulveda. Whereas the London girls basketball program players include seniors Brooke Busenlerner, Alice Hager, Serena Olivares, and Natalie Sepulveda. Juniors Bailey Alphin, Yvonne Anderson, and Kayla Carter. Sophomores Corley Llewellyn and Alayla McNorton. Freshmen Brenna Busenlerner, Wendy Cable, and Hannah Hoffman. Coaching staff for the London girls basketball program are head coach Sam Odoms, assistant coaches Tiffany Crawford and Skyla Green. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby recognizes the London girls basketball program for their athletic accomplishments and achievements.
So moved.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, and I'll call for discussion. Commissioner Chesney, would you like to lead?
Thank you, Judge. Judge, Commissioners, we have a second coaching legend here today. I'm going to talk about these girls, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Coach Odoms, who we may need to upgrade these also, because I think we've gotten some additional honors, but Coach Odoms was inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame for South Texas this year, so we appreciate him being here, and Coach McMinn, who was here before us, between the two of them, they've got so many wins, I don't even know how to count. The girls' basketball program at London, this is a huge, huge accomplishment, ladies. Anytime you do something for the first time in program history, and London doesn't have a long history because they've only been a high school, I don't know, 9 or 10 years. I don't remember what year this is. I lose track. But anytime you do something for the first time in the history, that's something that will never be taken away from you. You are the first that made it to the regional tournament. That's a big, big deal. To do that, and y'all should be very, very proud of those accomplishments, not only on the court but off, because we all know how hard you work off the court. We appreciate all the sacrifices you made. We know how hard it is on your families, your parents, all the things that you do. We've got to thank everybody involved, because you wouldn't be where you were without the great support of your parents, your coaches. But you put in the work. You did the time, and it's Busenlander. Just I gotta get that one out there. Sorry, because I know she was having a hard time with that name. So, and I did too. My first year when we were at London. But y'all have really achieved. I mean, I know it was probably your goal to get there, but I think a lot of people were so pleasantly surprised at how y'all came together as a team and how hard you worked to get there. So congratulations. We are so very proud of you on behalf of everyone in Nueces County, the accomplishments, not only on the court but off, because we know that all of you are going to do great things in life, and we just kind of expect y'all now to be here kind of every year, right? I mean, we'll just make that a regular occurrence, because we do it for when you get to the regionals, and y'all have succeeded and achieved that, and we're super happy that we got you in here today. Coach, we'd love to hear from you whenever the judge is ready, and at least a player or two that might want to make a comment. I hate to put people on the spot, but we always love to hear from the coach, and we always love to hear from at least one of the young ladies that are here to tell us about the season or whatever they want to tell us about. So, Coach, I'll let you take it.
Coach, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chesney. Thank you all for inviting us here today. With our season, we had a nice season. A lot of people didn't expect for us to go as far as we did. I don't even think they expect for us to win the first round, but we did, and we won the second round, and we won the third round. So we ended up in the regional tournament, and I really appreciate the girls. They really played hard, and they never did give up. And I think one of the players would like to come up and speak, Natalie Sepulveda.
Welcome, Natalie. Safety in numbers.
Hi, I'm Natalie Sepulveda. I am a senior on the London basketball team, and I'd first like to thank y'all for recognizing our team. A lot of hard work went into this season. We had a lot of practices. We had practices over intercession, a lot of weekend practices. And just overall, I feel like as a team, we really came together this year. This season, it started out a little rough, but I feel like we really grew and we accomplished so much that I don't think any of us we didn't think we could make it this far. But I'm so truly proud of all of y'all. Y'all did amazing this season, and I would, again, like to thank y'all for recognizing us and our hard work.
Coach, I've had the benefit of having and I'm certain you saw them outside, another wonderful basketball team, ladies basketball team here from Nueces County. And so I want to make certain that I also remember to recognize your amazing staff and your administration and all the parents and counselors and family and friends, those people that really help you. They help you get to practice. They help you, when it's a bad game, they're the ones that comfort you. And when it's a good game, they're the ones that celebrate joyously with you. And I just know that it's the moments like that that make it really special. And it makes me happy that you had such a wonderful senior year. I think that's a memory that you'll carry with you. And I don't want to get too deep here, but just wanted to share with you, young women, that everything that you've gone through is going to pay huge dividends for you. Even for me, it's the failures, not the successes, that really get you what I call that South Texas grit, and you've got it. That's that moxie that makes you different than people who don't understand what it means to really sacrifice. And that student athlete really is a mark of accomplishment, and I hope you cherish it. And we wanted to commemorate today with this beautiful resolution, and it would be our honor, after a little housekeeping, to take a photo with you. And we hope that you will post it. I know you think we're like really old, but you know, we do Instagram. Like, we're really cool. So I have an Instagram account, and I'm really proud of it. And I hope you'll check it out, because it'll have your faces on it later today. So here's how we do it. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We'd invite you to come down and let us properly greet you.
Instagram, I don't even have Facebook.
What?
That's too much for me. I have Instagram. I barely do
Who's the ring? No, we do. They're right here.
You do? Yeah, you
I have them here. I'm gonna pick them up there. It's all the cards. Yeah, but I just remember I said just do one. One that we were gonna give. One that we're gonna give. Yeah. Once we get as well. Get them ready. They're almost done. And you need to put a little, I guess, those are, yeah. But yeah.
Man, there's room. I could jump back there. Oh, the judge is there.
All right, everyone in? Okay, 1, 2, 3.
One, two, three.
Congratulations.
Good girl. Good show, good show. Congratulations. Keep on dribbling, keep on dribbling.
He's a great coach.
So would you take these to Kara? I'll just let you lead it.
Disregard the amendment that it came from unallocated, but it's.
So for those of you that are here on agenda items, I promise you, we do get there, but this is what I call the good stuff. And you may not know it, but it's good to slow down. And it's good to just stop and recognize this is part of the best part of government, I think, is to understand how connected we are to our community. And this is very special. Some days we don't have as many as others, but this just happens to be one. So I hope we'll ask for a little of your patience. But most of all, I hope you go home with a smile. We'll move on to the Robstown High School Powerlifting Team State Championship Team 2022 and ask those incredible women to come in. With their coaches. Welcome, welcome ladies and gentlemen, coaches. I'm Barbara Canales, I'm the judge. This is your commissioner's court, and we're here to celebrate you today. And I would ask that you direct your attention to Miss Belinda in the center with the podium, and she has some very special words to share. Belinda.
Whereas the Robstown High School Lady Pickers powerlifting team finished a successful 2022 season with the district's first time in history to win the overall state championship title at the Texas High School Women's Powerlifting Association state meet at the American Bank Center, led by head coach DeAndre Holmes and assistant coaches Danny Lozano and Jennifer Martinez. Whereas the Robstown High School Lady Pickers powerlifting team honored with individual state championships are as follows: Senior Ileana Cortinas, Senior Ananda Lopez, and Junior Josana Rodriguez. Also ranking second in state, Junior Jamie Casas, and sophomores Janessa Vela. Third in state, freshman Leah Alanis, and fifth in state, senior Lindsay Garza. This comprises the overall Robstown High School Lady Pickers State Championship Team 4A Division II, whereas these 7 young ladies came home with the state championship recognition, but also to be commended for their school class ranking of number 1 and/or in the top 5 in their class. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County that the court hereby recognizes the Robstown High School Lady Pickers powerlifting team for their athletic accomplishments and achievements.
Thank you, Belinda. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I'll second. Thank you. Yeah, I heard myself as the second, Kara, on that one.
I heard you.
Commissioner Modis, would you like to lead here?
Sure, thank you,
We have
Judge.
special guests.
Yes. I want to thank Melinda Cortinas for reaching out to me about this accomplishment. And of course, I've been keeping track on social media of all your accomplishments and your move to state, and then, of course, the community recognizing you as well. But Robstown has really made a name for themselves in powerlifting, and to be able to celebrate this again, the second year in a row, is exciting just for us to be able to recognize all y'all have done. And it's always great to see our teams have some seniors and juniors, but the sophomore and freshmen, we know that the tradition is going to continue for a few more years. So congratulations to the seniors, especially our 2 that made state, that won state. But everyone got top 5 or better is unbelievable. Your team overall doing as well as it did, and of course the recognition of each of you being either the number 1 student in your class or top 5 ranking says so much about who you are as students. And so, as you saw, we got to recognize 2 other teams earlier, and we always know that academics and athletics go hand in hand. And so we just wanted to bring you here today on behalf of the entire county to say congratulations. We are proud of you, and to continue your good work. For the seniors that may go away for college, or if you stay here locally, that you stay here, that you go and you get your education in college, and that you come back home and contribute and give back to the community, because we need you so much here in Nueces County and in Robstown. So I just wanted to congratulate you. Thank you for taking time getting out of school. I know that may be tough for some of you to want to miss, especially because you're such a high standard of your classes, but we thank you for giving us this chance. Dr. Moreno, saw you walk in, Mr. Alanis also here, and so I wasn't sure, Coach, any of our coaches wanted to say anything, Coach Holmes, but we have Dr. Moreno here that I know wants to say some words to the court and to the community.
Doctor.
Well, good morning, everyone. And first of all, I just wanted to say thank you. And then I'll turn it over to our coaches. And of course, we're here to celebrate our young ladies and really the impact that they make, not only as athletes, but as examples and setting the standard for the rest of our young ladies in our schools and in all of Nueces County. Again, I'm Dr. Jose Moreno, and Honorable Judge Canales, I want to thank you for this opportunity. Commissioners, I want to thank you for this opportunity on behalf of our Board of Trustees and our school district and our Robstown community. At this point, what I'd like to do is have Coach Holmes come on up and say a few words, but also help to set the message of each and every individual athlete that we have here. But I want to start off by saying student athlete. They know where they prioritize, and they prioritize their academics, and they use athletics as also a source to be able to bring out their opportunities that they're going to experience. Because I can tell you as a superintendent, each of these young ladies just wrote their own ticket. They wrote their own ticket to the next step in their lives, and that is to continue their academic and hopefully athletics within college as well, but also the influence they're going to have on everyone else that they impact. Not only young ladies now, but the young men as well in our community. So thank you. Coach Holmes?
I want to first say thank you for the opportunity in the Commissioner's Court and everybody that's in attendance, everybody that's watching. But now I'm going to honestly take this attention and give it to these 7 young ladies. Coming to Robstown, this is my first year in Robstown, my 8th year coaching. This is my first year being the head powerlifting coach. And I want to thank each and every one of you young ladies. Like, this year was amazing, and that was before we even got to state. From the time and dedication that you put in, the trust and appreciation that you gave these coaches that were not your coaches even 365 days ago, to come in, trust, learn, pick up what we were putting down, and continue the success that you've had in the past and build on that to meet the top and be the example of a state championship team is amazing. You've already heard about how you're great athletes. You've heard about how you're great students. But I can tell you that as from the perspective of outside of not even necessarily being from Robstown, just being a person, that you all 7 represent something bigger and deeper, and you should be honored and feel blessed and amazed that not only for girls, young women, not only for boys, but young men, and not only for kids, but adults as well. Myself, number one, you have impacted my life. You have changed my life. I will always remember you 7. I will always be appreciative of this year and everything that you have done. Seniors, all you 3 over here, which is great and grand. We appreciate everything that you have done. Appreciate you and your leadership and your dedication to showing the way, and you won't be forgotten at all. I mean, people still in Robstown, they talk about the 92 baseball team. Well, now they're going to talk about the 2022 powerlifting team. So I just want everybody out there to know, Robstown, when you say Robstown, don't just say it's a baseball school. It is a baseball school, but it's a powerlifting school as well. And it's a school that has students that dedicate themselves in athletics, as well as academics, as well as being beacons for the community to show that Robstown is deeper and better than anything that you have known or heard. And Robstown Proud is the thing, and these seniors have done that and impacted that. Now, for the underclassmen, we have an expectation. We talked about this even in our interview before state, that the expectation is not just to be good. The expectation is not just to be great. The expectation is state championship caliber. And that's not just in athletics. That's in academics. That's in your life. Continue to grind, continue to work, and make everybody proud. So, again, I appreciate you 7. I appreciate the opportunity to show my appreciation to these young ladies. They've been amazing. They've been great. And it's been a fun journey, and look to continue to see the success that these seniors will continue to do and come back and still be Robstown Proud, and the underclassmen that represent it next year and then years to come. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I apologize also. I was so excited to share this quote with you, because when I see my agendas, I get a real sense of, wow, what kind of day are we going to start off with? And it's all been powerful, strong women. You think maybe I like that or something? Because you guys understand power, literally. You understand the physics of it. You understand what your bodies can do with power. And you also understand what your minds can do with power. And so I was just excited about sharing some words, because I always look to words to empower me and to empower other women. So here are the ones that I chose for you all here today. A strong woman knows she has strength enough for the journey, but a woman of strength knows it is in the journey where she will become strong. And I just know that you are all on a great journey. For you seniors, we're wishing you the best in all your endeavors. Come back to Robstown often and cheer these girls on. These are your sisters. And Coach, I don't think I've met you before, but you're not just a coach, man. You're a change maker yourself. You're a life coach to these women. And so I just want to applaud RESD, the administration, the staff, all of your assistants, because I'm sure you don't do it by yourself.
I do not.
The managers that help out when you're on the road, and all these beautiful parents with cameras up. You know why they're doing that? Because, man, they love you. They're so proud of you, and we are too. We're what you call government in its best form, because we represent all jurisdictions. And so today we come to celebrate you. And I hope that you'll carry this as a nice memory, but more importantly, as a great challenge. We'd like to have you back next year, Coach. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 You want to let one of the seniors say something?
Would you like that?
Seniors, one of you want to say something? Speak. Come on.
Yes, come on.
We know you want to.
And if you'd remember just to lower that mic so everybody online, the millions of people watching, can hear you. I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
To lower it a lot. I would like to start off with thanking the Commissioners Court and Judge Canales for giving us this opportunity today. A big thank you to our coaches, Coach Holmes, Coach Lozano, and Coach Martinez. This wouldn't be possible without your endless support. To our parents, thank you for being our biggest cheerleaders. My name is Ileana Crudinas. I am a senior. I work part-time at my local city hall. I'm class president, president of National Honor Society, and a member of the National Technical Honor Society. I'm ranked 6th in my class, and this is my 4th year powerlifting. I'm proud to say that this year I was able to defend my state title as state champion. I came back-to-back state championship in the 123 division, but more importantly, we had 3 state champions and 7 state qualifiers. We came home with the state title, which is something Robstown hasn't done, as you heard, in over 30 years. I plan on continuing powerlifting at a collegiate level. I'll be continuing my education at Texas A&M College Station, where I will be majoring in forensic and investigative sciences. Although a few of us are graduating, I know this isn't the last time you'll hear from Robstown Powerlifting. Thank you for taking your time to honor and recognize our team today. We're humbled and appreciative of your support.
You're a rock star. Awesome. Commissioner Modis, can I offer this and any other?
I was going to say future county judge, perhaps.
I'm ready.
Wow.
Good intern this summer.
So I guess, are we ready?
Yes, would you all honor us with a photo? Commissioner Modis has the resolution that was read. We'd like to present it to you, Coach, and your team. Y'all can just come on forward. We'll take a official photo and get a chance to meet you. Yes, ma'am.
Remember to vote. Do it right here. Thank you. Come a little farther back in the well so we can get in your picture, please. Perfect. All right. Thank you.
Should I get my eye on this last vote? I was an eye on the last vote. Sit up on the chair.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, ladies. Superintendent, good luck, sir. Good job. Thank you. Thank you for all you, thank you for all the coaches. That's all right, he is, he's gotta coach everybody else, right? Thank you, thank you very much. Thanks, man.
Congratulations. Good to see you, sir.
Good luck. Coach. Good work. Congratulations. Where do you come from?
No bunny ears, Judge.
Thank you very much for coming to campus.
Yeah.
But one of my cards before she went.
Oh, I don't know. I think, oh, she has them. So I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this is just Mata's nieces. Where is he? Where is he? I don't, you know what, well. You go ask her. Say, hey, where's the, I don't have them. You want me to go?
All right, as we settle in, we'll get Deputy to help us. We're going to move to the National Correctional, oh, wait a second, Dale said we did not vote.
Yes, you did.
We did? Okay, all right. We're going to move to the National Correctional Officers and Employees Week, and we'll ask them to come forward.
Did you vote?
But as we do that, don't you think that those girls give new meaning to the words strong women, huh? They said they can lift way more than their weights. Belinda, we'll go ahead and begin with our resolution. We recognize we have, I saw Constable McCann, oh yes, he's right there. It's just, and we also have Sheriff Hooper with us. We've got members of the police force with us. Sean, hey. So this is a wonderful day. Let's give Belinda our attention.
Whereas National Correctional Officers and Employees Week was first proclaimed on May 5th, 1984 by President Ronald Reagan when he signed Proclamation 5187, creating National Correctional Officers Week, to recognize the men and women who work in jails, prisons, and community corrections across the country. And whereas in 1986, the U.S. Senate officially changed the name of the first week in May from National Correctional Officers Week to National Correctional Officers and Employees Week, and whereas National Correctional Officers and Employees Week has been designated as the week of May 1st, 2022 through May 7th, 2022 by the U.S. Department of Justice and the Federal Bureau of Prisons, and whereas National Correctional Officers and Employee Weeks honors the work of correctional officers and correctional personnel for their service with honor, respect, and integrity, and raises the awareness of the duties, hazards, and sacrifices made by the correctional employees. And whereas the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic has presented another novel challenge resulting in a great deal of change for the Nueces County correctional employees, however, it has also served to highlight the adaptability, courage, and perseverance of our staff who have continued to fulfill their roles throughout the adversity of the past year. Whereas the National Correctional Officers and Employees Week in Nueces County recognizes correctional officers and employees for their role in safeguarding the citizens of Nueces County by providing safe, secure, and humane incarceration of offenders within their custody. Now therefore be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County the week of May 1st, 2022 through May 7th, 2022 as National Correctional Officers and Employees Week. All citizens are encouraged to pay tribute to all the many correctional employees working in Nueces County for the vital public service they provide.
So moved.
Thank you. I was going to say, is there a motion? There is a motion and a second. I almost wanted to say, is there an amen? But you've got mine. And Sheriff, I'm going to ask you to approach and pay tribute to the men and women that really go as unsung heroes in our community, what they do. And that's why I recognize other members of law enforcement, because they know what great service. But Sheriff, tell us a little bit.
So, Judge and Commissioners, thank you for that beautiful proclamation. It was very well said. And the women and the men of the Nueces County Sheriff's Office, especially the ones that work in the jail, and the civilian support staff that keep our jail safe and secure, they're not here with me today. They're working, or they're sleeping. They do 12-hour shifts. I think back to 1981 when I was a correctional officer in the Nueces County Jail, and I remember towards the end of my tenure there, one of the inmates came up to me And he said, "Yo, Hooper." I said, "Yeah." He said, "You know what? I'm going home tomorrow. Where are you going to be?" And reality was I was going to be back in that jail. And that's kind of the world that these correctional officers live in. The inmates come and go, but the commitment of those women and men who work in the jail is day after day after day. And it is a changed environment. There was a time when a correctional officer was referred to as a guard, but now they're much more than a guard. They are their brother's keepers in that jail. They see to it that the inmates are fed, are medicated, and are kept safe, especially the ones that are suffering from mental health conditions. It's not uncommon for several suicides to be prevented every week, and it's those women and men who do that. It's much more than a job. It's much more than a career. It is a vocation, and it takes a special person to do that. And I'm proud to be leading this agency, and I'm extremely grateful for your recognition and support of those women and men. And I've got to go out here and recruit those Robstown powerlifters.
I was going to say, we have room for a few good men and women, don't we, to
Yes, we
join
do.
this team?
Yes, we do.
Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Sheriff.
Judge. Thank you, Commissioner.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Sheriff, we do have the resolution, and I can pass it to Ide to place in your hands. I hope you'll share it with them whenever they're on I don't know when you can do that, but maybe through
I will. I'll see to it.
I appreciate
Thank
that.
you.
And we appreciate you and them. We'll move on to another important recognition and an important week, and that's National Police Week. In recognition of May 11th through the 17th, which has not occurred yet, but for which we wish to prepare. I'm not sure this is not worthy of being National Police Week all year long. Belinda, would you share these words with us?
Whereas there are more than 800,000 law enforcement officers serving in communities across the United States, including the dedicated law enforcement members of Nueces County, and whereas since the first recorded death in 1791, more than 22,000 law enforcement officers in the United States have made the ultimate sacrifice and have been killed in the line of duty, including 38 members of the Nueces County area law enforcement agencies represented on the Fallen Heroes Memorial. And whereas the names of these dedicated public servants are engraved on the walls of the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial in Washington, D.C., and whereas 619 new names of fallen heroes are being added to the National Law Enforcement Officers Memorial this spring, including 472 officers killed in 2021, of which 319 died from COVID-19, and 147 who died in previous years whose sacrifice had not been documented. And whereas May 15th, 2022 is designated as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of all the fallen officers and their families, all U.S. flags should be flown at half-staff. And now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby formally designate May 11th through May 17th, 2022 as Police Week in Nueces County, and publicly salutes the service of law enforcement officers in our community and communities across the nation.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
I've got a motion and a second here. And I just want to also pay tribute every day. If you'll remember, I know most of us sometimes park on, La Pon, but if you'll just take a week, park on Leopard and walk through the Fallen Heroes Memorial and walk into your courthouse that way. You will be reminded that we never forget and that we always pay tribute and honor, including the last fallen hero, which was Officer McCullum. So I just think this is a very important week, and if there's anything we can do downstairs, constables and sheriff, to do a more public display, I'd be willing to host that. Sean, a poster, a banner. Remember how many people come through here, and it would be very good to create that awareness, and we have time, because it's not till May 11th, technically.
So, Chief Cook, will you join me? Constable, will you join me? Officer Barnes? Raul, you want to join me? Let's get some So, Judge, thank you for that offer, and thank you again for a beautiful proclamation. We've done without this the last couple of years because of our inability to gather. But we're back on, and May the 11th at 9 a.m. here at the Fallen Heroes Memorial on the courthouse grounds, we will have a regional ceremony. And I've secured, we're blessed to be graced by the presence of Senator Juan Chuy Hinojosa. He will be given the keynote speaker. He's a significant supporter of law enforcement in the state of Texas, and so he'll be here. We're grateful for the proclamation, and we'll see y'all Wednesday, May the 11th, 9 a.m.
Commissioner?
Judge, if we can make sure that we put into our agenda on May 11th that we recess at that time so that we
Yes.
can walk down together from court down to honor and to be a part of that ceremony and then reconvene, I'm
Yes.
assuming 10:30 or so.
And it will be a regional event. Also CCPD, the constables, the port police. We hope to have Robstown and other law enforcement agencies from Nueces County present. And so we're looking forward to the event.
Fantastic. Well, you do us proud, all the
Sean,
agencies.
Would you like to say anything for CCPD?
Officer, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'd really like to come up here and say something very profound, and I'm going to do my best. But again, my name is Sean Barnes. I'm still a boot on the ground out there, and I have to recognize two things that you said that I think were very important, Judge. Number one, you kept Officer Alan McCullum's name alive. That's so important to so many people. It's very important to me. Alan was a really good friend of mine. We served on the SWAT team together, and we always shot next to each other on the range. But I appreciate you in keeping his name alive because it's very important for us. Nevertheless, another thing you mentioned is all year, should we maybe kind of as if it was National Police Week all year long. And what I have to say about our community, Corpus Christi and Nueces County, is it does appear that way from a boot on the ground. I have to tell you guys and everybody listening, everybody in this room, that as an officer who's still out there actively engaging, dealing with calls for service, it is very apparent the appreciation that we get from the community. And in full disclosure, and I'm not advocating this, but I'm letting you know what happens. I cannot go through a Starbucks line here without the person in front of me paying for my drink. I'm serious. It is 100% true. We have an overwhelming amount of support from our community and our community leaders. And for that, the officers all the way from the top down to the bottom are very thankful because it is a tough job, a very tough job. But you guys make it so much easier by showing the appreciation. Even just things like this make a huge difference. So thank you guys. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. Yes, would one of you be so kind as to accept this on behalf of our, yes, our Commissioners Court? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And I've checked and we've all signed. Thank you so much. Thank you. Finally, we have one last resolution, and that is, it really just goes hand in hand. Deputies, officers, constables, sheriff, and that's May is Mental Health Awareness Month. We've just spent a little bit of time talking about how our environment has changed, and it's changed in a way that makes for a lot of challenges, but you're about to meet some people that make life better because they're dedicated to those afflicted with mental health in our community, and we welcome them. They're coming in now, and as soon as they do, we'll have Belinda read. I know that they've been waiting for a long time. Wow, it's an all-star. Welcome to Krista Spahn, our indigent care behavioral health provider, and their partner, Oceans Healthcare with Michelle Lozano. And NAMI's here, MHID is here, Senecor is here. I recognize so many of you. Nueces County's here. And of course, you should know that our own CIT, Mark Hendricks is here, our own CIT officers, our mental health constable, Jason McCahan, and also Officer Barnes, who you just heard from, are all on the street making certain that people are okay. And when they're not okay, they know how to properly provide those services and get them to the right locations. Dr. Gonzalez, our behavioral health coordinator, it's an all-star mental health collaboration this morning. Belinda, tell us about these amazing folks as we honor their commitment to this concern in our community.
Whereas mental health is part of overall health, and whereas 1 in 5 U.S. adults experience mental illness in any given year, but less than half receive treatment, and whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has significantly increased the number of people experiencing anxiety and depression, and the burden of living through a pandemic continues to impact our lives with unprecedented stress and uncertainty, whereas approximately 50% of chronic mental illness begins by the age of 14 and 75% by age 24. And whereas suicide is the second leading cause of death among people aged 10 through 34 and the 10th leading cause of death overall in the United States. 90% of people who die by suicide had shown symptoms of mental health condition according to interviews with family, friends, and medical professionals. And whereas the Mental Health Awareness Month, we endeavor to turn the tragic and life-changing impact of COVID-19 into a spotlight on the growing need for systemic improvements in mental health care system to meet the increased need as we return to some sense of the new normal. And whereas through the public and/or virtual education and working together to raise awareness, we can help improve the lives of individuals and families affected by mental illness. And whereas we come together with every citizen and community to help end the silence and the stigma of mental illness, together we can realize our shared vision of community, where anyone affected by mental health conditions can get the appropriate support and care to live healthy and fulfilling lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby proclaim May 2022 as Mental Health Month in Nueces County to bring awareness to mental illness and the need for long-term improvements in our mental health care system and increased access to care for all, so no one feels alone in their struggle.
It's a beautiful resolution, the way it reads, that no one be left alone in their struggle. Is there a motion? And a second? All of us, to be honest with you, make this motion together, and all of us resoundingly make this second. There's so many of you. By the way, your articles are just fantastic. I read them, I cut them out every single time I, read them. And I think about the human value that you bring to it, and it brings me to tears. And you need to be personally recognized for that. Is there someone amongst you that would like to speak on behalf of all of you? I'm certainly not trying to limit you, but I figured maybe you've figured this out, who you might want to have your spokesman. Welcome.
Hi, Judge Canales. Thank
Hi.
you so much for the proclamation and for having us here today. And our theme for NAMI for Mental Health Month is Together for Mental Health, as you can see represented by all the different organizations in the room today. So I'm the local program director for NAMI, the National Alliance of Mental Illness, and we're here in Corpus Christi, but we're part of a national organization. So just know that everybody here today, you guys are part of a national movement of ending the silence, speaking out for mental health, coming together. And it's something that we absolutely must come together to do. We can't do this by ourselves. And we also want everyone in the community to know that you are not alone. You don't have to be alone. NAMI has support groups and education classes, all free of charge. All you have to do is pick up the phone and reach out, and we will welcome you.
Y'all are amazing. Thank you so much for everything collectively that you do. Mark?
Yeah, he's going to speak.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Mark Hendricks. I'm the Director of Operations for MHID. I just wanted to briefly thank you, all of you in this room, for your leadership, everyone standing on the sides representing the organizations that make up the continuum of care for behavioral health in our community. At the end of the day, there's a tremendous amount of momentum in the field of behavioral health to meet the needs of Nueces County. We've done a lot. There's a lot left to do. But let May signify the needs of our community, and we appreciate your leadership, recognition, and appreciation for the work that all of these organizations do. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's anybody else, I really, not to put you on the spot, Dr. Blow, but your leadership at Krista Spahn in this arena has brought us more beds, more services, and quite frankly, we filled a gap together. And I just want to thank you for that strategic partnership that you and Oceans have brought. I look at the construction every day as I leave, and I'm like, yeah. It's exciting, and please, Michelle, I'd be happy to hear from her. I think people need to know who Oceans is.
Hello, good morning, everyone. My name's Michelle Lozano. I'm the CEO for Oceans Behavioral Healthcare here in Corpus Christi. We began a great partnership with Krista Spahn, thanks to Dr. Blow and Judge Canales and Commissioner's Court, who certainly recognized the great need and a gap in services for inpatient behavioral health care for adults and geriatric individuals from the community. We are going on almost 2 years in the market midsummer, and we will be growing from 32 beds to 42 beds later this year when we occupy 2 newly renovated units over at Christus Shoreline. We certainly recognize that there's a greater need. We will be opening up an intensive outpatient program as well, so that we can begin to offer a full continuum of care. We are committed to Nueces County and providing quality behavioral health care services to residents here. So, thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to add something. You know, I'm a big fan of history. And I think, you know, this all sounds really great, like Oceans just came and Christus just worked it out, and we have them here. But I think what our community needs to know, and actually Sheriff Hooper and I were talking about this, right? It's about relationships, it's about commitment, it's about investment of personal time. And when I think back at when I stepped into this role, and we were talking about our master facility plan, which has been in the making now since 2014 when we started our first community sessions, and then moving everything over to Shoreline, and what to really do with behavioral health at Memorial. And you know, how we took advantage, I think, collectively of an opportunity. But I really think everyone has done an outstanding job, but I think the community needs to know that there were several mornings that I drove by to pick up our county judge to go down to the valley to look at different types of behavioral health scenarios, to have a vision for what we could have here in our community, and really partner with a national company that has, from day one, has brought, I think, a tremendous benefit in the behavioral health space. And really, without that commitment, without that support, I don't think we would be here today. So thank you, Judge. Thank you, County Commissioners, for everything you do to support us. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Yet another example of, I know it's a week, a month, the whole month, but let it be celebrated the whole year. I think that's really what's required in order to move this needle. And I just want to thank you again for all the work that you're doing in your individual spheres, but make no mistake, we've all pledged, we need to take the pledge again. No one organization is going to solve this problem, but the collective power in this room, I do believe, can. So we look forward to your recommendations and the continuation of helping the most vulnerable amongst us, which turns out is 1 out of every 2 of us. So there is no one amongst us that is not affected. Our thanks and favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We have this beautiful resolution, and mental health is so important. I'm also going to ask you to do what I asked Sheriff Hooper to do. If there is something we can do, all the people that come through here, how great would it be to have a banner with that hotline, that suicide hotline number, the QRS code? You know how many people don't want to talk about it, but you know how easy it is to do this? And so let's get something down there on floor 1 during the whole month of May, because I think it could be incredibly valuable as we see thousands of people come here every week. In the meantime, Let's celebrate by using our social media force multiplier and get this on everybody's page. How about joining us? There's a lot of you, but how about a lot of us here and some of us here? And we will memorialize this moment. I will present this to Michelle Lozano, and hopefully we can get copies made and all of your organizations. Would it be possible to get some nice colored copies for all these organizations if you want to share with your team? Okay, please come forward. How about just divide up? How about the left side of the room come up and the right side come in front of the state of Texas? I don't know, looks like maybe we can make it work. Thank you so much.
Good, how are you? Good to see you.
Resting so many of my friends. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Come back here. Go there.
Okay, I'm going to present this to Michelle. I'm going to sneak in here.
1, 2, 3.
We ought to have like, everybody does like thumbs up. We ought to have like, are you okay? You know? Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you for everything you do. Doc, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. I was gonna say 365, 24/7, you know? I was gonna say the program is 365, 24/7. Okay, doing good?
Thank you, thank you, be safe.
How's the ranch? How's the ranch? You got some rain over there?
Right. Dale, I've got one item I'm going to advance.
Yeah.
You're next.
Okay, you gotta put
Yes.
some bends in that so the water can stay on there. Put some bends. But I don't know if it's bends tonight. If it's dried out, you didn't have bends tonight. Okay.
Yeah.
Down in like the honor section. Could have.
See ya. Take care.
Come here later.
The only one that we've ever given me was 382. And I've got another one I'm pulling up from the agenda, so I can pull that one up from the agenda.
Okay. What a great group that was, and it just goes to show you, they waited over an hour and a half. I mean, it means something to them, and it means something to us, so grateful for that. Technically, folks, we should be into general information reports, but with a little bit of indulgence, I'd like to make certain the constable gets back to his precinct, and so therefore I've asked Darrell Earwood to come, and I would direct your attention to item under Information Technology, which is located at F2. And this dovetails perfectly, Commissioners, into everything we just celebrated. Everything we just celebrated is about to come home to roost here in this very important item. It's discuss and consider the purchase of soft code county law enforcement civil service management and reporting application and e-citation county law enforcement civil service management and reporting application. That's how it's styled for the clerk, but it's going to be a lot more easy to understand if I pitch here to Daryl Earwood and to the constable. And I would let you handle it either way. There's two things going on here. Would you help set the table?
Judge, what number? I'm sorry.
Yes,
Excuse me, Daryl, F2. F2.
Thank you.
And Daryl, if it's okay, I'm going to make you wait your turn on the other one. It's just that I'd like to respect law enforcement on this item, unless one is related to two.
well, sort of, but we can still, this
I
order's
appreciate
fine.
that
Yes, this order's
for the
fine.
commissioners and for the other folks waiting. Okay, let's do number 2.
Okay, we have two applications here, soft code and e-citation. I'll kind of introduce it here, and we actually, both these products are from Tyler Technologies, which is the same company we use for our Odyssey case management software. And these both integrate with it. I'm going to let the gentleman here we have from, actually I don't remember his name because it's been a long time ago. We actually did a demo on both of these products. And I'm going to let him explain, he can introduce himself and explain the products a little bit about what they do. The e-citation, he'll talk about how that's what the city already uses in PD to make it quicker to give somebody a citation, but they have more information at their disposal in the process. So that's going to free them up. The whole thing is tying this into our public safety criteria, and it does that. It allows them to handle these incidents much quicker and frees them up to patrol, spend more time patrolling. And soft code is with the services that the constables and sheriff's department have to do, and allows them, it automates that process to a certain extent, and also gives the officers can then have kind of at their fingertips access to more information with the people that might be involved in an incident, know what their background is and such, and then both of them tie into the public safety of freeing their time up to spend more time patrolling, automates the system quite a bit for the reporting purposes. But I'll let the Tyler rep discuss that if he would like to give more detail on the applications and answer any questions about that. And then if the constable would like to make reference to it as well.
Sure.
Again.
And I'm just going to ask you to give us what I would call a high-level look at this, because these products have been thoroughly vetted, not only by our IT department, but also by the users, right? They're the end users. And then I'm going to ask the constable to kind of bring home, and you can also add in that fiscal impact. It's not just a fiscal impact to procure it. There's a fiscal savings, as I understand my backup documentation, to doing it, and that's why it's timely now. And so with that, welcome, and I'll let you introduce yourself for the audience.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Seth Isaacs, and I'm the Director of Sales for our Courts and Justice division at Tyler Technologies. I represent e-citation and softcode. Softcode is a civil process management software at its core. It's a double entry accounting system, so what that means is that the constables and sheriff will be able to account for all the dollars and fees that they transact. But our number one focus is officer safety, followed by efficiency and the access to data. It's crucial for our deputies out there in the field to have access to this data real time, and that's what we provide with both of these solutions.
Okay, great. Constable, can you kind of, as they say, give us the real world feel here? Why do you need this, and how is it really going to make a difference? And I'd like to see if there's a tie-in for that mental health that we just talked about.
Okay, forgive me,
Sure.
I'm at that age where I need glasses to read now, so. Roughly.
Join the club.
We have, this is just, I took data from all of the 5 precincts across Nueces County, and we have a total of 46 deputies across the county. And we spend approximately 218 man-hours a day per deputy, or total-wise. That averages 15 contacts per day, whether that's a citation, whether that's serving a paper, interviewing somebody, and the average stop lasts 19 minutes. With this new system in place, the same amount of deputies, averaging just 5 more contacts a day, frees us down to 6 minutes per contact. which saves us $2,081 per day. Even though we spend that in a calendar year, overall, we would actually, $455,362.60, plus or minus a couple of dollars. So the total cost of both products together would approximately be $477,000. That's just not for the constable's office, that is for Nueces County-wide. That allows us to free up our deputies to not only prevent us just from serving papers, to switch our focus to daily patrols, neighborhoods, providing better services to the taxpayers of Nueces County, making our job more efficient, which also ties into our mental health officers. So not only are our deputies out patrol, they can also inform the mental health officers if there's something that they need, that needs to be addressed at that moment. So everyone has the old saying that where's the cop when you need one? Well, this affords us that opportunity to be in a lot more places than we currently are, because people see us drive down the road, and constables, our main focus is serve papers. So unfortunately, we have blinders on as we're driving down the road and someone makes a traffic infraction or something wrong. Well, everyone says, well, constable doesn't do anything. They just watch that guy, cut me off or whatever. Well, we can now serve papers more efficiently. It's returned to the courts more efficiently. And as soon as legislation passes that we can serve them electronically, then all the paper and pens go away. And everything is real time in the field. The deputy makes the notes. It's to the office. It's to the judge's office. It's to the DA's attorney. Everything is tied together. They don't have to come back and make copies and use reams and reams of paper and travel time and maintenance and fuel. So the cost savings is across the board. It's not just in salaries.
And constable, all the constables would have this available to them?
That is correct. All the constables and the sheriff's department. So this is not just precinct 2. This is Nueces County-wide.
And also, certain constables are going to have their criteria that they want to input.
Correct.
Do they have that ability here?
Yes, they do. And as what would happen was, it would be implemented in, and let's say precinct 1 wants this information on their database. And correct me if I'm wrong, Seth. They are able to tailor their tablet to what they use the most, what papers they use, how it's collected. Also with the e-citations, racial profiling is automatically collected, which is required by the state. Instead of the officer having to come back and swear to an affidavit and get it notarized, everything is in the ticket. So once it's written, it's done, and it's downloaded in real time. So when they scan that driver's license, they know exactly, is that person a wanted person? Because this system automatically updates every day and pulls all the wants and warrants. So officer safety knows before he even has to do anything, he knows what he or she is walking into. So that is for myself as the elected official, my job is to keep the deputies safe. And if this does that, I am all for it, and I think the county should be, stepping in the right direction and doing this. And we are the 16th most populated county in Texas. Out of 254 counties, that puts us in the top 10%. So.
And again, that mental health data, you'll also be able to see it.
Correct.
Which to me is huge, because then you can link that up with your MHID, CIT.
Correct.
Or any other diversion that we have going on.
And we work hand in hand. He's not here anymore.
Yeah.
Officer Barnes, we work hand in hand with him, and it's a smooth transition with our current MHID officer, and it's, so far, it's a wonderful partnership.
Okay, let me just first make the motion, and then I'm going to call for discussion. I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion is second.
The motion again, please.
I beg your pardon?
Can you repeat the motion? What's the motion?
Sure. Let me go back to I'm going to read it. The motion is to purchase soft code county law enforcement civil service management and reporting application from Tyler Technologies as proposed in our backup documentation. And furthermore, the motion would be to procure the e-citation county law enforcement civil service management and reporting application, and that the funding source would be from the, I'd like to confirm, but I believe that it is appropriate to have the American Rescue Plan Act be provided for the funding here. You could make an excellent case that it comes under the mental health bucket, but we know for sure it can be handled under the government services aspect under lost revenue. I believe the application is 400 and,
No, I'm just talking about the software. I don't think, the 400,000 not just the software, is it?
That's for both.
that's for both.
That's for both the software and the equipment.
Do you
That is,
mind telling me the whole amount and I'll put it in the record?
477,684.
477,684, and that
that-
is my motion.
That's plus or minus, and.
Correct.
You know, if I could read just really quickly, the outcome of this project will greatly enhance the efficiency of county law enforcement to manage day-to-day activities, resolve incidents and civil services issues quickly, and become more immediately aware of previous activities of those involved in accidents, ultimately freeing our officers to spend more time patrolling and responding and being proactive instead of reactive.
Okay,
So I have a motion second. I'll call for discussion or questions, comments. Commissioner Gonzalez, I'll call on you.
okay. Go ahead and I'll second the motion then.
Okay, do you want to go ahead and ask some
Yeah,
questions?
I'm still kind of confused on here on the, I think when you and I talked about it, Constable, it was 400,000 for a whole package to include the officers and everybody else. But I didn't think that the software, I thought the software was gonna be like 150,000.
The
To include the equipment that needed for officers to key in, without having to go back to the courthouse or wherever they go back to key in, and it would disseminate reports to the judges, to the JPs, or to the courthouse, wherever it goes, without having to come in. But that was the software only, so I thought the software was for that purpose, for the software and the equipment for the software, which I don't know what equipment it would need if y'all have, because you already have all the equipment in the vehicles, right?
No, Commissioner, what happens is, the amount you're talking about is for the e-citation only. That is the device that the officer would use
So how much
to.
is that?
Excuse me?
How much is that?
That price was I wrote it down. Let me just go through my papers real quick here. $150,059. That includes the devices and the software included. That would allow the officer to write the citation on site and be real-time data.
So everything will be expedited by that, and so it'd be efficient for the officers to have, because they can still continue the work in the field.
That is correct.
So, and I don't have a problem with that, and I think it's a good deal, I think it's a great, that this is gonna happen to, all the way around to Nueces County, $150,000. And the other 300,000, what is that for?
That is for the soft codes part of the house, the civil paperwork side. Now, not all precincts will utilize it as much as others, and they are also tailorable to what papers they have. So what that does, basically in a nutshell, is instead of the deputies going around collecting papers from all the various agencies, everything is digital. So the officer comes in the morning, picks up his iPad, and his papers are all there in hand. So there's no more carrying a stack of 30, 40, 50 papers around, going to the door, seeing if they're there, they're not there, then going back to the car and making their notes. What happens now is they get their iPad and they make the notes. If the person is not there, they make the notes, and it's real time. So all the courts are aware of when every attempt was made, what date it was made, There's no mistakes on time. There's no mistakes on the address. There's no mistakes on the individual. So it allows the officer more time to do that, especially on an eviction. An eviction's required, we have to make 3 attempts on an eviction. So I'm just going to use this as an example. If one of the deputies from Precinct 2 is out on Chapman Ranch Road and they have to make 3 attempts, well, that's a lot of travel to come back to the precinct to make copies, to go back again to post the eviction on the door. Where with this software, they no longer have to do that. They make their 3 attempts, they don't have to come back to the office. They print out the eviction right then and there, post it on the door.
Okay, hold on. This is where you're losing me right here.
Okay,
You go out there, you do an eviction, you don't contact nobody, you leave notice on the door.
correct.
You come back, you have to come back anyway, so you come back or you go somewhere else and you come back to the office. So you're saying that the next contact, how would the next contact be if you're gonna be at the office?
No, the judges make the reasonable time in between contacts. So
The second contact, you still gotta go to the house.
that is correct. You
Yeah.
still have to make those contacts.
Right.
However, after that second contact, you must return to the precinct, make copies of that eviction, 3 copies. One gets mailed, one gets posted on the door, and the original gets returned to the court.
But normally they do that at the end of the shift when you do all of them. I mean, you don't go to one and come back in.
No, you're making attempts on evictions
That'd be
all
crazy.
throughout the day. That is
That'd be a
correct.
waste of time, but what I noticed and what I understood before, you do your rounds, you make whatever you contact, you come back to the office, that's when you start doing your paperwork, and submit whatever you just submit, 3 copies or whatever. And then the second time, if you don't second time, then you gotta go back in a third time, anyway.
No, in between the first and second contact, you're not required to come back to the office. They're staying out in the area making their rounds.
I understand that. I really understand that.
So
But
it's,
I'm saying the third time, if you don't contact them the first or second time,
right,
you still gotta go out the third time.
correct, but you don't have to come from Chapman Ranch
Well, I
Road
understand
back
that.
to Flower Bluff.
I
So-
understand that, yeah.
Okay,
But that's what I'm saying, the software of the 150,000 since we're doing the e-filing for these ticket citations and all that, isn't that, you can utilize that software to do the evictions or to do the,
no, sir, they're two different softwares.
but that software, the other one's not, everybody's gonna be able to use it, it's only gonna be maybe like 2 constables.
No, all the constables
No,
serve
that
papers.
one, yes, but the second one is not gonna be usable for all the constables.
All 5 precincts deliver
No,
papers,
no,
yes,
the
sir.
one for 300,000 was not gonna be usable for all the constables.
No, Commissioner, that's correct. They will, all the constables deliver papers, including the sheriff's department.
Well, Constable, probably Jimmy Rivera and Flores, they don't deliver a lot of papers.
Not a lot, not the
Hardly
number
none.
that we do, that is
Yeah,
correct.
hardly none. But, so you were talking about that much money for actually 2 constables, right? I can see the 150 because I can see that it'll help the officers. I can help, it'll expedite, the field as far as citations and the tickets, and just like DPS does it, right?
Correct.
That's the way DPS does it. So, I don't know if I can sell myself right now on the other project right now. And the money even coming from American, Act, Jenny, is that something that's gonna be only for, once we do that, American Act, how long is that gonna be?
Well, it's gonna end,
What's what I'm saying, I mean, how much, it's gonna be another year, right?
2026.
I thought
it was
2024.
extended to 2026 for spending the funds.
Okay, and then after that, what happens? We take it over?
If you wanna maintain it,
Well, this is a one-time cost and then a maintenance cost on top of it. So we would take the maintenance
Yeah.
cost, depending on what the court does on that.
From Tyler Technologies, is it mainly an upfront cost? Or Daryl, do you want to address that? And then the maintenance cost yearly,
Yes, ma'am.
like
It's-
most of our products?
Right, yes, there's an annual maintenance and support cost associated with it that pays for all future upgrades. You never pay for the software again. It's all included in your maintenance and support, 24-hour tech support as well. And Commissioner Gonzalez, I just want to add a little bit more clarity and maybe detail about the service of court papers for the constables. The day-to-day of the deputy is actually physically handwriting notes and service attempts on
I know
physical
exactly what
papers.
you're talking about, really, believe me.
No, I'm sure you do, but I want to kind of level set it for the court a little bit here. And so those service attempts are manually entered into a system at the end of the day. The returns back to the court are manually generated at the end of the day. This allows all of that to continue to take place throughout the day. And so our clerks back in the constable's precincts can begin generating those returns to the courts before the deputy ever comes back into the office. It'll have all the service attempts, the completion of service, and all electronically noted a single time instead of it being duplicated. So we want to help reduce the duplicate entry as much as possible. And that return will go back to the court electronic as well.
How would you be duplicating?
Because it's all physically handwritten today, all of the service attempts and notes, so that that deputy's day-to-day schedule and how he or she keeps himself together throughout the day is all physically handwritten on each one of their papers they're out there serving. We're going to bring that into a digital format, and so that the clerks in the office can see exactly where a paper's at. And once that note's entered into the system out in the field, it's never entered again into the system.
And how much is the maintenance fee, you said?
For soft code is $41,000 a year after the first year. First year's included at $21,000, and for e-citation, I don't know if he has e-citation in here. Maintenance and support is $9,678.
So we're talking about an additional 300,000, really, or a little over, for the 4 years of maintenance and fees and.
50,000, Commissioner.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying, but it's gonna be another added expense for us.
Sure.
So, or maybe more, really. I mean, it depends on the citations, right? But, you know, I don't know, I'm just not, I mean, whatever wants to do, but I'm kind of really locked into this thing here. I mean, 150, to see how it's gonna work, I don't mind, but I don't know if I want, right now, I don't think I want to really jump into the other one yet and to see how this thing's gonna work.
It just,
So Constable, you've put together some cost savings here.
Yes, ma'am.
There's some concern about a $9,000 operational fee post-2026. What we're really looking at here is an opportunity to have some cost savings that you've looked at. If you had to be conservative, what kind of savings do you think you could purport? Because that might affect how people see this as there's a rate of return here.
like we were talking earlier, how it ties into MHID. Approximately 3,000 arrests are made by the county every year. 750 of
Hold on,
those.
Hold on.
Yes, sir.
The county, the whole county, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
750 of those are MH patients that are incorrectly processed through the jail. As we know, it costs $81 a day to house an inmate. So over 1 year, we spend $182,250 with people that are in jail incorrectly that should be in a treatment center. Allowing the deputies the software and the ability to spend more time on the road and identify these, then we can mitigate that cost to, instead of incarcerating them, we can move that, which would pay more than pay those maintenance fees a year and offset some of the cost up front for the purchase of the both soft code and e-citations. And that's just 1 year. And this data I pulled from all the 5 precincts. I did not pull any data from the Sheriff's Department. So I don't know how many citations they were written, and I don't know how many papers they were delivered, but I know they have a, what is the writ that they do? A writ of execution. where they have to account for monies. Well, this product, Tyler, also takes into account that. So the sheriff's department will also be able to utilize this soft code, not just constables. So it, like I said before, this is not just for constables delivering papers. This is all encompassing all 5 precincts, whether they deliver 1 paper or 100 papers. We can do it more efficiently, which, you know, ultimately saves us money in the long run because we're not spending so much time delivering a paper. And it's in real time. It's not at the end of the day where the clerk has to wait till all the deputies return, which takes more time to enter. And like he was saying, there's no more duplicate entries. The deputy doesn't make the notes, and then the people back at the office don't have to make the notes. Then the clerks at the court don't have to make the notes. They're in at one time, and the return that goes to the court is the same return digitized as they have now. So nothing changes. The only thing that changes is the deputy physically doesn't have to write the same thing over and over and over again, which mitigates mistakes.
So in a nutshell, this is really to support law enforcement in the endeavor of not just using technology to modernize, but using technology to help make certain that we direct those MH patients to the right location and to save all these man and women hours that are being utilized both in the field and in the SO's office.
Correct.
But I think one thing that I think, Constable, the mental health officer, I mean, he will be the one directing the mental health people to the right direction, because he's be on call, they're gonna call him out.
The
So
way
we're
that it's structured right now, Commissioner, is the PD has to make the initial call. Then once that PD officer says this is a mental health call, then that mental health officer and the co-responder are dispatched to that location. That is their rules that they have in place that we don't bypass.
So, but that's already done, that's already what's going on right now.
That is correct.
Yeah, so really it's not an added thing, it's already, that function is already there. You know, so with the PD officer and the co-responder, they're gonna direct that person where it needs to go.
Well,
If it's
right,
mental health.
right now, Commissioner, no, that is not in place right now. Because of all the incarcerations that were improperly routed, we don't have enough mental health officers to do that. That's why we're increasing. If we free up the time now, we can respond to calls to identify those earlier than later. So the
Okay,
time is freed up from delivering
Okay,
papers.
Now I'm more confused, because you say something that they were placed there illegally, or is that something about they're being in jail, that they were taken to jail, or, you know, you catch up, now you gotta catch up with that, or what are you talking about?
I'm saying that when they're arrested, whether they're in a mental health crisis or whatever crisis they're going through at that moment, most officers who aren't trained in CIT assume that something bad is going on besides the mental health issue. So they get processed through the jail. When they get in the jail, that's when it's identified, oh, this is a mental health issue, they shouldn't be here. But
So
they're
they
in
get-
there 3 days.
So they're gonna release them to you automatically?
No, what happens is we would be able to identify that in an early, instead of, it's be pre-jail. So pre-jail diversion. So we would be able to divert them from the jail to the proper facility they need to be.
Thank you, I mean, I'm just, like I said, I'm just not, I don't see the big picture here, but I mean, I don't mind supporting the 150, because I think it's a good thing. That thing will help the officers in the field, all the officers, you know, not just 80% or whatever, but I think that this is one thing that's gonna help everybody, you know, the officers, to expedite things. And, so, I mean, I don't have a problem with 150,000 for that program, but I do have a problem with the other program right now.
So thank you for your comments. I have a motion that I read.
Judge, I have a question for Daryl.
Of course.
Daryl, we have some departments here, I think the district clerk or what, they went paperless. And we had some problems there. The court managers were supposed to communicate with the jail and this and that. And I know they had a lot of problems with that. is this gonna have the same problems, or do you think it's gonna work?
Yeah, I think it'll work just fine, but we're gonna check things out, very well before we implement. There are other counties, other areas that are using this software, and I can be in touch with them because they're part of our tax, the county groups that we all collaborate, and we can find out the pros and cons they ran into with implementing the software. So we can do more. And also, in the procurement of this software, it would have to be sole source, so we'll have to work with Tyler on that, because it does integrate with our Odyssey system. So it's kind of, that's why we're choosing the Tyler products. So as such, we're going to have to come back to Commissioners Court with that sole source letter, and that's when we'll have exact numbers. At this time, that's one of the problems with ARPA, is that we can't come to y'all with exact numbers because it's spanning too much time, and it's a roller coaster with the economy out there, so prices are mostly increasing. So we'll come back with exact numbers and with that procurement process for a second round of approval. Here, we're just asking that we allocate the ARPA funds towards it, but before any penny is spent, you'll see it again on a future agenda item. So you'll have more time to think about it, come up with other questions, and then make a final decision when we come.
Why don't we just wait till you get the whole package ready?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
I mean,
Well, because this is what gets you, the package is ready, and it's been vetted for over almost a year now, if not longer. The real issue is this gets us to that next step, which is when you say you're gonna bring us the exact dollars, what you mean is that you'll put a whole package together as to what a 4-year commitment would be. For now, what we have to do is consider the purchase or procurement of the actual software, and then later you can bring us the actual document that would give us what it would be over time.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
we're looking at purchasing it with ARPA funds.
Correct.
So we need a decision from Commissioner's
Right,
Court.
to get to that next
yes,
step.
Yes, that we want to pursue that portion of it.
Right. Did you have something? I thought I saw
I
someone.
did. I just,
Go
could you
ahead.
restate the motion? I'm sorry, I had to step out.
I'd
for
be
just a
happy
second.
to. It was a little long, but I'm going to try it again.
I'm sorry, Judge, Michael wants to talk about it as well.
Of course.
Okay, so what I understand y'all are doing today is you're approving the funding source for this activity, and then I'll be coming back with a sole source purchase, is what I understand from Daryl, on the next agenda to officially execute that purchase.
Yeah, that's correct. My motion comes straight out of our agenda. So I don't know if this changes what you just said, but my motion comes straight out of the agenda. And my motion was for the commissioner was that my motion is to purchase the Soft Code County Law Enforcement Civil Service Management and Reporting Application along with the e-citation County Law Enforcement Civil Service Management Reporting Application, and that the funding be escrowed or, allocated as American Rescue Plan Act. And if you'd like me to, Michael, I can further add that, that procurement will deliver to us the next steps with regards to those procurement.
Dollar amount as well.
I did. I put the dollar amount in, but it was 477. I'm trying to remember the.
684.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would recommend respectfully that be modified to say that you are approving the funding for the purchase at this time.
Happy to do that. I think I
Yeah,
just
I think-
changed the words a little bit to say, instead of the way I said it was allocated, that I'm appropriating the funding in that motion for that amount. And I did have a motion and I did have a second, and we got into discussion. Michael, is that okay? The way we modified?
Yes, I just want to have that opportunity to do the
Understood.
official sole source. Because I have to
Understood.
write a sole source letter for that type of purchase, and that
You got
wasn't
it.
included on this agenda item.
Got it, and we'll work on that for whenever you can get it to us. Constable?
If I could real quick, just to address Commissioner Gonzalez, this doesn't also benefit law enforcement. This is also benefits all the court systems because it ties into Odyssey. So not only when we do our returns, it's back to the courts in real time. So the attorneys, the judges, everybody can track what's been attempted, what's been delivered. Everything's real time. So it's not just precincts that are going to benefit. It is the county.
I mean,
as
but they
a
do that
whole.
already, but when you take it back to them, It's already recorded on the citation.
You have, it's real-time data is the benefit.
Okay. Judge, some comments, questions. I met with the constable yesterday, and I was pretty clear with him where I came down on it. If you're, and I apologize because I had to.
Go ahead.
Had a little urgent matter that I had to step out of the room on, but when you made your motion, I was going to suggest we vote on these separately because I've got a couple of thoughts on it. The ARPA funds are dwindling quickly. We have $200 million worth of ARPA requests, and we've got about, I don't know, 50 million left, and we're still trying to get to a workshop. So I'm pretty protective with the ARPA dollars, as we all are, on this. I shared very openly with the constable yesterday that I support the e-ticket concept, but I'm not ready to go down the path on the other one yet. And we talked about his numbers, and I discussed that openly with him, and we went back and forth, and I don't think we need to regurgitate all that. I took some exception to some of those numbers. I thought it was a good conversation, but so it's your motion. You have every right to vote on it first. I would prefer to vote on them separately, but if not, then we can vote on your motion, and if it passes, great, and if it doesn't, then I can come back and make a separate motion. So however you want to go about that.
Okay, so I'll make,
Who made the
ask a
the
question?
second motion?
Well, originally, sir, you did.
Well, I'd like to remove that also, please.
Okay, so I'm going to keep the motion because I like the process, and I think it's important that we have the motion, and
I second it.
and Commissioner Modis will second. He actually said he wanted to withdraw the second. Originally, and then remember, I had to read it into the record. However you care, however you want to document it. The point is that for the process, there's a second. And then we can always move to another course of action here, but
Judge, yeah.
Absolutely, Commissioner.
Sure. So everyone shared their concerns. I mean, obviously, we need to keep a mindful eye on the amount that we're spending. ARPA is dwindling away fast. We do have a workshop coming up soon. Workshop should have been done day one. There was just so many good requests at the beginning that we just kind of started, divvying up the money. I'd hate for this to be a casualty just because now we've decided at this moment to prioritize when I think we should have been doing it all along. And I put that on myself because I think I should have made a stand back then. But, this is about efficiency. This is about the traps have been run by IT, by law enforcement. And to me, that's good enough. I hear the concerns, but I think we still have opportunities in the future, right? Anything that gets funded now, nothing's guaranteed. We can ask for and present a budget this year that cuts all departments in half, right? Their overall expenditures or employees. So, there's always going to be a yearly balance of looking at these numbers. But the fact that we still have in the future an opportunity to come back and look at that, we're going to have to do that with the ARPA funding that we allocated to employee pay raises, especially on the law enforcement side, right? We put up money to help kind of bring them to a little bit better level and pace that they have been and compared to other counties. But with all the work that I know that has been done by you, that's enough for me to say, let's approve this, let's support this and move forward. I welcome and appreciate hearing all the other perspectives, and I do have that sense of concern. But I think that today we are good enough to move forward. So that's where I stand on this. So hopefully, if something comes of this motion. If not, then I guess we'll hear it being divided up.
And just to put it in perspective, in the light most favorable to the dwindling ARPA funds, in the light most favorable, by my calculation, we're still at over $55 million worth of funds available for allocation. This request of $477,684 is not only reasonable, it's in keeping with our previous resolutions to support the needs of law enforcement. So I would ask that you at least consider that, Commissioners, going in. A $477,000 request that will yield a rate of return is not only reasonable and proper, but I commend, quite frankly, law enforcement for bringing it to us and getting, getting it before us. So we'll go ahead and do it this way and then see what happens, and then we're happy to let the process work, but all those in
Judge,
favor?
may I-
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, for discussion, I just want to make sure that it's clear that this was not a joint law enforcement proposal. This was the constable's proposal. So this isn't necessarily, it's not all of law enforcement. It serves primarily a segment with the civil process serving. And that's different than law enforcement. That's why I support the e-ticket portion of this. Also, I think some of the cost savings numbers, like I said, I differed with the constable in regards to that. And my approach was to simply look at it as, let's try this first and see how it works and see if it, in fact, increases the efficiency that it could without biting off the entire thing. My understanding also on the ARPA funds was that we were less than that simply because we just also passed the new law enforcement dollars, and I don't know
Yeah,
that was.
I'll get that. That's a
Right,
good,
so
but I know
and
that
I
I'm
don't mean
right
to-
because
no, no,
I do those numbers every day and,
Like I say, and I wasn't trying to.
Yeah.
50-55, I'm not sure, I thought it was under 55, but I'm sure you're more on top of that. But I think it.
even if it's 50, I'll give you the 5 mil.
Right.
Even if it's 50 million, I'm still
No,
okay with those numbers.
Whatever it is, I'm just, I thought it was less than that. If it's not, I did not mean, I was just trying to say if I misquoted on the 50, then I was trying to correct myself and just
Yeah.
say, I thought it was. So if
Well,
that
and
was
you're
wrong-
not precluding coming back either.
Right, right. So and that was what I told Constable yesterday was my thought was to go forward with the e-tickets because that truly helps all of law enforcement. That's super efficient for all of law enforcement. Whereas the second chunk is more, it's the bigger chunk, it's the higher chunk, and it only is really helping a smaller portion of that. And from what law enforcement folks that I talked to, this was not one of their top 5 priorities. This was not one of their top 7 or 8 priorities. That
And
they
that's
had a
good to
lot of-
tell him,
No,
right?
I-
Not
no, I
me.
did. No,
Because if
no,
he can come back.
I did tell him.
And bring all these law enforcement, because I hear differently.
Yeah, I spoke with all the constables personally, and one of the biggest proponents was Bobby Sherwood on the island. He was for both purchases. Constable Oscar Mendez was also for both.
Mendoza.
Or Mendoza, excuse me. I didn't get a chance to speak with Jimmy because he was out sick. And so out of the 5, I spoke personally with 4, and they were in favor. They wanted me to take the lead because, you know, I was the most active in it, and they said, whatever you want to do, we'll support you. So that was the word that I got when I initially spoke to 4 of the 5 constables.
Right, and so I'm just saying is that and I did, this is the exact conversation I had with him yesterday, Judge, so everything I just said.
I hear you.
Said to him, I just didn't say it out loud here, so I was just trying to say some of it out loud here. So again, as I told him yesterday, I'm not comfortable with the service process part of it yet. Doesn't mean precludes it from coming back. I'm very comfortable with the e-tickets and seeing how that works. Now, my other question was before I forget is, I'm not a huge fan of sole source anymore. So I got to ask why we did this as a sole source and why, well, that wouldn't really be a you question, it would be a Michael question. Why would we do this as a sole source and why wouldn't we go out if there's nobody else qualified? Then that's the answer I'm looking for because I want to make sure that people understand these sole sources, that we're allowed to do them, we're able to do them, it's legal to do them. But what it does is it precludes anybody else from being involved except that one vendor. A lot of times the answer is nobody else can do it. So maybe that's the answer, Michael, and that's why I wanted to ask you.
So this item was brought by the constable's office and not by my office, and so today is the first I'm hearing of any of this. So I don't have a commentary other than I wanted to come back with the purchasing vehicle after I have an opportunity to review the documents from the vendor. So
And I
that's why
guess-
I didn't
But-
want
And I
y'all to
didn't
approve
ask-
an actual purchase today, because we haven't had that opportunity to have that discussion.
Right, and I didn't ask that question to the constable, so that's one I didn't think of yesterday until someone just said sole source. So I kind of do need to get to the understanding of why we do it as a sole source,
Right.
because I don't
But-
love them.
Typically, we do a sole source when that vendor is the only one that has a patent on whatever their special software or package is. They provide a letter to us indicating the reasons for why they believe they're a sole source. We do an investigation in our office to make sure that we concur that it is a sole source, and then I would write a sole source letter and bring that back to the court.
So you don't even know if this qualifies as a sole source at this point?
Not as we stand here today.
So I don't know how we really can even move forward on that, Judge.
Well, for starters, hold on one second. What I'd like to do is, again, you heard the process. if we do directives, that's what we do, then you can come back and bring us that vetting.
Correct, and
So if that's our desire and it doesn't work and you need a different form of procurement, then bring it back to us.
Yeah,
But
that's
what
what-
we don't do is, we do the directions and you guys do the procurement.
That is correct.
And so what I'd like to do is, let me go through the process so that we can get quickly through it.
I just wanted
But
to ask
the,
Jimmy,
but by
can we even-
definition,
Can we even make a legal motion if we don't know if we're
well,
qualified to do a sole
but
source
what,
motion?
what
Well,
I've
no,
done,
what-
we're not doing the sole source yet. That's what I'm saying. The motion is about saying we wish to procure an e-citation reader. We wish to allocate these dollars towards it. That's what we're doing today. That's
always-
what the
that's always
motion
Step
is.
one is for you guys to authorize funding for whatever project ideas that come to you from different department heads or elected officials when they come up here and ask
Yeah.
for funding. And then once that funding is secured, then step two is to have that
That's right.
individual engage my office, and we work on how to properly procure.
So we're
And then
not-
we come
I wanted
back
to give
that. So we're
Darryl-
not step one
leaping
today.
in.
Excuse me, Judge, I wanted to give Daryl the opportunity to bring back some feedback with the other counties, see how theirs is working. And do they have that same program?
Yes, that'd be good. I want to let the Tyler rep talk about the sole source that he's dealt with other entities.
Yes, so we are either currently live or in implementation for the civil process software specifically in 18 counties in Texas, all of which have sole sourced. And it's due to the integration we have with Odyssey and just the breadth of what the service actually provides. We're a very unique, civil process management's very unique, and so creating software to manage that is also unique.
Thank you.
Okay,
And that's a good
so-
clarification, Judge. So if you're just making a motion not to
Yeah,
award
that's right.
to them, you're
That's
just,
right.
you're just doing the funding, that's a fair clarification for me.
Okay.
And then we can come back and Michael can
Appreciate
tell us
that.
if it
Okay.
meets the sole sourcing.
Appreciate that clarification from your part. And so let's go through this. So all those in favor, remember the motion.
Is the whole amount or the?
For right now, sir, it is, and then we'll see what happens. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign.
No.
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 Okay, and so is there, I'll make the new motion to bifurcate at this time, Constable, and encourage you to go garner that support with letters of support, because I think that could change the outcome. And I think that the motion would then read for the clerk, the motion is to approve the e-citation, the procurement of the e-citation County Law Enforcement Civil Service Management Reporting Application, and to provide the allocation from the American Rescue Plan Act, and the amount to be referenced is approximately 150,
130,
130, sorry,
No,
give me
I
a
think-
second.
150,000.
Said 150 something.
$150,059.
Okay, I couldn't remember the last, 150,59.
Second.
And I've got a second from Commissioner Chesney, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, Constable, you have a little bit of time, if you have a little bit of time, I should say, visit with Michael. Tyler, you're here, that's great. Daryl, hang around, we've got more for you, but I am trying to move us, and so we have other judges that are here. So I'd ask for you guys to regroup, and we'll see you very soon.
And I'll get with the other constables and get letters of support for.
Yeah, and
these
talk to your
soft-
sheriff, and, you know, like anything, transformation takes time, and we started today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Commissioners, Judge, thank you very much.
I've got really three. Everybody's important here, but I will tell you that we are a little behind schedule, and I asked Judge McCoy to come at 10:30 this morning. He needs to get back to the court. I'm hoping this will not be too long. Commissioners, would you please direct your attention to, give me just one second, Ide, if you could.
387.
Thank you so much. 387. And Judge, this is regarding the Juvenile Justice Center. You preside, of course, over County Court at Law Number 5. And we've ID'd through Public Works and through good work on Homer's part and y'all's part, some upgrade needs that include a second courtroom. This is You know, you'd like to blame everything on COVID, but it's really always been a need, only COVID has exacerbated it. And can you just give us a little background, and then we have some backup documentation as to the recommendations, the cost, and then I'd like to help by making that motion.
I can, and thanks for having me. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
And as y'all know, County Court 5, the bulk of our docket is our CPS cases. And what we have over there now is a two-pronged problem. One, it actually is a COVID issue. When cases come in, CPS cases, you have to hear them by statute, every 60 days or every 90 days. So when a case is pending on Court 5's docket, and something like COVID hits where you can't get a jury trial, the case doesn't go away. It remains on the docket, and you have to continue hearing the case, have status hearings, because kids are involved. So what we have is now, because of COVID, we have a backlog of cases that we're trying to get to trial. Not only a backlog trying to get to trial, but also our dockets have increased because we're having to hear cases that would normally have otherwise been closed. For example, I did a trial on Monday on a 2018 case. Just because we couldn't get a jury and we couldn't get the case closed due to COVID. So our case load has increased dramatically, and it's going to take a while to get that resolved. The second problem is a statutory problem. There was a statute that passed in the last legislature that required attorneys to be appointed for both parents as well as the child on what would be typically called a CPS services case. Generally I would handle 15 or 20 of those on a Friday and get them resolved and get them knocked out. Now those 15 or 20 cases are going to have 3 lawyers apiece on them, which is just going to take, it's not something we can't handle. It's going to take more time, and it's going to take more resources. And I can't help that. I don't think it's going to get better. I think another statute's going to pass at the next legislature requiring more attorneys to be appointed on conservatorship cases as well. So what we're doing now is many times we utilize a training room that probation has. So I go to Homer and I say, hey, I need to steal your training room, which is right next to the our courtroom, and we'll hold 2 courts, or we'll hold 2 courts on Zoom. We had 2 trials going this week, and we'll have another 2 going this afternoon. And when everything starts kind of integrating back in person, I can't do it right now. If I had everything in person right now, Court 5 would be packed and out the door. It would be a safety concern. It just can't happen. So what I'm suggesting, or what I'm requesting, is if we can take that training room and refit it and make it a courtroom for the associate judge, Judge Huerta, or myself to utilize, and so we get these cases moved.
And where is it, Judge, that you're talking about exactly over there?
It's the training room. When you walk in the front door at security,
Mm-hmm.
there's that door straight ahead. It's just
Right
literally right next to the courtroom.
Right. Okay.
My suggestion was you could take a door where Judge Huerta's office is, and it opens right into it.
And we did walk it with Public Works and with the
Great
program
idea.
managers that were there, that are working at the juvenile center right now. And what you'll notice, commissioners, is
How
this
much?
is under $50,000.
How much is it? I'm sorry?
Under $50,000.
You had me at hello. That's so needed. I
And-
mean, with
well,
Judge
I'm
Huerta over
glad,
there.
because what I'm going to suggest is that since we're so worried about ARPA, that each of us give $10,000 from our CO21s and make this happen. This is so awesome on the rate of return. And I was going to suggest American Rescue Plan Act, but I want to make certain that we're in keeping
I'm in-
with that.
I'm in
How are
for
you
10.
feeling about that?
I'm good.
I'm in too.
But hold on, I don't want to leave Homer out here. So what we're doing.
Homer
Well,
out there,
Homer has to speak for Homer. No, I'm
Homer's
just
gotta be-
But I just want to know, we're going to take what's needed, and I
Yeah.
don't want to.
And you know what? And I believe that that's important, but let's do, as you know, just process-wise, let's address this particular courtroom, and you're absolutely right, but let's do this
But hold
first.
on, you can use that for a training room when it's not being used.
That's
Absolutely.
correct.
And we discussed that as well.
Okay, because that's a good point, and I guess we should ask that first. But I think the way that system runs over there, being very, very well aware of it, and the fact that we've got Judge Huerta geared up to where she's now, I think, almost she's almost 40, is she 40 hours now? Because I know we continue to increase her. I mean, you literally can run 2 dockets at one time.
In
You're gonna
fact,
have
we
to, now
can.
you're gonna have to get a visiting court reporter, and you're gonna have to do some other things that are gonna
Which
cost
we
you.
do, yeah. I mean-
Right, but that system is insane over there. There's nothing, I don't know how else to describe it. It's insanity. So to have a second opportunity over there, I think is gonna be good for Homer too, because of all the juvenile stuff that can be had and heard in addition to CPS and the guardianships and everything else. So, I mean, as long as Homer's okay with it and y'all have worked it out, then we don't wanna run you over there, but man, that's a great idea. I mean, that's just a great idea.
Well, the ultimate goal is to get, in CPS cases, to get permanency for these children. Get them out of the system, get them with their families, or get them in a stable home. And I look at the numbers every year, and there's a direct correlation to hearing the cases, meaning getting them into court, hearing the cases, to less time in the system or faster path to permanency. So I can't quit hearing them. I have to.
Homer, I mean, you're good, I mean, you can tolerate this, I don't know if you're good with it, but.
No, I agree with the second courtroom, and I also agree with the most logical place for the second courtroom is exactly where it is. In fact, that was our recommendation. Yes, we can share that once it becomes a courtroom. It's not optimal, however. The optimal thing would be to have another standalone training facility. We utilize that to the fullest.
Is there room over there to do it?
Yes.
Okay,
We
so
have a
that's the
couple of
next
different
balance.
options that we've spoke to with Public Works, and I know this is phase one, but, and this will obviously be phase two on how to create a second training facility, but we do need a set-alone training facility.
And let me just tell you, Judge, I would say the same thing to Homer, that if the numbers keep coming in kind of in that range, I'll help again, because I think this is super important, and I mean,
Agreed.
we need everything we can to get Judge McCoy the opportunity to get those kids into permanency and get those juveniles dealt
Yep.
with, and that court is just insane over there, and not that, and I'll say it always, it is absolutely the most important court in Nueces County, and I mean no disrespect to other judges, but the work that's done over there is just unreal, so if this helps.
And you would know.
if-
You
if
were the
this-
judge there.
If this helps, thank you, if this helps do it, I'm in on this round, I'll help on the next round too.
And just in fairness to everybody, I think these quotes are very accurate in the sense that, we had a lot of people in the room trying to give best cost estimates, but please allow for flexibility. Please be nimble. Let me give you one example. With supply chain concerns, it might be better to build the judge's, a bench, but because we may not be able to find a judge's bench, or it may work conversely. We can't find the workforce, and maybe it's better to buy a prefab judge's bench. All I know is that we believe these at the moment to be honorable,
Judge, I make your motion.
estimates.
You're
You're
dead
good?
on. I mean,
All
if
right.
everybody else is, I don't want to force it on
Well,
everybody. but
I just
if-
want you to know, we may come back for a bench, but I think we might be okay here. This looks like a very comprehensive analysis. And by the way, the timeline is a quick one. They need it quick, and our PW team knows that they need to move quickly. I've got a motion on the floor to
Well, and I
approve.
don't want to force it on anybody else since it's everybody's CO, so I guess I should, I mean, I'll
Well, no,
make,
we can work on that if that's not the funding source that you want, but let me make the motion and let's see if we get a second.
oh, you don't have any 21s? Oh, okay.
But we have a funding source here, Judge.
Okay.
So we can.
All right, let me let Ida announce
Yeah,
it.
2019 CEOs.
From
and
unallocated?
Yes.
Okay,
And then we have the building superintendent as well. So we have
Okay.
the money
So you
for
don't
those
need-
50,000.
Okay.
So we don't need to do what you want to do, we're going to do it that way?
No.
Okay, motion to do it that way.
All right, a motion to approve that expansion of the second courtroom. We're going to be using 2019 COs. We've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's actually two funds, Kara. It's that building supervisors fund. Is that right?
That's correct.
And just give me the number.
Department 1570.
For the record, 5070, as well as the CO 2019s. Okay, all those opposed, same sign. Great, thank you. We believe this will be helpful to you, but we know that it's comprehensive. So Homer, I would say work with PW and come back when you can to get that next phase looked at. Okay, thank you all. We're sorry we made you wait.
Thank you.
Okay, I have had multiple requests, but I'm going to honor the first one, and then I'll honor the second. So for Half and Associates, you're 2, sorry. Hang on, you're 2. You're 2 because 1 has to get on the road back to Waco, and that's our auditor. And when there's no money, there's no nada. So we're going to work on auditors first, but half you're on deck, okay? I promise. And so please turn your attention to the auditors section. And Dale, we're going to receive the presentation for the 2021-2022 Annual Comprehensive Financial Report to the court. It's coming from the auditors, but joining us, he'll introduce our outside auditor, and I'm going to direct your attention to this beautiful document online and on video. This is a nice summary of our annual comprehensive financial report in brief, and if I do say so myself, it's a good one.
Yes.
Welcome.
Thank you. Dale, are you going to go over the numbers
Yes,
part first?
Yes, John, I'll go this. We're here to present the annual financial report that is required by the local government code. It requires us to compile all the information data and the financial data that we have, as well as match the requirements that we have for the Government Accounting Standards Board, as well as get the audit report audited. And our auditors are Patella Brown Hill, and they're out of Waco, and Mr. Manning is our lead partner at the location. I'll go through some of the numbers that we go through there, and then I'll let him end with his auditing opinion and anything that he might have that he wants to express on this. If you haven't received your book yet, you should be receiving your audited financial statement very soon. We're getting these also shipped out to all of the required people that we were able to submit the report to. And just to be able to help y'all, we printed 150 of these 8-page reports for you to be able to hand out to whoever you want to hand out to. If you need more, just let us know. We can print some more. They will be online. They will be on our website. And it's just a real quick summary of what our financial position is and where we expect to go. So if we want to go to page 2 of this report, and this is where we're talking about what we're going to be discussing in our report. We're basically going to discuss our financial reporting objectives, our highlights. Then we're going to go what we call a government-wide financial statements. What government-wide means, that's our entire funds from all areas of the county. That includes our self-insurance funds, as well as our other operating funds that we have throughout the county. Then we have our net pension liability, which is our pension liability with the Texas County District Retirement System. And then we go through government-wide. Government-wide excludes our self-insurance fund. These are just our operating funds that we have. We show our statement of net position, our analysis of our revenue, our analysis of our expenses, and then we have a change of our fund balances. We'll show you some of the fund balances did go down. However, some of them, and most important, the general fund did increase. Some of them might not have gone as high as we would like to have gone, but that was just an issue because of the COVID-related activities we had through the year. Then we're going to give you a balance of where our fund balance is for the general fund, what are our current impacts for the future year, and then we're going to let Mr. Manning end on the audit reports from Patella Brown Hill. Next page, please. You'll see our financial reporting objectives, which is to provide information to determine whether our current fiscal revenue is sufficient to pay for the current year services, demonstrate whether resources were obtained and used in accordance with county legal adopted budget, provide information to determine whether the county's financial position improved or deteriorated as a result of these operations, and provide information about the county's financial position and conditions. And you see that there's the front page of our annual financial report. And as you see, last year we did receive the Certificate of Achievement in Excellence Financial Reporting, and we have submitted our auditor reports to GFOA for their evaluation, and we do believe that we will continue to receive this report. And just so you know, that year was our 27th year in a row, and we expect it to continue. Next page, please. On page 4, here's our financial highlights. The county's government-wide total assets and deferred outflows of resources as the fiscal year exceeded its liabilities and deferred inflows by $1,704,000, which means we had a slight decrease in our net position. Now, that's not very alarming because our net position does increase and decrease every year based on where our pension liability is. And just for this, it was only a small decrease, but as you'll see, our other fund balances did continue. The county's governmental funds and control of the government-wide statements reported combined ending fund balance of $154,385,510, an increase of $45 million in comparison to the prior year. And a lot of that was because of some of our debt issuance and our bond proceeds that we received in our capital projects funds. The important one is the general fund. The general fund total fund balance is $25,940,567, which is an increase of $939,463 from the prior year. We would like to have that higher, but as we saw, there was some significant revenue loss from our COVID-related expenses, but we did see there was some savings in our balances, and we want to thank all the departments for all their process and what they've done to make sure this is where it is. As you see, the county's general obligation debt did increase by $73 million due to new bond issues of $41 million and refunding issuance of $9,470,000. And we did issue a bank financing from Bank of America for $23,319,000. Our total combined obligations of debt at the year end is $201,436,136. The debt service fund balance is currently $303,803,000, or 26.16% of the next year's debt obligations. Your next slide, please. This is where we dock our government-wide financial statements. This is our net position, and this is where we include a lot of our required balances where we put our net pension liabilities. We have our assets, as we also have our depreciation and other required disclosures. And as you see at the very bottom of the 2021, our total net position is $95,291,608. A slight decrease from the prior year of $1,704,806. Even though, as I said before, it is a decrease, but these fluctuate very regularly because of our net pension liability. If you go to the next slide, that's where we actually see our net pension liability. This is our information we received from our Texas County Retirement System that manages our net pension liabilities. And as you see, the balances currently for the beginning of the year was $22,623,801. At the very end of the year, it's $33,273,793. So you see it was a slight increase. These do fluctuate from year to year. Next slide, please. This is where we talk about our government-wide analysis of our revenue and expenses. Our expenses did increase by $13,772 from the prior year, as you see the balances of how we show our net position in our revenue expense. Our revenue did also increase, but however, our revenue increase was not as significant as our expenses, and a lot of this is because we do have, when we actually do post our net pension liability, we have to put a net pension expense, and sometimes these expenses make where the fluctuation is and where our balance is showing of our net pension loss and balances. Go to the next page on page 8. Page 8 shows you our government-wide financial analysis. This is our regular funds. These are operating funds. It's the general fund, the road fund, the airport fund, the inland parks, coastal park funds, our law library funds, all of the funds we have are fairground funds. These are the funds that we have that we do for operations. As you see here, we had a difference of total revenue of $13,772,127. And that was very impressive that we did see that increase, but a lot of that increase was, as we said, is because of proceeds from our debt issuance. The one shocking, you'll see the number 3 on there, are interest that we've earned from the funds. Because of where we're at in COVID-related expenses, our total investment earnings decreased by $1.6 million. So that's where we see a big decrease. Now, we do believe that this will hopefully be turning around soon, and we should be getting more revenue in the very near future. But as you see, the other operating, our property tax did increase by $4,098,000 due to adopting a tax rate that was above our no new revenue tax. Page 9. This is our financial statement on our expenses. Our total expenses did increase by $16,815,809, and because some of our capital improvements is in this function, that's where the biggest increases would be. But as you see, some of the other items here, our general government did increase by $4 million. Our law enforcement did increase by 9 million, and a lot of this has to do with some of our salary increases and other functions that we had, as well as some other costs we knew were coming. As we go through, but you saw that the interest on long-term debt, as we saw, it did decrease because of our payments to the balances. As you see, most of them were a small increase, where the parks and long-term debt did go down in slight balances. Next page. This just to show you revenue basis on here's our program revenue and our program expenses. And you see the biggest one is on your program revenue and program expenses is on our law enforcement. This just shows you a bar graph of each of those items. Next item. Next page, please. Page 11 is basically our financial analysis on the governmental funds, change in fund balance from last year to this year. As you see, our last year's fund balances for the general fund was $25,001,104. And you'll see it was an increase of $939 and $939,463 for an ending fund balance of $29,940,567, which was an increase. And as you see, if we compare that to our budget target, we're at the target level. So we normally present 25% of our budget was for reserves to match that balance, and we're right at 25.06%. But as you see, there are some of the fund balances did go down. Our debt service went down because of additional interest we had to pay because of new debt issuance as well as the refunding. Our road fund went down slightly. Our fairgrounds went down slightly as well, but those were expected. The law library, because of using it in other forms, did decrease significantly. But we made projects and plannings to make sure that is recovered, and we believe that should recover itself. In the next 2 or 3 years, we should be back to normal, around $56,000 or $60,000 in total revenue. The rest of you see were increases. But you see our capital project did increase by $44 million, and that's what I mentioned. We had our issuance of new debt for those items. On page 12, you'll see this is where our general fund revenue, this is our breakdown of revenue. As we know, the biggest portion of our revenue does come from taxes, and that's about, if we do the general fund, it's about 65 to 75% of our total revenue does come from taxes. But you see, we do have other sources of balances there. And the largest other one in there, that the orange slice, is our intergovernmental revenue and expenses, and a lot of that comes from grants. Page 13, please. Now we're talking about our general fund. You see our fund balances for the last 5 years. The current fund balance right now is $25,940,567. Our target balance was $25,876,481. So you see we're right at our target level. And the way we're going, believe at the position we're going now, we believe that will continue to increase. But we'll have to see once our courts and balances get running. Our revenues are always a little bit behind on that. So we'll have to make sure we manage it as we get ready to our budget cycles. On 14. 14, this is basically our impact of the future years. As we know, we went through modification of our memorandum of understanding with the City County Health and how we're going to function that. We're still processing through the COVID activities and balances for that, as well as possible any future events that might be in effect. We're trying to manage everything that we need to have. We've done as well as we can. And that's the position where we're at for the balances. As we said, the annual financial report was compiled and put together. I need to thank my entire staff. I need to thank the entire court, as well as every department head that provide us information or put anything together. No one person can do this by itself. We do believe that our balances do qualify for the awards. We do feel that the Patillo Brown Hill is our auditing department as well, and they will be here next year to continue to do their auditing services. We have a good relationship with them. They've done their duties, and they make sure we met the requirements that we have. I'll go ahead and turn it over to John, let him go through any external audits that they may have with results and any comments he may have.
Thank you, Dale. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, County Judge. I really appreciate you adjusting the agenda to fit me in. I appreciate it. I just want to kind of reiterate a few things that Dale had said. I do think, in particular, if you look at this, I think it's typically called a popular report, but what it does is if people haven't seen the actual annual financial report of the county, it's close to 200 pages. So I think Dale and his department have done a really good job of kind of focusing on some of the things that are high points that I think users of the financials would like to see without having to dig through 180 pages of the things that Dale and I do all day. But if you look at that last page, one thing, this is our third year to perform the audit for the county. And as you can see, one of the things that we like to look at is financial stability and trends. And if you look at the general fund balance, you can see that in 17 it was about 16.6 million, and now it's about up to almost 26 million. And I know that you guys have an internal policy that you like to see a target of at least a fund balance of 25% of expenditures, and you're now over that. So I applaud that. I know that's a lot of effort that goes into that, and that does show financial stability and that the fund balances are moving in the right direction. The numbers and the report are the responsibility of the county. Our responsibility is to express an opinion as to whether those numbers are correct and the disclosures that are with those are correct. And that's what we're offering here in this document, is an unmodified opinion, which of the 4 types of opinions that we can offer as outside auditors, it is the highest level of assurance that we can offer. It's called unmodified because we would not have to modify the opinion letter because of things that the county was not doing, or there were internal control deficiencies that were so large we couldn't determine whether the numbers were coming in correctly or not. So unmodified opinion is only 2 pages in the report, but it is very crucial for, I know y'all went out for debt and you will continue to go out for debt. That does help bond ratings, knowing that when those bond funds do come in, that people know that that money's going to be spent properly. In addition to that, we offer 2 other reports for government auditing standards and for uniform grant guidance. And because the county spends over $750,000 of federal funds, and in the next year or 2, it's going to be a lot more than $750,000. It already is. We did not have any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses to report. We also conducted numerous fraud interviews, and nothing came to light as far as things that maybe employees thought their supervisors were making them do, or anything that they thought was going on improper. So the other thing that I would like to reiterate is we work predominantly with the county auditor's office, but we go out to other offices and talk about their procedures and look how they bring in money and how they do things. And we get a lot of cooperation from everybody that we deal with in the county, and we really appreciate that. This job is hard, and you guys have to continue to do your regular job, but we're asking all these questions and helping compile data, and we really appreciate all the effort that people put in to help us get this done. I agree with Dale that I do think the report, again, will meet the criteria for the Reporting in Excellence Award from the GFOA, and we really appreciate being of service to the county, appreciate the commissioners allowing us to do the report, and thank Dale's office for all their help. And if you have questions now, I'll be glad to entertain those now, but all in all, a very good audit and a very good report.
Appreciate it. Probably the only thing to maybe reemphasize is on expenses. 10 million of that comes from law enforcement. So that's just such a huge, to me, it shines a light as to where, because that's the one thing that we're already beating our target, but boy, we would have really hit that grand slam. I mean, it's a home run, but the grand slam is if that law enforcement was not so increased. But Dale, do you want to? That's just all personnel costs, correct?
And you look
Large
at
portion of it,
through
yes.
any county throughout the state, they're all the
They're all like
highest,
that.
the
Okay.
highest function of expenditures is law enforcement. Same with the city. Sometimes they have fire.
Sure.
But a lot of times that law enforcement is the largest cost component of
Right.
a county's
But
budget.
ours was year over last. That's what I mean.
Oh, your increase.
I'm
yeah.
just talking about the increase.
Yes.
I'm certainly, go ahead, Dale.
Like I said, most of the costs, because every year we do have our collective bargaining agreement adjustments every year, as well as other costs. And some of the balances we did increase because of our jail's been running at near maximum capacity for the last 8 or 9 months. The cost for all the food and related expenses associated with the jail, as well as the electrical costs, have been significantly higher. So that was expected to be that way. And once we get these courts running again and we can clear out some of the jail, maybe some of these costs can go down. But however, our personnel costs will continue to increase.
Right.
And Judge, one of the things that made the law enforcement go up, especially in the government wides, is, as Dale mentioned, the pension liability went from 22 to 33.
That's where I was hoping you'd get. Yeah,
100% is out of control account.
that's right.
They assign you a rate All you do is pay that. Then that number is really triggered by how those assets that you've turned over to TC Edwards perform.
Right.
And this year, that liability went up, so because law enforcement has the most employees, that's where most of that difference gets allocated.
Got it.
But that's not cash that you guys spend.
That's right.
It makes the liability go up.
It's a booked liability.
Yes, it's what we call an unfunded actuarial accrued liability. That's a long word for an estimate of, under the current obligations that you have for your pension, and how much you have set aside for it.
Correct.
So and if you look in the report, it's about 8 pages of things that comprise that number. And you'll look, if you change the discount rate by 1%, that number goes up or down by $10 or $12 million.
Got it.
So I'm not trying to make light, it's a huge number, it's a large number, but it's
out of our control.
And you
It's
have to
not in our
provide-
hands. Yeah.
And your funding ratio is extremely good. Dale, you know what, it's high 80s.
Right.
So I mean, it's not like we hear horror stories about pensions that are
Right.
unfundable. Next year, if the market, if it keeps going down, that number's gonna get bigger, but when market booms, your number's gonna go through the
Right.
roof again.
You're on the, are you on that committee, Ms. Sands? The retirement committee?
Appointed by the governor to sit
Yeah,
on the board.
that's what I'm saying.
but-
Yeah.
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 Fiduciary.
No, I'm just throwing that out, that we have good representation.
DRS, I'm a board member.
Right.
Oh,
I
excellent.
just wanted you to know that, that's all.
Manoe brought I think we're about 97% funded.
Yeah. It's
I
one
mean,
of the first
87%,
things that we do
87%.
every year. When we look at our contingent liabilities, that pension goes straight to the top, and it's the first thing that we fund. And I think as a result, it really,
Retirement is fiscally sound.
yeah, I feel like
We
it
are
is.
great. We are.
We're in good shape, aren't
are.
we? And, well, listen, thank you. I do not have any more questions. For me, the health of our county relies on that strong general fund balance, and it just makes my heart sing to see us beat our target.
Yeah.
And that was the goal for me in 2019, and we did it. So congrats to everybody here. Thank you, Dale, and to your staff. Are there any other questions for Mr. Manning?
I want to make sure my staff and I want to thank Mr. Manning and all of the staff he has working together with him. We worked well together and resolved any conflicts or discrepancies we may have had to be able to present the information we have in front of us. And as we said, they're on their third year of 2 more years to go, and we look forward to this next year.
Appreciate it. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, thank you. It's a presentation receipt only, and remember, you have 20 copies of this, and
Said we did do a small version of the annual financial report, but we still recommend you read the entire book.
yes, we recommend it. But if you want to get to a quick nitty-gritty and you want to post something, post that general fund balance, because that indicates the health of your county, and people are going to be happy to receive it. Thank you, Mr. Manning. We hope you have a safe trip home.
Thank you, Judge, thank you.
All right, we'll hear from Half, and as you come in, let me do one quick, we can do this so fast, make your head spin. We've got some minutes to approve from Kara as you guys make your way to the podium. And those minutes are from April 19th and April 20th. It's item I-1. Is there a motion to pass the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And now, out of courtesy to our city folks, we'd like to advance item on the regular agenda, 3A3. 3A3. It is a presentation from City of Corpus Christi Parks and Rec Department and Half and Associates regarding the 10-year Parks and Recs master plan. I see Dr. Gonzalez is here from Parks and Rec as well, and he'll introduce the rest of his team, or you all can self-introduce. Welcome.
Thank you, Judge. My name is Robert Dodd. I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation for the City of Corpus Christi. Today, Half Consultants will present to you a complete summarization for the development projects, plans, and goals presented to in the 10-year Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So, me coming on new, this is a good time to start getting our goals and our plans ready for the next 10 years, and hopefully I'm able to see this out. We've worked with James, and obviously you've mentioned Dante. James will give his presentation, so thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Excited to see you in this new role.
Thank you.
I can only imagine your dad, how happy he would be right now. He's in government.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Welcome.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. My name is James Jimenez. I'm the Director of Landscape Architecture with Half Associates. We're a interdisciplinary, is what we like to say, primary engineering firm, but planning and landscape architecture. We have Robert Schultz here from our Corpus Christi office, so we've got offices all over Texas and Oklahoma and Florida. But very happy to be here this morning in Nueces County and Corpus Christi to briefly talk. Miss Ruth, thank you for pulling that up. I'm sitting there earlier as you were making the recognitions and all those things. I'm like, gosh, how do I follow recognition of all these sports teams and mental health and others? And then the CAFR comes, which I've spent 20 years in public service, and it seems like I'm always behind the CAFR, that really, dollars and cents. So what is it that I can talk about that is really more important than what we did? So the presentation that's in your packet, that's what we did. I actually want to just take a few minutes to talk about why we did it and why we do the work we do and why Parks and Recreation does what it does. So, early on, it's the recognition of the sports teams, mental health. What Parks and Recreation is to community is quality of life and outlets for, people to get outside of their homes, to recreate, for wellness, for community. Judge, you mentioned early on, all the recognitions, it's so much about community. Well, I'm obviously biased in that, I've spent 30 years in working with Parks and Recreation, that I think that Parks and Recreation departments are really one of the main drivers with community. So the city of Corpus Christi, as you all well know, is the vast majority of the residents of Nueces County. So the city of Corpus Christi is also obviously the largest provider of Parks and Recreation. There's over 2,000 acres of parkland, 185 parks, countless recreation programs that the city provides. We looked at all of those things in total, and what we are providing with this master plan is really a roadmap for the city to provide those parks and those services in a more efficient and effective manner. Much like the CAFR, dollars and cents are very important. There is not unlimited resources, and so this 180-page master plan and then the threefold appendices that goes with it is all about making sure that the city can operate the Parks and Recreation system very effectively. Just a few little things on how we did that. Public outreach is one of the most important thing that we do with these master plans. Through COVID, it was very difficult. Typically, we do have and like to see town halls, just open town halls where we engage with the community. Unfortunately, over the last 18, 19 months, that has not been really an opportunity for us to do, so we were very much focused on virtual. And we had a multitude of virtual opportunities, and then also a surveying. So we did a statistically valid, a random sample, a scientific survey, many people call it different things, is the main bit of public input that we lean on. For the city the size of Corpus Christi, 500 qualified responses, which are spread out across all the demographics of the city, is what is considered statistically valid. The results of that survey, we had 750 that qualified, and then we got an additional 450 approximate. So we had really close to 1,200 total survey responses, which is really good for any community, and especially the one the size of Corpus Christi. People are busy. The last thing they want to do is take a survey.
Yeah.
So
Would it surprise you that we got over 2,600 for Bob Hall Pier?
no.
I'm just
It
saying
is very
1,200 is
surprising.
amazing. Anything over 500 is valid for our community, but I'm thrilled. But it just gives you a perspective on when something's important to somebody, they'll answer.
So it's surprising, but it's not surprising with the community you represent.
Exactly.
I mean, this community is well engaged.
Yes,
And so
yes, sir.
we are very satisfied with the public input we received. So 63 total recommended strategies to really improve the Parks and Recreation system and operations. It's not a capital plan. It's not focused around, these big capital improvement program projects, that's bond monies, et cetera. We do have what I like to call low dollar, high impact recommendations for every one of the 185 parks that we looked at. We looked at, assessed the condition, and identified what are some really impactful things that can be done without spending millions of dollars. So this plan is really focused on getting results and helping the department move forward. And thank you for indulging me in not going through, the slides that are provided in your packet.
But we've been provided this, and Connie, no? Okay, maybe you can work with Connie later and make sure that we get a copy, because I'd love to look through those tools.
Most definitely.
I mean, looks pretty cool, the way you can, right? You can click on it, it's like a dashboard.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm not gonna bore you.
You're not gonna
with
go
that.
on,
No.
okay.
Those were just real high level look. I just wanted to talk about the importance of.
Oh, the importance of it.
What it is
Okay.
that we do, and it's serving the county residents as well, so.
Okay. I'm always gonna call him Coach. Coach, anything else here to really, I mean, there's so much I'm sure you wanna highlight, but maybe just continue to give us updates and,
Just like we're glad to be here for, this represents our city and our county.
Yeah.
So, it's a good relationship, and it's gonna be something we can build on and, beautify.
it is. I'll be very honest with you. I wish we had more time, so maybe we could, I'm gonna formally ask right now, and you can formally ask your heads of, as they say, your heads of state. But we really should workshop, a few of us, because we have dollars, and it works out when you leverage those dollars. And even though you're absolutely accurate that the majority of the citizens live in Corpus Christi, all of Nueces County utilizes Corpus Christi and the park systems, and they're a reflection of the whole county. And there might be some really good infrastructure bill money to chase here, like big money. And I was with the MPO yesterday, and I'll just tell you that, and your city manager knows this, and your mayor knows this, because we sit right next to each other on the MPO. We've got $21 million we're trying to spend. And that's probably chased behind $68 million we're trying to spend. And many of those include, not all, but many of it includes hike and bike trails and just really cool ways to enhance low dollar but big impact. But it's not gonna happen because we're siloed up. And I think that what we need to do is change our tune. And let's start singing the Kumbaya song, because that's how it works. And you guys have done all the heavy lifting and all the big, master planning. But now I'd like to challenge you. Each of these commissioners have a piece of Corpus Christi that's super relevant. And Commissioner Chesney has the island, super relevant as far as, there's just so much that we could help each other on. And I know you're just getting started, but that's my ask. I think it's a gentle and reasonable one. And I look forward to working with you and diving into this dashboard. And we think that it's very exciting what you're doing. I think it's very exciting. I won't speak for everybody else, what
For
you're
sure,
doing.
Judge. Thank you so much, and
You bet.
I'll definitely will get in contact and be in contact with you too.
Awesome.
Discuss things like that.
Yeah, Coach, I've been talking with Councilman Molina and Barrera for a while now. I love the example that Commissioner Gonzalez did at West Haven, and I'd love to do something like that within my precinct and then within one of those district areas. I have some in mind, and so I think that's an excellent example of partnership, cooperation, working with the city, a school district, and of course with the county. And so I hope you'll be in touch with Edward Herrera, the head of our inland parks, and I'd really like to get this discussion moving along. Wanted to see how it would look, and finally that's all finally in place and set. I think that's an excellent example to follow. So you'll be hearing from me, and I'll be going through the council members to set something up so we can look at what kind of vision, what kind of planning we could have to do something like that within the precinct in District 2 or District 3 areas.
Yes, sir.
And it dovetails beautifully in what you said about mental health and wellness. Nature-based landscape architecture is where it's at. It's where the money's at. And it's where people consider quality of place. If you ask anybody who we're trying to recruit for economic development, honestly, they want to know what you can offer them. And I can see the evidence all over our community, from Cole Park to Swantner, just everywhere you guys are touching, some smaller neighborhoods, new equipment. But please look to us to be a part of it, because not only do we have a big stakehold, but as they say, we've got moves you haven't seen yet. And that's really where I'm so happy. At first I questioned it. I'm like, let's look at this agenda. I mean, is this really I asked the court manager, is this really the right time to highlight such an important activity? But I am so glad she said yes, because this gets us all jump-started. The Vision Zero project you're doing, we have one here too. Because when at Cole Park at night, it's too dark. It's just too dark. And I want to go there with my family in the summer at night, but it's too dark. So I feel like by working together, there might be some really amazing things that we can do to support that quality of place that we've made a commitment to. So to me, this isn't just like a quick presentation. It's a call to action. I'm excited to work with you guys. And thank you to the city for all that you've done.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate you. Okay, super. That's just a presentation only.
Your Honor, there's one item, can we go back to the D1? The agenda item had the wrong years. It should say
Okay.
receive presentation of the 2020, 2021 fiscal year, not the 21, 22.
Can the clerk make that adjustment? All right, we'll let the clerk make that adjustment. And, okay, thank you so much. Let's blow through this very quickly, this consent agenda. I've got items A through S. Are there any, first of all, are there any to be removed at this time for additional information or comments?
Hang on, let me get there, Judge. Just
All right.
a second, if you don't mind. Yeah, K and L.
K and L, sir. Anybody else? Okay. How about a motion to approve A through S with the exclusion of K and L?
So moved.
And a second? I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now, K has to do, I don't know if there's anybody here, Commissioner, but let's try to help answer your question
It's,
through
both
Dale.
of them are the same question, and it is the evaluation committee thing that we had kind of had some discussions on, whether we wanted to stay on evaluation committees or whether we were going to go back to
I'll
the
tell you what I'll do.
FBs. So-
I don't know if that's been answered by the purchasing board, but I have no interest in being on this to satisfy.
No, it's not, the committee in general, in other words, the concept was, and I appreciate you saying that, but that's not what this one is about.
Okay.
It's more the
Looking for.
concept of,
Who makes up the committee?
well, just that, yeah, but that there is a committee. In other words, I like the low bidder type situations, because then there's no gray area, or there's no even consideration that a committee member, has any undue influence or whatever. I just like the whole process. I don't want to be on these either.
All I
but-
can tell you is that, let's
So it's just
turn
more
to
of
your
that.
book, and you can see a little bit of backup documentation on that. Go to items K and 11. If we need to, Ida, would you call,
I was just really asking Michael why we thought this needed to
Michael.
be evaluation committees. Yeah, so if you want
Okay.
to pause on that one and come back to it?
typically he'd be the best person. Why don't we pause
let's
on it
pause,
and
that's
just move away from it so we
That's
can
fair.
keep on?
That's fine.
Keeping on.
Okay.
And then, what I'm gonna do is, AgriLife, I saw Norma and her team. The value of patience, my friends.
And where are you going?
3A1, 3A1.
Okay.
It's free education today. That's how I look at it. No certificate given, but it is still very valuable. We, commissioners, are looking forward to this. We're going to receive a presentation of a check from Kevin Gibbs, our horticultural agent, from our Texas AgriLife Extension Service. It represents the number of volunteer hours given to the community by AgriLife Extension volunteers. This includes master gardeners, master naturalists, 4-H, wellness volunteers, youth ambassadors, and related matters. Get ready to be blown away. Norma.
Hello, Judge,
Hi.
Commissioners. I'm Norma Munoz. I am the Nueces County Extension Agent for Family and Community Health with Texas A&M AgriLife Extension Service. We are an educational agency, and we have a very strong volunteer base here in Nueces County and are very proud of those individuals who spend countless of hours providing education. They continue our community education as extension agents. That's what we do. We each have a discipline and we provide that outreach education, but they continue that with their knowledge, their expertise, and their skills. And without them, we wouldn't be what we are and who we are for the community of Nueces County. So this check, not sure where the check is, but it represents 22,000, a little over 22,000 of hours that were donated this past year by these volunteers. So, dollar value, that represents a little over $500,000.
Incredible.
Statewide, Extension had 86,300-ish volunteers that donated 4.2 million hours. So not only are our volunteers in this county important to us and important to the work that we do, but statewide Extension, AgriLife Extension, is very proud to announce that we've got so many individuals, not, as the judge mentioned earlier, not just in 4-H, which is what we see the most, right? But our master gardeners, our master naturalists, master wellness volunteers, and not to leave out our youth that are giving back to their counties respectively. So I'm going to hand it back over to Kevin. He's got a couple of things to say as well.
Kevin, welcome, and welcome to your whole team. Introduce your team.
I am going to. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for having us here today. It's always exciting. Usually in the month of April, we have volunteer recognition. We have not been able to do that the last 2 years, so we're excited to be back here today to be able to recognize some of the folks that do so much. I'm astounded, blown away that even in the midst of COVID, that they're able to knock out enough to evaluate at $500,000. So I want to bring some people up, and instead of me taking the time talking, I want to let them share a little bit about what their organization's been doing. So we're going to start with Mary Helen Johnston with Nueces County Master Gardeners.
Thank you for having us. I don't know if it'll adjust this low. There, I got it, I think. My name is Mary Helen Johnston, and I am born and raised in Corpus Christi. Went away for college, but came back. Loved the community, have always volunteered within the community. My husband, Jim Johnston, my two sons, Ryan and Kevin Johnston, all of us have always been quick to step up and help out in any way we can to support our community. And as a Nueces Master Gardener and our organization that is full of men and women that roll up their sleeves, get out there, work, toil in the sun, support community events, and do as much education as they can in our community. It is truly a privilege and an honor to serve. And the dollar amount, hearing all these things that we can do with money, this is saving you some money.
Yes.
So kudos to all of the work that you do, and we will continue to support your community.
Thank you. And I don't know if anybody else wants to offer. I'm excited to visit with you all. I hope it's okay just to say you've waited long enough. So you've noticed the incredible new envelope. We call that the envelope, the exterior of our building. It just looks like we have a brand new courthouse when you approach. And because of that, everything's starting to notice. Like I notice every green blade of grass right now. Everything's just gorgeous. And our Fallen Heroes Memorial just looking so sharp. And the one area that really needs some TLC is this second floor patio, which could be an amazing location for wellness. But we need the guidance of master gardeners and horticulturists. We just do. There's too many things to go into, but if you would please remember to set an appointment with our office, we'll gather all the right people and let you guys talk to that building crew, because I know that we could benefit from some of these volunteer hours, and then I'd like to recruit an all-volunteer team from it within the courthouse, people who enjoy it, who find it therapeutic. I find when I dig, I'm like, relax. And so I think that when we really finish the scaffolding, let's unveil it the right way with xeriscape, landscape, and make that second floor beautiful for all the employees and the public that come to their home.
Judge, can I just add, I've known the Johnsons for so many years.
Yes.
I don't want to date us both, and I can just tell you that she's underselling how much volunteer time that they put forth in this community. And if they are representative of those who have also done this, then I know that this is an incredible group, an incredible, outstanding organization, and bringing all this forward is so important. And I appreciate all that y'all have done for this community, not just in the areas that you're here today for, because like I said, unfortunately, I'm so old and we've known each other for so long that I know how much work you've done, and it's appreciated. And again, that's it. And if you're represented, like I say, if you're representative, if these are your representatives that you're bringing forward, then I know everybody else that works with you too is outstanding as well. So thank you for those efforts. They're greatly appreciated.
They're terrific volunteers, so.
And it's not bad. I think at University of Tennessee, I don't see any colors there, man. I'm a little surprised not to see your orange in here. Okay, all right, fair enough.
By the way, Master Gardeners have their annual plant sale this Saturday, and I have been blown away with the amount of work that's gone into that, and all the planning and the meetings, and come check it out. It's at the Jewish Community Center on Saturday.
Awesome.
So I want to give a little bit of time to
Yes.
a couple of other folks. I want to bring up Michelle Conley. She's the president of South Texas Master Naturalists. By the way, a Master Naturalist is on the next SpaceX as the commander, so.
Hi, I'm Michelle
Hi.
Connolly. I have some brochures.
Great. Connie, would you mind grabbing those, and she'll make sure we get them?
I'm Michelle Connolly, current president of Master Naturalists, and we volunteer in all of the natural resources in Nueces County. I also have Cindy Frank here, who's been a volunteer much longer than myself, and she manages our volunteer projects. But for example, we do everything from the National Seashore to the Nueces Delta, and in Port Aransas, we work at the Ark and at the Nature Preserve, and we do resource management everywhere. For example, I pick up trash every day on Whitecap Beach with my husband and my 2 dogs. So we're here to answer any
Awesome.
questions that you have, but we just are always out there doing things and educating and informing and getting people excited and interested in nature.
Awesome. Yeah, your work at the Deltas, your work everywhere is incredible. I wondered if you were also touched our Nueces County Nature Park at our Packery Channel Nature Park.
We do.
That's also a very special place.
We do, and Blucher Park.
And Blucher too. Awesome.
We're
Great.
pretty much everywhere. We have an abundance of opportunities.
And do you have anybody who's a soil expert?
We do.
Okay.
A fellow retired state employee like myself.
Okay.
And he lives out on the island, and he trains and does everything
Right.
about soil that you could ever want to know.
Can
We also
we-
have geologists.
Would you let him know that today you presented, and we'd like to hook him up with JJ De La Cerda?
Yes.
The Veteran Cemetery can have green grass.
Yes.
It's a matter of making it happen with experts. And I'm no longer, gonna wait for someone to create green grass. We're going to create it ourselves, right? If it doesn't come from the heavens, then we must create a heavenly atmosphere, and we can do it by understanding the soils and getting better water.
Yes.
Because the city's reclaimed water is the worst out there. And so let's change it, but let's change it. We don't have to hire experts. They work for us already. And so if you don't mind, Norma, connect everybody. JJ De La Cerda, he'll make it all happen. But I just knew that, I'd much rather rely on our own experts and people who love this community and want to see that cemetery with green grass.
Yes. We can help.
Great, thank you so much. Anything else from you guys that you'd like to add?
Just quickly, Susan Gonzalez is going to talk a little bit about her participation in community gardens with the Growing and Nourishing Healthy Community Gardens program.
Great.
Daisy,
Susan.
how many beds we got now?
We have about 125 to 135 garden beds out in the Nueces County area.
Great.
That's not counting school programs, that's just community gardens.
Do you have any in Bishop?
No,
Do you mind?
no, we don't, not right now.
Okay, and so will you also teach our office how we can create a community garden in some of our smaller rural areas where food deserts are a problem?
Yes.
We need community gardens in our rural areas. They have no fresh vegetables at all.
Yes, we have most of the gardens beds that we have, it's in Corpus Christi, but
Okay.
we do have a school in Robstown that do have community gardens out there.
So I'm gonna ask Commissioner Gonzalez to work with me and with you, and I'd like to help establish and fund that community garden. It's so needed, and once you teach, then it can be replicated.
You know, we have one at the Antonio Garcia Art Center. Do y'all go out there to Antonio Garcia Art Center? Because we,
That is actually not us.
No.
But yes, but I know exactly what garden you're speaking of. So the garden program that Daisy oversees is the Growing and Nourishing Healthy Communities. That is adult only. So that is taught to adults with the hopes that, or the goal of it being that they will go on and either do this at their home or teach others, right? So the amount of beds that she's talking about are countywide, but that one is not our beds.
yeah,
That's
because
not our
what we did, there was that parents too, right? That's what I was saying.
Yes.
Because Chenier and a couple volunteers from Chenier and some of us we have some volunteers also. You know, we did about maybe 4 beds out there.
Yes, and we do have a youth community garden program as well. It's called Learn, Grow, Eat, Go, and it is taught through the schools. That's like a 10-week program. So Petronila Elementary has a
Yes.
beautiful garden. That is ours. That teacher is amazing, and runs a garden year-round. Even during the summer, she's out there herself maintaining that. And we also have some garden beds at the Master Gardeners Lead in CCISD, but we're always looking to expand that. The more we get out there and teach them as youth, then the hopes is that they grow up and continue to garden throughout a lifetime, right? So reach out and we'll get connected with those individuals.
Thank you.
Norma, do y'all have anything going on in Banquete, Agua Dulce?
Not at this time.
Driscoll?
So definitely, those are individuals that can reach out. You can give them my name, my email, and I will make sure that I get them in touch with the right person.
I will.
Yes.
Thank you.
We'd
And
love
actually,
that.
there's a community coffee this week in Banquete with the superintendent, so I'm planning on being there. I'll just make certain that we bring that up. But it's certainly needed in these pockets, and now that you have best practices, we'll just step and repeat.
Agreed. And you know, it's that community partner, that buy-in from them. And if we get that from them, then the whole program turns into a very beneficial program for both, not only ourselves, but that center or that area, in addition to all the clientele that they have. So that buy-in is super important, and we love that because that just helps to expand the program and continue to grow our reach.
Excuse me, did y'all have something going on at Hilltop at one time?
Yes, there was. There was, and that was an adult program as well, I believe.
It was.
Yes, and you know, times change. People with a passion and a buy-in come in, and then for whatever reason move on, and then things don't always continue. But we would love to get back out there.
And
Yes.
are you all
Thank you.
seeing, I'm seeing a lot of big future in hydroponic gardens. And so I've been exploring that opportunity for this corridor from Driscoll to Bishop, because there is no fresh fruits or vegetables that are available in any store. And so I don't know how much is available out there, but I'm gonna ask a little challenge. A lot of our neighboring states I went to a big conference recently, and it was very wonderful to see 18-wheelers that are basically hydroponic gardens, and they serve as a way to not only inspire but provide to a whole community, because you can buy from them as well. But that might be a way to, in our drought-prone area, to survive with fresh gardening.
And you're also seeing a lot of these little hydronic kitchen gardens. Norma's
Yeah.
been bringing an amazing amount of
I
greens
have
and
one,
stuff just from
yeah, they're
hers.
amazing.
I love it. It's
Yeah.
the best thing I could have ever gotten.
Right. Well, listen, guys, fantastic work. Thank you so much. And, yes, ma'am?
No, do you want to?
Go ahead, please.
Hi, I'm Susan Gonzalez. I go to Second Baptist Church, and back in 2017, I started a garden, a small garden of 9 beds, and realized quite quickly that I needed help. And that's when I got with Daisy and their program of the Nourishing the Healthy Communities. We have now been, we have gardens all over at our church. I believe we have 51 beds. We've spoken to and taught up around 70 people have come through there with their families and their children, and some of them are still gardening, and some of them have gone home, and garden at home, because they didn't know how to garden at all. And I was raised by grandparents that taught me to garden, and so it was a natural thing for me. I still love it. It has to be, y'all are talking about people doing gardens, in other towns and such. You need to find somebody that really has a heart for that, somebody that really loves to garden, because it is taxing. I have right now 24 gardeners, and it has created such a nice community of people, and you get to know people and you get to help them. And our church gives away a lot of vegetables. On Sunday mornings, I have those 11 beds that I grow just for the church, and that food goes to the people in the church. And then my gardeners that are out there always end up with too much. I don't know if y'all have ever had a vegetable garden, but at different times of the year, you have way too much. And instead of them just keeping it and freezing it or whatever, they give it away. They find people to give food to that really need it. And
What's the address?
it is a wonderful program that they have. And now we're doing a nourishing families, and I forgot the name of the program. What is that? Fresh Start to a Healthier You. It's a program for learning how to, cook food and take care of it and that kind of stuff. So that's a really good program as well. I took the Master Gardener program this year, so I am now a Master Gardener, and I am volunteering at the Botanical Gardens with their herb bed too. So this is a whole thing, it takes a community to work together. This is not done in a vacuum. People have to help each other. And so that is what I have gotten from it, is it's just a wonderful thing to help and share. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Team Green.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, for
Yeah,
allowing us to come
awesome.
and celebrate the individuals that truly are a huge force behind what we do every day here in the county. So thank you.
It's great, and I know you've taken the time to bring that check. May we take a photo with the check, because this also is super worthy of getting on our Nueces County Facebook and letting people know, because they may want to volunteer. And I'd like to see those 51 at Second Baptist. I don't know if you allow people just to come in and check it out, but I'd love to go see. That's so many. I used to have 25.
Go pick whatever you want.
And it was.
Go pick whatever you want. Oh, okay, all right. There you go. There you go. I'm sorry. Commissioner. You want to get up on top of here? No. Top of your shoulder. Oh, yeah. That'd be easy.
Jim, get in the picture. They'll take some pictures. Come on.
Hey, would you mind taking your picture with his,
Sure.
he stands so tall.
My purse.
Back of y'all's head. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
So who's the master gardener?
It bleeds that orange. Kind of like my purple. I hear you, man. I hear you. I got you.
This
Good to see you.
My son, he needs, he's working on his, he needs allergies. Psychology, environment, he needs to work on certain sections of land, and so, yeah, you can always email me and I'll. That sounds good.
Table it.
Sounds good, thank you.
Was it there?
Can we cash it? No, sir.
Let me know if you can.
We'll split it. Yeah, I see your grandson's doing well. Your grandson. Quite the athlete.
I take pretty cool pictures. I'm not going to say.
He's big.
14 years old.
I haven't finished. Give me just 1 second. 1 second.
We're ones that they only decide.
Okay, we're going to move on to the Nueces County Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities, NCMHID, regarding the Certified Community Behavioral Health Center. Mark, you've been here all morning for all the good reasons, but this one's certainly a moment to celebrate. By the way, there's members of the media here. This did not get covered when it first hit the press. And this is, I mean, a moment to really, I think, get out there on that public messaging. This is a very important designation.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Judge, Commissioners, for allowing us the time to come and speak to you about it. Just to let you know, Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic status is a national standard of care. It is in addition to the Joint Commission accreditation that we have carried for many years for organizations that provide behavioral health care. And this makes us the one and only certified community behavioral health clinic in Nueces County and one of less than 50 in the state of Texas currently. So today, our Director of Transformation, Ms. Natalie Salas, is going to provide this presentation. I want to introduce you all to her and hand it over to her for the presentation. So we'll be happy to answer any questions anybody has as we go along as well. Thank you all.
Hello, everybody. So today I'm going to go over what is a CCBHC. So as Mark kind of went over, he introduced, we are the only CCBHC in Nueces County. So what is a CCBHC? So it's a long acronym. So it's Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic. So basically what a CCBHC is a specially designated clinic that provides a comprehensive range of mental health and substance use services. So as a CCBHC, MHID is presented with an opportunity to improve outcomes for the individuals that we serve in this county. So this is done by providing community-based mental health and substance use disorder services, advancing integration of behavioral health with physical health care, assimilating and utilizing evidence-based practices on a more consistent basis, and promoting improved access to high-quality care. So, while applying for CCBHC status, our center had to meet all of the qualifications that you might see up here on the screen. So we had to ensure that the staffing, accessibility, care coordination, scope of services, quality of care, and organizational authority were all met. So they were 6 areas that we had to ensure that we met the standards, CCBHC standards, and we were we applied for the status, and then once we were approved, we were CCBHC status. So the purpose of a CCBHC is to basically move away from a performance-based model of care and move towards an outcome-based model of care. So what this means is instead of, focusing less so on how the center performs and focusing more on how all the portions of the center work together in order to bring the highest quality care to our clients. So basically what this means is helping people improve their health by increasing access to treatment, reducing exhaustion of resources such as frequent hospital readmissions that are better attended in a routine manner, uncovering and addressing the unique needs of the community, building improved relationships between hospitals, primary care providers, and community health care providers, blending mental health, substance use, and physical health treatment services, and delivering high-quality, person-centered, and holistic care. So next I'm going to go over a little bit of the holistic approach that as a CCBHC we are expected to be delivering. So the holistic approach is basically taking a more comprehensive look at the whole person while addressing the mental health needs. What this basically means for our clients is that we are not just looking at mental health as a single thing and single aspect of a human being. We're looking at the whole person and addressing every single aspect of them. What this means is that we're looking at their education, communication, all the variety of complementary resources that make up a whole person and what they may need. They may need access to community resources, they may need access to physical health care, and all of these aspects that go into who they are, help us to also address their mental health. So basically, what does this mean for the individuals and for our staff? So basically, staff are provided with the opportunity to learn the unique needs of each individual and are able to assist individuals with a broader range of services through referrals and coordinated care. Each individual is treated with an increased sense of respect and understanding. This gives our staff the opportunity to get to know each individual person and the expectation that they will get to know each person on a more broader and deeper level and get to know their unique needs and preferences. So with the services provided as a CCBHC, you will see that there are 9 core services provided as a CCBHC. They're crisis mental health services, screening, patient-centered treatment planning, outpatient mental health and substance use services, outpatient clinic primary care screening and monitoring, targeted case management, psychiatric rehabilitation services, peer support, counseling and family support, and intensive mental health care for those in military and veterans. And these are all services that our center are now presently providing and have the expectation to provide as a CCBHC. So as a CCBHC, we're basically expanding access to care. So delivery of crisis mental health services, including 24-hour mobile crisis team, emergency crisis intervention services, and crisis stabilization. Increase in provider availability. This means increasing our telehealth, flexibility in scheduling, creation of an outpatient substance use services and ambulatory detox service through our SUD licensure. So in the month of March, we were granted a SUD licensure, and this basically allows our center to provide outpatient and ambulatory detox services and just increase the level of care that we're providing to our clients. So this also means tracking of measures through our outpatient clinic, and then addressing the call for need for increased targeted case management, rehabilitative services, and increasing our peer support services as well as our counselor services, and just looking at the ways in which we can do all of that. So as a CCBHC, we understand that it's not enough to simply identify which populations are at most risk or most need. So we understand also that we also must evaluate those. Identifying is one aspect, but actually doing something with the information is the other part. So as a CCBHC, we're expected to identify and utilize the information that we gather. So what we've learned is that we need to place a greater emphasis on meeting clients in the community, providing interventions that address disparity reduction, and address the inability to access services. So I've outlined some of the services that we provide where we do just that. And these are a lot of the services that integrate some of the community outreach efforts that we've begun, such as our patient assistance program, clients benefit office that provides benefits to our clients that are in need of that. Community partnerships. So we have partnered with a multitude of community resources through MOU in order to make sure that we are each providing the level of care that we can provide. We also have the opportunity to apply for SNAP and TANF benefits in-house. And many of these services are available to be done in office, or we will go to the person's home or in the community to meet them where they're at. So as I kind of went into the community collaboration aspect, so community collaboration occurs most frequently through the care coordination process. So this care coordination process is probably the biggest aspect that's the newest portion to our center. So care coordination is an activity in which the care of the individuals we serve is coordinated through the completion of referrals, MOUs, and care coordination agreements. So basically what this means is that we coordinate care with entities in the community, such as provider care, resources, shelters, any kind of place that our clients may need coordinated care for, and we will actually coordinate with people in those agencies in order to ensure that our clients' needs are met at the optimal level. So coordinated care coordination may include, but is not limited to, interactions with inpatient psychiatric facilities, schools, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and inpatient acute care hospitals. So any agency in the community that's willing to work with us and that we have an MOU with, we will gladly coordinate care with them and ensure that our clients' needs are met. So as a CCBHC, our center is required to track 23 quality measures. So within these measures are areas of significant importance, such as hospitalization, housing status, HEDIS measures, community substance use, along with some self-chosen measures, such as recidivism. So I'll just kind of go over some of the reasons why these measures are so important to our community and to our center. So homelessness, basically the Department of Housing and Urban Development recently estimated that about 1 in 5 people who are homeless also have a severe mental illness. This is 5 times the rate of severe mental illness in the general population. So we all know that homelessness is a big issue, and it's something that through a CCBHC we have targeted as something that we want to address. So next is reduction of hospital readmissions. So according to the 2020 Community Needs Assessment, only about 52% of emergency department visits are high or urgent severity. And what this suggests is that more than half of the visits could have been served in an urgent care or a primary care facility. So we really want to address some of these crisis episodes that maybe could have been addressed in the office, or could have been a preventative care meeting instead of a emergency meeting. And then reducing recidivism. So with the estimated local cost of daily incarceration, so I put here it was $59, and then earlier I learned that it's actually moved up to $81 per day. This has the potential to save the community and allow funds to be used elsewhere. So with reducing recidivism, we're able to reduce the amount of extra resources that we're putting into that, and instead having a more proactive approach. So while applying for CCBHC status, our center was commended for our community involvement, and we were also encouraged by the data to improve our community involvement and increase our community involvement. So basically, in closing, as a CCBHC, we have the potential to dramatically increase community access to mental health and substance use treatment. And as a CCBHC, this has afforded our center with the ability to form innovative partnerships with law enforcement agencies, schools, improving all-around care, reducing recidivism, preventing any inessential readmission of patients.
Appreciate it. It's a good one also to make sure that you get to all of us, Connie. Yeah, just a super designation. It's launching at the right time, right? That's the thing. I mean, these certifications and opportunities to have these designations are always welcome, but if we have the bookends right now. And that's why I thought it was such an important designation, and I hope that the audience and those at home who are watching really understand this package is really coming together now, and in a way that we've never had before. So thank you for your work on it and the announcement. And if there are any questions, I know that you all would be happy to answer today or off, whenever they call. Commissioners, any questions with regards to this? It's a new chapter for MHID, and congratulations, Mark. Do good things with it now, as they say.
Now,
Okay.
I'd like just to share a story. I had a constituent reach out to me recently and kind of desperate in the area of mental health, and the person's child has kind of jumped back and forth with resources here in the community. And so the issue that was stressed was, we need more effort. And I know that that's something that the judge has led, the court has supported, and of course y'all would agree to the need to really expand more beds, more opportunities to really kind of get with modern times of what large cities, large communities have. And some of these rural areas, they look obviously to Corpus Christi and what's here, because if not, then they have to go to the Valley or San Antonio or points beyond. So this is a priority for me, obviously, and anything we can put into improving mental health resources, I'm going to back it, because obviously I think that as we talk, the correlation between just arrests and people who should not be there and being treated costs us far more than if we just put that money into actual mental health. So I'm all for that, and I thank you all for your presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner has a question, Mark.
Mark, you talk about beds in here too?
So CCBH, great question, Jag. At the end of the day, CCBHC is really about redefining the way in which behavioral health services are delivered, creating a level of integration that previously hadn't existed before. I will tell you that in many, many ways, our organization was very much ahead of the curve in a lot of these aspects. A lot of that goes down to the fact that we've been a Joint Commission accredited behavioral health organization for the better part of 20 years. And the other piece of it is the salient changes really come in with the support of this model, the data that drives it, also the funding mechanism from the state of Texas through the directed payment program, uncompensated care, charity care, et cetera, as part of the 1115 waiver project, really pushes not only our organization, but the other 39 LMHAs in the state of Texas to create a comprehensive system of behavioral health care and integrating our services into the rest of the continuum of care. I think I would reflect on Commissioner Maraz's comments around the leadership that's already been shown by this court and the county and the community at large, especially from our hospital district and our other community partners in law enforcement. When you look at what we've built as a community, much of which has been done through MHID, to provide services in areas where they weren't available previously, everything from crisis intervention teams, jail-based competency restoration, the availability of an on-demand walk-in crisis clinic. All of those pieces of the puzzle are moving towards ultimately, and Commissioner Mares, I'll pick up on your comment asking if there's anything more that the court can do. I think in the near future, we'll be coming back to the court to provide a presentation of what I think ultimately is the final form of evolution for this community collaborative project that we've all embarked on together over the last 3.5, 4 years, which is the creation of a diversion center for behavioral health and substance use. There are multiple parties involved in that. So to address your question directly, Jag, yes, this model is talking about additional beds, but they're not inpatient psychiatric beds. They're beds for the majority of individuals that seek inpatient care that don't necessarily need inpatient care. And so it's kind of moving away from this problem that we face, not just here in Corpus Christi, but in Nueces County, but throughout the state of Texas, throughout the nation, that if the only tool that you have is a hammer, every problem is a nail. So if the only tool that we have is, supervised outpatient care and inpatient care, then those are the only two hammers that we have. We need a third option, which is a higher level of acuity for the community, where most of which are trying to access care through emergency services. It's incredibly cost inefficient. It's burdensome on our hospital system. It's burdensome on our law enforcement system. And I think that, if we bring that to a reality, Nueces County will be only the third area in Texas with a diversion center. That would include Bexar County and Harris County. And it really puts us at the forefront, at the cutting edge of what's being done in Texas and nationally. And this model of care provides a framework, if you will, for how to execute that to make sure that it's not just recidivating crises, but getting us to a point where we're engaging those individuals in long-term outpatient care, which is what our organization is designed to do. So we're excited to come back and talk again in the future about how we can make that a reality.
So this is really, you're saying there's a model almost like for the restoration center?
It's a model for how care that would be provided at a restoration or diversion center would be done, and it is based on that collaboration and integration across community partners. So,
but would you say that we still would be better off if we had a restoration center?
Absolutely.
Working with you guys. So I guess we missed number one. Number one, we should have been, I think we should have been working in a restoration center, something that can collaborate with you guys, because you pick them up after that, which would be great. And we're not talking about psychiatric either. We're just talking about needs and mental health. And I mean, there's always going to be a little bit of psychiatric in there, but not. Right. But if it's psychiatric and it's something, you really need residential, right? So, and the other, this is great. Right? I mean, this is really, really great. You and I have talked a lot about this before, and which direction all that. But I'm still my vision and is still hoping we can really see a restoration center come up like the one in San Antonio, and that one will be like a win-win situation for everybody, right?
Absolutely.
But and do y'all have juvenile here on this?
We do. As a matter of fact, our organization serves over 10,000 people a year. And a good portion of that, probably 25%, are children and adolescents and their families. We have 3 primary divisions in our organization. The largest of which, of course, is adult mental health. We have our child and adolescent mental health division. We also have our intellectual and developmental disability division. So it is, our organization is really designed as that safety net. It's the public mental health system in Texas. So,
well, and I agree with you. And it's a shame that we got to have all this. Everything we talk about is treatment, right? But unfortunately, I think really the answer to, these people wouldn't be here in this condition, or let's say these people, the clients or the patients, especially if we would have taken them, would have done prevention at an early stage.
Right.
And unfortunately, we never talk about prevention.
So I'm glad you brought that up, and I'll keep going, Commissioner Gonzalez. I'm glad you brought that up. In addition, one thing that wasn't in our presentation, but something the court may be interested to your point, is we were just awarded another grant for coordinated specialty care for episode psychosis. which will create exactly what you're referring to. It is a program that is modeled to intervene comprehensively and early when an individual experiences their first episode of psychosis. So it's much like our assertive community treatment programming that we already have, but it integrates into all facets of a young person's life when they first experience psychosis. So CCBHC is a big part of that. And when you look at research and when you look at evidence-based practices, particularly around psychotic disorders, all signs and evidence points to the quicker you can intervene and the more effectively you can stabilize individuals, the longer they're going to live, and the better the quality of that life is going to be.
Well, you know, it's like, as a previous judge that saw these things firsthand, first line, you know, and a counselor also, I think that would have saved a lot of, you know, a lot of this adult population you have now, who already been probably cut in half. But the intervention is what really needs to be done.
Yep.
So in order to actually, we can really help, not get, you know, you pay now, you pay later, right? Unfortunately, we're paying later and we're paying triple, because intervention would have cost less, and hopefully, you know, we wouldn't be where we're at now.
Absolutely.
So I think that maybe there's a component we can find somewhere that they say, you know what, we're going to do all this treatment, but how can we do a little bit of prevention?
Absolutely, and I think the diversion center is that answer, because I think that is the mechanism by which we provide that intervention as a community. Because unfortunately, research also tells us that for a lot of individuals with severe and persistent mental illness, the first time that they are intervened with is with and through law enforcement, or a criminal offense that has put them into a system of care where now it's no longer optional. So if we have a system that promotes the opportunity to do that beyond a 6-day stay in an inpatient facility, or an outpatient system which people have to come to voluntarily, and we partner with our courts and our law enforcement partners and our judiciary to make that mechanism a reality for the vast majority of people that fall into that gap. I think that's how we close it at the end of the day.
I think we failed, the system has failed those juveniles that grew into adulthood, you know, with all these problems, so.
Sure.
I think there's gotta be a way to come back and hopefully cut back on somewhere, right? Cut back on the crime, cut back on the mental health. It's never gonna go away, but if we can cut back on the mental health, you know, because of intervention, it'd be
Right.
great.
Absolutely, and to your point, it's how do we want to pay for it?
Yep.
Do we want to pay for it at $3,500 a pop in the emergency rooms every time they walk in? Or do we want to do it at an average of about $80 a week in outpatient care? And that's how we capture them.
Thank you very much, Mark. I
Thank you.
appreciate you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. At this time, we're going to move to item number 4, discuss and consider approving a resolution in support of Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority exploration of granting opportunities. It's listed as a 5339B grant to finance Robstown Park and Ride Station and Maintenance Bus Barn Project to be constructed on county-owned property adjacent to the Richard Borchard Regional Fairgrounds parking lot. We have members of the RTA with us.
So moved,
staff.
Judge, just to get it on the discussion.
Okay, motion and a second. We'll call for discussion. Give us the high-level overview here. And I know Edward couldn't be here today, but I know he does support this project as long as you work with him on location. He's very adamant that we be at the right location, and I'm certain we would all concur.
And this is,
Mike?
the way I read this too, this is a no cost for us.
That's right. It's a
This is just providing an
grant.
easement. Yeah, a grant.
But it would be on our property, so it
Right.
does need our
We request a
backing.
land grant, or land easement is what I read, and it'd be no
Correct.
cost to us.
That's
So Mike,
correct.
is the property listed on the map, is that the location you're shooting for?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Again, my name is Mike Rendon. I work for CCRTA. We have Sharon Montes, who's Managing Director of Special Project, and Rita Patrick, our great Marketing Director.
Yeah.
So yes, we're requesting this land. We're going to be asking for grants to build a super stop transfer station in that location. About 12, 14 years ago, when I was with the board, we requested this land way back then, but I got off the board and the board took a different direction, but now we're back here. We were in Washington, D.C. For a legislative conference about a month ago, and the Secretary of Transportation requested from all transit authorities to connect the rural with the urban system. As we know that, you know, there is some needs in the rural area with Banquete, Agua Dulce, Robstown. All those areas need transportation into the city. Right now, we do have Real and Paisano who provide that type of service. They connect to the transfer station at Robstown. But this would also help us in other ways by connecting the rural with urban. But we can also utilize this transfer station with the emergency situations that we have here. Also, we were back then about 19 and 20 when we were doing the vaccination. We could have used that as a point of pickup and drop off individuals that needed to go there. So there's other reasons, not just to connect the rural and the urban, but for also when we have our events here in Corpus, whether it's the Buck Days, jazz festivals, things like that, they can do a park and ride at that location. There is an existing parking lot adjacent to the land that we're requesting that can be utilized for parking ride also. So there's multiple reasons that this would work great for us and for the county too.
Thank you. It's a good overall background. Is there, are there any other questions for the RTA? Okay.
You gonna start tomorrow?
Well, I bet with the
Well-
grants, I'm sure you're ready.
Yes, yes.
Yep.
Yes, and earlier I did have a discussion with Edward reference this particular spot. Years back, it was across the street and still in the Ontario Champs Boulevard. But we're flexible for right now. This is a perfect location for us. Now, the prior location, when we requested, there wasn't a pond. So there is some water next to the original request. But FTA says that for us or for any agency to request where it's a safer area, not close to a pond or lake or anything like that. So that's the reason we moved it across the street.
Mike, I think we're ready to vote on it, but, you know, I think it's going to be a great draw. I like the electric charging station component, where we're talking about looking at possible development of property just on the other side of the fairgrounds location. I mean, this could all really complement each other a lot. And I remember last 2 years, being approached by some commissioners out of Hidalgo County, because they were trying to set up and create a network of electric charging stations up and down 77, I-69. So this, I think, works well with that too. Once you get the vision completed, I think that will help people traveling between the valley and points beyond.
Yeah, so our request for this particular project is part two. Part one is also on electrifying our bus system. So we would have electric charging stations there for our fleet and for our buses too.
All questions?
So call for the question.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, Mike, you're good to go, and keep us posted on all these granting opportunities.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners.
Okay. Right.
Good project, Mike.
Okay, we've got Scott Cross here with us for items number 5 and number 6. 5 is a supplemental agreement. It's a
Judge,
no-cost time, let me just.
I apologize.
I just need to read it for the record.
I apologize.
For no-cost time extension to the professional services contract with Advanced Construction Management relating to IB McGee. You've got a motion already. Is that what you'd like to do?
I was going to make a motion. I apologize for interrupting you.
And I'll second. And are there any questions for Scott? The best part about this is there's no money, it's just time. And just tell us how we're doing. Are we doing, can we expect a late summer?
No.
Okay, why don't you tell us that? That's important.
Okay. We've got some very serious product delays with roofing materials and insulation that are spec'd out and required for TDI to meet windstorm.
Understood.
So we weren't
Keep us
expecting,
posted.
yeah, we weren't expecting that, but.
Okay.
I
But you'll
probably-
keep us posted.
Yeah, yeah, yes,
I
ma'am.
mean, I don't want to have you guess since we really don't know.
Yes, no, I don't, I just know it's not gonna be the end of August now.
Yeah, I was going to say, we were very excited about the end of August, but,
Not
all right, everybody, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. If you get any info, shoot us an email.
Yes, ma'am.
The next one is a dune protection permit exception for a single-family residence. It's DPP 202202-01, small letter E, at 102 Bikini Drive. All is in order here, as I understand it. Commissioners, do you have a motion?
I mean, this is, I was trying to read this morning. I mean, everything's good on this, right?
Correct.
Okay.
GLO
Motion.
approved, BMAC approved, Megan vetted it, we're good.
Okay.
Okay, just
So,
making sure.
I've got a
Motion to pass.
Motion to pass in a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Judge, did you already do consent agenda?
We did. We
Okay,
did.
so-
We're
okay.
all ready to go.
That's why I was hanging out for item I, but we're good.
You know, as long as you don't mind, I'll just suggest that for Commissioner Chesney's constituents and for the county as well, that's an opportunity to just announce that earlier today for Scott, we passed an agenda item to apply for GLO funding of special merit. That's for the parking lot and ADA accessibility. We've already had a lot of pre-meetings, and Scott, you'll let us know once you get that in. Send a copy to court manager and send a copy to Commissioner Chesney.
No match.
Yeah, we're loving that.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
That's the best part.
Yeah, thank you so much. Okay, the next ones to go forward are items number 8. That's discuss and consider setting Commissioners Court meeting date. I think there's a few suggestions that IDA has for us. This would be for the, discuss the plan for expenditure of ARPA funds and related matters. Do you have some dates to suggest? Is it something you could show on the screen? Coming at you. I just don't remember. 8. Here's to double check your calendar in case you didn't see it. We had suggested, May 18th. Go ahead and give her a second, yeah. May 18th was a suggestion. If anybody wants to check calendars, if there's another suggestion, let us know.
The only ones I have is 12, 13, and 26.
Where's did she, oh, right there, sorry. So what,
Okay, so you
What's the
didn't, so we didn't submit to IDA ahead of time, the dates that you had open?
I thought we had, the 12, 13, and 26. Yeah, I thought we-
Okay, so again, what I'm saying to you, the purpose of this agenda being posted is that you submit the, I can do the 26th, but
Did I
I don't know about everybody else.
did I
They
submit?
discussed, didn't they submit?
I didn't submit. Okay.
Well, the whole idea is that if we're gonna try to pick a date, that we all actually pick a date.
What
Why
was
don't I
the-
do this? I'll pass on this for now and use your executive session or a little break that we get eventually as a time to see whether the 26th would work, since the 18th does not work for Commissioner
12 and
Gonzalez.
13
The
too,
26th of May,
You have 18 available?
Which one?
You do not? Okay. Well,
I'm good for the 26th.
I can rearrange for the 26th.
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you said.
No,
you were
no, I
good.
can. I mean, I'll do it if there's a consensus. What is, just give everybody a little bit of
Are
time.
we what time are we talking?
We're talking about in the morning, perhaps,
Like 9 to noon, something like that?
something like that.
Block of 9 to
Or
noon.
8:30 like we
8:30 's
always
fine.
do.
8:30 's no,
Gives us 30
8:30.
more minutes just to,
Okay, so John,
8:30.
8:30,
Always good start.
8:30 to noon on the 26th,
With that.
unless you hear back from anybody.
you're good with that? We just need to
Okay.
we just need to ask Commissioner Hernandez. and that's it. Okay.
Okay, well, I'll hold then on that. I'll be right back to it the minute he walks in. Let's go to number 9, is discuss and consider the allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds as survivor benefits to surviving spouse of former Nueces County employee Raul Salazar. The reason I put this on was because we had finished making the decisions with regards to law enforcement, and this one does not come from that style of appropriation. It comes from a different eligibility, which is financial assistance to the victims of COVID-19. And I
Judge,
believe you're
I would
back
ask-
up.
I would ask to take part of that into executive session to discuss the Texas Constitution parts that we need to address.
Okay.
Do you want to,
I will just take that into executive session.
Judge, you want?
Do you have a legal, is it somebody here that has a legal question, or is it goes back to the historic?
Goes back to the same issue.
Yeah. Well, I don't mind discussing it right now. I mean, is there something secret about it? Because I want to make sure that the law enforcement who are listening understand it, that basically the Texas Constitution does not allow you to go back in time, but this is not pay for pay. It's not pay for work. This is basically a compensation due to victim assistance. It's just completely different. But I will pause on it and ask if you have a brief to share with us that we could take it up on May 11th. I'm happy to do that. But I'm wondering what the legal,
No, we are looking at it, at the constitutional limit not applying to that, and we just wanted to be sure that it doesn't, and that the calculation is not based on any type of work performed.
okay. Good point on the calculation. I feel like I'm going to concur with you on the, it doesn't matter, but how we came up with that number. Why don't we agree? I'd like to motion to table till May 11th.
So moved.
Because what I'm going to do is come up with a solution for the amount that doesn't reflect anything associated with anything that could be mildly interpreted at that. And that way we signal to law enforcement why and what we're doing. And I thought I heard a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Only last thing is I would defer to Ide and Dale to work up a number that you think is fitting with the county attorneys that makes sense. But let's get that number back on May 11th.
You want to go back to him being here?
Yes, he got here. Commissioner Hernandez? We want to go back to item number 8. Would you agree to look at your calendar right now on May 26th for a potential 8:30 to noon ARPA designated event, court
Workshop.
meeting, workshop
Well, can
to
we-
discuss the plan for expenditures?
And potentially action item, can we call it?
Yeah, I mean,
work-
it's actually an expenditure, it's a potential to spend, so we really want to make sure. Okay, we'll pass on it just for
sorry.
right now, May 26th, 8:30 to noon. Okay, the next item has to do with, 10 and 11 have to do with executive session items, I believe, but I'll double check with the county attorney. They have to do with Dr. Fernandez on personal services agreement. Do we need to go into executive session, or is it completely ready? How do you see this one?
That one's not ready, Judge. I'm told that that one is not going to be able to be done through a personal services agreement, but rather a full-time employment situation. So we just have to get that changed.
So-
Okay.
But that's
so-
not, and that's not
So it's
inhibiting him
not
from doing
posted
it,
that way,
right.
so do you want to just punt on this one? I mean, how can I make
Yeah.
certain between now and May 11th we have coverage? Do we just,
I guess if the court would,
I
will
think
we
you-
direct you to subject to?
Direct.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do
Make a
that.
motion to,
Go ahead, make it.
make a motion to do whatever we need to do to hire Dr. Fernandez
As
as
the
our
interim.
interim medical examiner, either on an employment basis or whatever else Jenny
Right, we
deems
just-
as legal, if
We
that's
just
broad enough.
Right, we just subject to the county attorney's proper contractual
Whatever.
agreements that need
Right.
to be in place. Okay, I'll second that.
Okay.
All right, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now, the second piece is
Probably a table, Judge.
tabled, but I still want to take some of it into well, no, because it was posted as income. Well,
Right.
no, actually, I think it can, I like the wording. I would say that I'd like to go into executive session because,
No, it says including, you're right,
right?
because it says personal
Yeah.
issues. Yeah, you're fine.
So I think we're okay there. We can talk about some compensation packages for a future incoming medical examiner.
Or
So
for-
that'll go
or
into
for personnel
executive.
issues or whatever,
Right?
yeah.
That'll go into executive, item number 12.
There.
And then,
11, you mean?
I'm sorry, you're absolutely right, item 11. And then item 12, 13, 14, 15 are somewhat
Administrative.
ministerial.
Yeah.
And the only thing I wanted to point out, just because I feel obligated to do so on the record, is with item number 12, these are all terminations of disaster decks, is number 12, we still have a pending appeal for Hurricane Hannah from the governor's office to FEMA. I don't believe we have a high expectation. This is our second appeal. I don't believe that this would prejudice us, but I feel like it's important to let you know about that there is an appeal pending, and that I feel like I've done my due diligence to make certain that everything's on file that needs to be on file, and that there's no need for any further, Hurricane Hannah, procurements. So I feel fine about items 12, 13, 14, and 15.
Motion to
And is it okay if we
terminate
clump them all
12,
together?
13, 14, and 15.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna clump them all together, but the clerk will know and note, and a motion, and I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Judge, I just had a couple I wanted to try to table if the court would allow.
If you could, Commissioner, because boy, I really would like a bathroom break.
Oh, do you want to?
No, go ahead, if it's quick, if you don't
Well,
mind.
One of them should be quick because it's number 21, because the fire marshal, my understanding, is not here.
All right, I'll
So I
take the
would
motion
to table that
to
one
table,
till
and then,
May 11th, or depending on, yeah. May
okay,
11th.
is there a second for that?
Second.
Second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Judge, the second one I wanted to table because I did not have time to, the Human Resource Director reached out and asked me to meet. I didn't have enough time to do that, but now, before then, I have that meeting scheduled on Friday and wanted to look for additional information also and have discussion. So I was going to make a motion to table the number 19 till the May 11th meeting as well.
All
Number
right, I'll
19.
take a motion that he has, and may I ask for a second?
Second.
Second from Commissioner Modis. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay, any other ones, Commissioner?
Clarification, Judge, was 22 part of 21 table or no? Is that going to still be addressed?
21 was.
No, 22's.
We can take
can still
that
do
one
that
into executive session. There's some legal issues. Well, I don't know if it's legal, but it's certainly personnel.
I want to go back, Commissioner, on 19. I don't know what to do a separate motion, but I wanted to see, I would recommend a day in
Well, I didn't.
Well, we just tabled that motion. We just tabled it.
So we could bring it back, I can move.
Well,
Well, in order to bring it back, I would have to,
I thought it was on
I can
exec,
do it, if I voted for it, I can bring it back.
wait, I thought it was on executive session too.
you voted for it?
No?
Yeah.
Is it not on executive session? You could still have it, I guess you can
Can
still
we
have it.
discuss it in the executive session,
Or
Jeannie?
You want to pull
if
it
you've got
into
legal-
executive.
Or if you, I'm not sure what.
It is on executive session.
Okay.
You want to do it?
Wait a second, is it?
Well, everything's on executive session technically.
That's right. It's noticed properly for that.
Yeah.
Okay, are you asking for that, Commissioner?
Yes.
All right, I'll pull that piece of it as well, in there. There's also others that need to be in executive session, so I'll take this opportunity as well, which is items regarding, 17, executive session, and items 18 in executive session. Okay, those have to do with settlement demands in certain litigations, and I'll announce those, at that time, but item 17 is case number 221 CV 194, and 18 is case number 221 CV 143. Okay?
I think they're already there.
Those are gonna go to executive session.
Judge, if you need a.
I mean, they're already there, but I'm letting the audience know that that's where those items 17 and 18 are. Go ahead, Commissioner, what?
I just say, if you need your break now, Judge, please feel free.
I do, because I'll be honest with you, we haven't had a break, and at 1 o'clock, folks, we have scheduled interviews for the Public Information's Officer. It is noticed as, give me a second. Maybe it's not noticed the time, but that is when the interviews are happening.
They start at 1.
They start at 1, and that gives us approximately 7 minutes to eat lunch, use the bathroom, and get back in here.
So it's executive session then?
It is.
Okay.
It is, so I have to do those magic language. But if there is anything else to be tabled in the rest of it, I would be happy to hear that now. That would include human resources, auditor, anything else like that. Purchasing, PW. No? Okay, in that case, at this time, for everybody, I'm letting us know that we are going to take a small break, but it is for the purpose of getting right back here at 1 o'clock. We're going to go into executive session, and I'm giving public notice at this time that we will go into executive session to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda and as authorized by Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, in accordance with the authority of Vernon's Texas Codes 551, 071, 72, 73, 74, 74, 745, 76, 86, and 87. And we do this to consult with attorneys, including matters relating to litigation, real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, economic development, other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion, we'll come back out and take any action as appropriately needed from our executive session. At this time, for the clerk, it's 12:55 p.m. Again, those interviews are scheduled to start at 1. I'm sure they'll give us a little wiggle room, but if I could ask the commissioners to please come back here quickly, and all those that don't need to be here, if you could please clear the courtroom for that purpose. And I'm officially gaveling us out, although I don't know where the thing is. Okay, so we're back on the record at 4:13 p.m. Items K and L were originally pulled from the agenda for further clarification, but we are ready to pursue. This is consent agenda items K and L. They're both involving a method of procurement, an RFP for sheriff's office. One is for jail transports, and I'd like to see if I could have a motion to approve the method of procurement, the RFP.
So moved.
I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. We also need to have a motion to authorize the agent to publish the notice and adopt an order delegating the evaluation committee. Is there a motion, please?
So moved.
I'll second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, item L is similar, but it's for janitorial services. I'd like a motion to approve the method of procurement and RFP for janitorial services.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And then authorize the purchasing agent to publish a notice and adopt the order delegating the selection of an evaluation committee. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, I'll take the motion, Modest with a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and then that takes care of all of that. Going back to the regular, where we left off from executive session, we do have a few items to take some action on. Let me start by announcing that on item A, we're going to table the interviews of applicants for the public information officer. We have more applicants to interview on May 11th. Is there a second to my motion?
So moved.
And all those
Oh,
in
second,
favor
sorry. My bad.
signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and let's see.
Number
What?
Number 8, it'll be 20, we selected 26 for the 20, for the.
Right, but I'm still in executive session right now, items. But I'll take that one first, right afterwards. So on item B, there's a motion that wants to be, there is a suggested motion for the Nueces County Fire Marshal. And Commissioner Chesney, you have this one.
And this is related to item number 22.
Correct.
Motion to clarify that the fire marshal reports to the Commissioners Court via the Commissioners Court manager, and that no changes to the fire marshal job description from when hired would be made until the entire court gets a chance to comment on that.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Okay, and I'm going to call for discussion on this one. And what I'd like to suggest is that after lengthy discussion, there is I'm going to call it an honest disagreement on how this particular office was created. Some of the court feels that this office was created to initially report to the court. I believe, since it's been under emergency management for the past year and a half, and we've been conducting business that way, that it's different. So I hope that we can get some clarity no matter how this vote goes, and I'll be asking for that from the county attorney's office. We need to create clarity, but it's not in a vacuum. When I say ask for clarity, I don't mean, what do you think? I mean, let's get me in the room with you so that we can work with court administration and actually work with the auditors and put the whole totality of the circumstances together. Because I don't think anybody was just operating for a year and a half one way and we decided to just wake up. It just didn't work that way. So that's my discussion.
But they decided to put a different number, that's why. It became a department head.
So again, that's part of the clarity. And so by the next time, we'll bring that clarity. And so I will be voting no because I've been operating under a different mechanism. And we all know that electeds hire and fire their own employees. And I did hire him. And so I'd like to be able to make certain that all his rights are preserved, at least through this budget year. And so I'll bring it back on the 11th with more clarity. But for now, if there's no other discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, those opposed, no. No.
Aye. Sorry. My bad.
Okay,
I'm an aye.
he's an aye, and we're no's. Okay?
Aye.
And
But this is going to be clarified and brought.
yeah, I'm gonna do that, John, on the 11th. Item number C was just a consult only. Item D, is there a motion, on item D? It's the case number 221 CV 194, Daniel Benavides versus Nueces County. Is there a motion regarding this case and the settlement
Make a motion to continue negotiations.
and to reject the
I'm
settlement
sorry,
offer?
reject settlement offer, yes.
I'll second that. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, opposed, same sign? Okay, and then item E on case number 221 CV-143, is there a motion regarding Adan de Leon versus Nueces County settlement offer?
Motion to
Continue settlement.
continue negotiations and reject settlement.
Is there a second?
Second.
Multiple seconds. I heard it over here, Kara.
Are y'all?
In executive session.
But y'all, those aren't action items. Y'all gonna consider
Mine
them?
was.
Are they on the main?
They are. Benavides and de Leon are.
Because these are all consults, so we're going back to.
Right, we didn't refer to the number. We need to refer to the number.
Because
Let me do that. It's 17 and 18, okay? They are posted. They do refer to executive session item, but they refer back to agenda item 17 and agenda item 18. The last one we did was just 18.
Leon was 18.
And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Aye, pose same sign. Okay, and then items F and G were consultations. And also, there's some other items that were discussed in executive session that we're going to take some action on. And that's item number 10, we really already discussed it, but for clarification, the motion is to make Dr. Ray Fernandez, MD, our interim medical examiner, as a full-time employee per the advice of counsel. Is there a second? And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And again, Jenny, that's rejecting the personal services agreement and changing it to the manner in which you believe is to be best, along with our auditor. Item number 11 is related to the compensation package for the incoming medical examiner and related matters. And
Sorry.
Go
the way,
ahead.
10 is worded on the agenda, it's discuss and consider personal services agreement. So you said the motion was to make him a full-time, y'all voted, and then you told Jenny it's to reject the personal services agreement.
So we need to clean it up.
so I can,
So we need to.
we can clean it up, so we can just say that item 10
Right.
is, because we'll get to the 11 on related matters.
Right.
So we can always scoop it in 11, but on 10, we could withdraw that motion if you
Okay.
like it better, and it's just not to pursue a personal services
Okay.
contract.
But-
Okay,
but
for
don't we
another
need-
for another method.
But don't we need to, I thought we were gonna make it to where it was, whatever Jenny felt we needed to.
That's correct, but
Okay.
Kara's saying, she's saying that it's noticed a certain way, so I'm gonna scoop that up in 11 under related matters.
Oh, you're
Is that-
gonna,
I mean,
The motion, like you said.
you're gonna,
with
so you're
not-
gonna motion to,
Motion
You
to
said-
amend, let me
right,
just do it this
add
way.
on, reject personal services.
That's it.
Perfect. That's good.
You got it. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
wait, what are we saying? I do, sorry.
It's
no,
the motion to
Make him a full-time employee
Uh-huh.
and to reject the personal services.
agreement, and that's the motion.
Make him
That's-
full-time.
Yes.
And I just
Yes.
said, I added per the advice of counsel.
Yes, per
Only
advice of counsel.
what if he doesn't agree?
Well, this is just an offer. This is per the advice of counsel and auditor, to comply with the rules that we have.
Okay.
And if
And
there's a
again, that's the
problem, then-
motion.
If there's
You
a
wanna
problem,
stick to the
we can't
second?
kill the deal over this, so you gotta figure it out. I mean, if
Okay, but it's not gonna be a motion and a second was already formulated, Kara, the same way. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
hold on, or should we say, or whatever other legal necessary means that Jenny can come up with to make this work. I would add that to the motion.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think so.
well, I would just say, and
Second.
any other substitute contract that would meet the IRS and employment requirements. Okay?
Fair enough. Make it broad.
Broad. And then I'll make that, and then there was the second by Modis. And
I
then,
did.
or Gonzalez.
Okay.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Again, item number 11 is basically discussion of the compensation package for the incoming medical examiner and related matters. And the motion is to direct the HR director to please post for the new medical examiner's job and to amend the compensation package to have a salary of $500,000 a year and any other further compensation to be determined by Commissioners Court. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, that handles 11 and 12. Give me 1 second to double check. I believe there's only one more.
Should we,
Give me just a second. Nothing else but 16, right? Are they?
19?
9, that's the one I'm missing. That's the one, forgive me. That's the one I was looking for. So 9 is discuss and consider the allocation of the ARPA funds as survivor benefits under the COVID-19 Victims Assistance eligibility to the surviving spouse of former Nueces County employee Raul Salazar, and that amount be designated as $15,000. Is there a second?
COVID financial assistance.
Second.
Judge?
I'm sorry, tell me what your,
They'll be titled for COVID financial assistance.
that's what we just said.
Yes.
It's actually for victims' families.
Okay, victim.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Judge, do we need to, since we have substantially changed our package for the ME, do we need to go back and instruct Julie to go talk to Dr. Fagan one more time? It's a pretty big difference.
I don't think that's a bad idea. I think, they just heard that, so we can make that happen.
Yeah, he might change his mind. He might.
Okay?
And then,
I mean, that goes without saying that there is an active recruitment taking place and that the court has now made new directives for that position.
Okay.
Okay? All right, that takes me all the way through executive, and it takes me through all the ones that we pulled from regular to executive, and, except for, of course, the ones that we've tabled. And then what I'm gonna do is go back to 16, and then we'll go back into the ones that we haven't addressed at all, and we actually missed Louis' report, but let's move to item 16. It's discuss and consider terminating the Nueces County Declaration of Disaster due to public health emergency, originally signed March 13th, 2020. And I'm gonna make the motion in the spirit of making certain that we both send the right message to FEMA and send the right message to our larger constituency that we are at a new day as far as our COVID numbers go and our alerts and colors that we designate for this emergency. And so the motion is to continue the disaster deck with the provision that the county attorney is going to help craft a document that puts forth that the emergency powers regarding procurement be not restricted to the county judge, as is normally active during a local deck, but rather with the commissioner's court, as quite frankly, we've been doing for months and months. And so with that, we don't have a final document, but I do believe that the spirit of today is to make certain that we do not, and I repeat, do not hinder our own reimbursements as we have ongoing activity with COVID-19. And so I think that's an important motion, and I hope that I can get a second from Commissioner Chesney.
You can, and that would be effective today in the spirit of what
That's
you
correct.
indicated, and the document would
It-
come back to that.
It
end.
is. I'm
So-
going to consider
and
it
that's
like
my
a
sec-
stay, in court,
Fair.
when we're on a certain, we're going to stay any powers that I would normally have. And again, they all restricted to procurement. I mean, nothing changes. I'm still the emergency manager, and I'm still actively pursuing all things COVID-19. But in this form and fashion, we keep the deck open really for the purposes of reimbursement at this point. If something changes in the future, Commissioner Chesney and I have had this discussion, that I would bring it back to the court immediately, because I have to be honest with you, there are reasons that 418 exist, and they're good reasons. Those exigent circumstances aren't necessarily visible in our own community, albeit, please do not misinterpret. Today, while we were in court, we had an additional COVID death, a person in their 50s, no comorbidities. To say that it doesn't exist is quite frankly callous to the family of that particular individual who lost their life to this insidious disease. So again, this is in the spirit of, as they say, we're all in this together, even people who disagree with the basic premise of emergency powers. And I believe in that. So Jenny, hopefully you can start crafting, and we'll get with you, to be honest with you, as soon as you're ready.
Yes, Judge.
All right, and so all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay. Let's move on. I noticed that we've got everybody here, and I thank you for that.
21, 22 were table, right?
No, 22, we acted on 21.
We
was
already
tabled.
acted on 21.
22.
I'm sorry, I keep
okay.
reversing. 22, and we tabled till May 11th. Okay?
And then on 8, Judge, for the American Rescue Plan, just the date is gonna be on May 26th, right?
Yes,
We were
so on,
waiting
well, did he confirm?
Is that good? May 26th for you?
All right, so the date on item number 8 for our workshop, we're going to announce this right now to the public, and we'll make sure that we get this also on the hot wire, that May 26th at 8:30 a.m., and we're going to try to run this till lunch, as they say, on or about, is for the Commissioners Court to meet to discuss the plan for expenditures for ARPA funds and related matters. Okay, thank you for that. All those, that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we're gonna work towards, Public Works. And this is not to minimize anything that you've got here, but, concentrate on the big ones with more time and then move swiftly through the ones that need less.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
first is a contract extension between Hanson and Nueces County. Do you recommend this
We're recommending approval.
for the stormwater management? Mhm.
Yes. Motion. Thank you.
And I'll second. And any other discussion? Okay. And it'll still finish on time, and we'll get it all put forth to the state, right? No problems?
No, ma'am, it's not a problem.
Okay.
Everything will be documented by Hanson.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay. The next one is a temporary construction easement, Kinder Morgan Tejas Pipeline LLC, staging area. We're going to get $500.
Yes, ma'am.
You recommend?
We will recommend.
Okay. And motion to approve by Kamatis, and I'll take Gonzalez' motion as a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. The next one is a change order with Phoenix One regarding the exterior wall remediation. Do you first recommend, and then do you have savings within the original contract to pay for it?
We're recommending, Judge, and I know there's monies from the, I know Teresa just gave it to me. There's money set aside that we can use for the funding source.
Right, in the original,
Yes, ma'am.
in
that
the
I-
original contract?
Well, it's part of the original contract, and then some of it is some monies that were coming from, you know what, Judge? I had it right in front
You know,
of me.
I have it here too on my desk.
Yes, here you go.
Yeah, just read it out, Ade. What is it? Use your mic,
Microphone.
just use your mic for the,
Pull your mic down.
To relocate funds from project 1923
001 is gonna be 91,063.70.
Twenty nineteen
from where?
sales.
From the, for the 1923, 3,001. That's a project.
So part of it, part of the funding, Juan, is really from the contract itself?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the other part is this
So,
other
2019 COs.
2019 COs?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, in other
Sorry
words,
about
stuff that was in unallocated COs.
And this is
Okay.
work that needs to be done, Judge and Commissioner.
And this is additional work
Yes,
that
yes,
needs to
ma'am.
be done, that you've identified and certified, and we're
Yes,
all
ma'am.
good to go?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. If there's no other questions, all those, did I get a motion in a second? Kara, I didn't. Let me make the motion. Is there a second? Okay, motion and a second to approve this Phoenix One restoration, change order number 4. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay. Hard to rush number 4. Let's do everything else.
Judge, can I recommend something?
Yeah.
On item number 5, can we table item number 5? We still
Yes.
missing a document on that.
All right, I'll make a motion to table item 5 with the recommendation of PW. Is there a second?
Until
All those table on 5.
with the date.
May 11th, okay? Is the
Yes, yes,
next
ma'am.
court
Yes, ma'am.
available?
We'll have the documents ready.
All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let's do 6. It's the amended change order for the rehab project 67, 69, 77 in Bower Road. Go ahead.
We're on item number, for.
6.
That's number 6, I'm
It's-
sorry.
it's the
Yes,
roads.
yes, I'm going, yes, we're recommending the change order number 1, and this is for 67 and 77, and we're recommending the change order.
Okay, and,
And this is just to close up the project.
right, I was gonna say, you
And
wanna
it's-
just
it's
tell
for this-
everybody, it's
for
just a
this-
closeout.
It's just to close out, it's because of the CDBG project, so we're
Right.
just trying to close out the.
So there's no funds necessary? on
There's
this?
no,
not that I
there's
know,
no
no.
residual funds, we spent them all.
Yes,
Motion
ma'am.
to-
Yeah,
motion approved.
okay. These are DRs, disaster recovery funds. I've got a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and then the next one is the execution of the AIA agreement with CLK Architects for accessibility to various county facilities.
Yes, Judge and Commissioners, we're recommending the amendment to COK, or the execution of the contract to COK. And this is for the remaining projects that COK is going to do a walkthrough of the facilities that were still remaining as part of the original ADA projects. So we're recommending the contract.
So, really, this is not for the courthouse, it's really
No.
for almost everything else.
This is for the other buildings that were still pending.
That
as
were
part of
still
that.
pending.
Correct.
Okay.
And is there a cost on this one that's?
Yes, sir, I think it's 160 something.
How much?
160,
161,
Yeah,
161,000.
161.
What's the funding source?
The funding source, Commissioner?
for Teresa's.
2021.
CO 2021.
Like the whole one that, okay.
It's coming from the countywide accessibility project.
Oh,
It was
gotcha,
something that we
gotcha.
already
No, no,
prioritized.
Gotcha, all right, gotcha.
Thanks,
Okay,
Teresa.
motion to approve.
Okay, and I'll second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. And I don't mean to gloss over that, because it's kind of a big deal, because, you know, we were released from our settlement, but what I love about what we're doing is that we're taking it to the nth degree. We're not just finishing projects, but we're making sure that while we're working on these projects, all of the ADA is, you know, being addressed. I think this one is a really important one. When we get that PIO, we're gonna have to really, that's one to highlight. Okay, now I'm taking you back to 4, and I don't want to go so fast, but it honestly is not as convoluted. It's boils down to 2 projects, air handlers and windows. Do you want to outline it for us?
That's correct, Judge. The change order number 4 includes deleting the amphitheater, getting the credit from the amphitheater. It's getting a credit from the parking lot from McKenzie, and it's also getting a credit from the air handler units that we're planning on being refurbished. And each number is at 1.5, 90,000, 353,000. And then for the new add-ons that we're recommending to court is gonna be the jail air handler units, and that's gonna be the full replacement of their air handler units. And that's gonna be $1.4 million and some change. The controls is 99,000, and then plus their general conditions from ABM is like 92,000. And then additional insurance is about 10,000. And then I'm just kind of throwing some numbers. And then the R&B Fairgrounds additional, and this is for the metal flashing, the windows, and the reglazing of the windows is $466,000.
And so honestly, not, again, to minimize it, but the essence of it is we use all of the credit, plus we have a certain amount that's over, and we've got a funding source for it. But the reason that we're doing that, it's because it's your recommendation that it makes no sense to leave that last air handler unit system out.
That's correct. There's 9 of
You
them.
talking about that 127,000?
Yes, sir. I think the total, the change on that, Commissioner, is 132, 630 and 70 cents.
And then just give us for the record, the, Teresa can help you with the numbers.
Yes.
What department, how is that gonna be funded?
And this is,
I'll let Teresa.
That's gonna come from the 2021 COs, the Fairgrounds Improvements,
Right.
Immediate Needs Project.
Again, the
just
prioritization.
Just the
The
last air
132?
handler that we're talking about. The rest of it is the reallocation of the
That's
funds.
correct.
Yes, sir.
Right,
Just
okay.
that last one, because it, otherwise you wouldn't have enough money, and this one just makes sense to get it all
Get it all
done
done.
at once.
So, and I appreciate you saying not to gloss over this one, because obviously there's other matters related to this that I'm hoping this will help possibly resolve. So this basically would then reallocate all the funds, if we proceed today, reallocate all the funds from the previous amphitheater project to these projects.
Yes,
and-
sir.
And then we will be done with that, correct?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Okay, so I would make that motion if it's
And-
time.
And I'll second that, but just on the discussion piece of it, also just to give a little more information, those air handlers were original to the courthouse. And so by doing this, we buy ourselves quite a few years.
And honestly, too,
That's correct.
let's say too, what's really good about this is really energy savings. And that, a lot of this is energy savings, and
Yeah.
I think that's an important thing for us to focus on too, that I think that's a really good thing that we're doing is using this for energy savings. So
Yes,
that-
sir. It is for energy savings.
That's good,
Yes, sir.
thank you.
Thank you. Juan.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, it doesn't move our needle on the guarantee, but it will be energy savings. Is that okay?
That's true.
Well,
All
we're
right.
moving down the road.
All righty, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, Juan, stick around, there's still a little bit, I think,
Okay.
left.
All right.
Some
Thank you.
of it has to do with equipment, it's not really you, it's Michael, but just stick around.
Yes, ma'am.
The next piece is Michael. He's got 6 items that we can move through also quickly. But again, don't gloss over anything high level. The first is an award for Rochester Armored Car Services. It's an IFB 3183-21. Michael.
Yes, this is for Armored Car Services. We conducted a bid opening on February 17th, and the court on March 16th selected Rochester Armored Services. And today, we're just bringing you the contract, and so we're recommending award and execution of the agreement with Rochester Armored Car Company Incorporated in the estimated amount of $26,286. And that's going to be paid by the user department funds as they use the service. They pay as they go.
And legals looked over this, and it's all good to go.
Yes.
Yeah, motion approved.
And got a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, item number 2, it's CSP 3192-22, infrastructure for emergency generators at the courthouse, main jail, and jail annex. Michael,
Okay, so I'm going to pass out something on this real quick.
okay.
Thank you.
Was that it? We're good to go? Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, so on this item, this is for the infrastructure construction of the emergency generators at the courthouse, the main jail, and the jail annex. We conducted a proposal opening on April 7th. 2 proposals were received. We met as a selection committee, and we have the scores there in front of you along with the numerical bid that was provided. And we recommend, the committee recommends HJD Capital Electric for conditional selection of CSP 3192-22 in the amount of $3,066,518 for the base bid and the alternate number 1 transformer replacement. We have a letter also from NRG Engineering supporting that recommendation. And so we ask for your approval. And then if we get the approval, then we'll come back on a later court to execute that agreement.
Okay. All right, is there a motion for approval here?
Michael, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Are these generators gonna work?
So this is not for the generators. This is actually the connectivity
Connect them?
of the generators that we've already purchased. We purchased those generators last year, and they arrived and they're in a warehouse being stored until we can put this connectivity in place. Right now, the courthouse is running on temporary generators with a temporary connection. So this is going to put in a permanent connection for those generators.
So,
Okay.
so once we
So
do
yes,
that,
we anticipate they're going to work because we bought some really good generators.
that's what I'm saying. You know, my question was, when we bring in those new, right now they're in storage, are we paying for the storage or what?
Currently, we are not paying for the storage for the generators. They're being stored by the manufacturer that produced them, which is Generac.
And they're not charging us storage? for
They're not
keeping-
charging us storage for them right now.
Okay. So once we get them, they're gonna replace the temps that are there, right?
Yeah, there'll be 4 generators here at the courthouse, 4 625 kilowatt generators that will be installed here, and 2 6.25 kilowatt generators that will be installed at McKenzie Jail Annex. Those will replace the temporary generators that are here, along with an automatic switch that will be installed.
And those are brand new ones that we're gonna
Those
install.
are brand new.
And so what happens to the old ones?
Funny you should ask, Juan. You want to tell them what you'd like to do, at least with one of them? The McKinsey one?
Yeah, what I recommended, what I'm gonna recommend to the court is to remove the existing generators that are there. Because what do you wanna have redundancy maintenance on the old generators, when we have brand new generators there. So my recommendation was to change is that I would like those generators to be removed. Because we don't wanna incur the cost. Oh, and take McKenzie to the fairgrounds.
To the
So we can use
fairgrounds.
that, so we can use it at the fairgrounds.
And
Okay,
I've
so one
asked,
will be taken to the fairgrounds,
Yes, sir.
and we're gonna get rid of the other 3?
Yes, well, yes, sir. The plan is to relocate them, or we can take ownership of them and just have them stored, or reuse them somewhere else.
Of the old ones?
On the old ones, yes, sir.
What are you gonna store them for? I mean, what,
No, we don't want to store them, just to kind of see if we need them somewhere else, Commissioner, just in
Oh.
case. But if not, we can get rid of them.
I mean,
3 of them are good, one of them you're not gonna want to reuse.
yeah, so I'm saying, if you're gonna use one, the other one not gonna need them, we need to get rid of them, so we'll have to be paying the maintenance fees for them.
That's correct.
So, and how much is the maintenance fees right now?
It can vary.
I'll let Shane.
The maintenance fees can vary at this point. Right now, that's budgeted $150,000 a year.
Times 3?
no, for
That's
the
for all
whole.
of them. That's for all of them.
Okay,
This,
all right, so we need one, but we don't need 3, we don't need
Yeah,
4.
the best generator that you have is the generator that was replaced at McKenzie Jail Annex a few years back. So that generator would be moved in a different proposal come later on to bid out, to move that to the fairgrounds for the emergency management system.
Okay, once I move to the fairgrounds, will that be connected, or is it gonna be just
There
sitting
would
there?
have to be an RFP put out for that to be connected up out there.
Okay, and we don't wanna let it sit there for a year or 2 years, right? I mean, I just don't want it to sit out there, then we gotta do all this other stuff to it because it was sitting there for a year or whatever. I mean, if we're gonna use it, let's use it. If not, I mean, what do we don't, I mean, why just let it sit there, you know?
Yes, sir. I agree. Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, were you done?
so Commissioner Chesney has a question, and then I'll loop back as well.
Thank you. So what are we gonna do with the old generators? Are there some use to those, or are there any I mean, because is there a way to repurpose? I mean, just as a backup. No, as a
Okay,
backup.
we're
got a
only
text.
laughing because he just said it.
I know, but I get it. I've got it right. But I mean, Coastal Parks is asking me for one, so do we need to?
Yeah, he can get on the list.
Okay, that's, so how do I get on the list? Is where I'm going. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The only thing they would have to pay, Commissioner, is to make sure that they get the hookup for the generator, which is an automatic transfer switch. So that's gonna have to be done wherever they're planning on staging
Right.
them.
So
Yes, sir.
if someone could just connect with Coastal Parks. and
Scott.
Take me out of it, please. I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and so look, where we are on
Sorry,
this
I
is
didn't
that,
do that.
Juan asked how we can reuse them, and what we've done is said, look, let's get a cost estimate going for fairgrounds first, because we know that McKinsey can be over there, and that we're coming into hurricane season, and that would be great. So they're working on that, and then what you could do is pivot to your other high priority places. But just remember, it's not like you just move it with no cost. So there's cost here. So let's take the highest priority, which you've already heard two of them, fairgrounds and coastal, and let's see what you guys can come up with a cost estimate.
Yes, ma'am. And-
Unless you know right now, I mean, I don't,
No.
you don't know.
Wanna be able to hook up
Okay.
against the coastal? I just, again, they can use it at coastal park area, that's fine, but I'm gonna say it again, I just don't want those generators to be sitting there for a year, or a year and a half, or 2 years, I'm gonna need them and they're not gonna turn on. I mean, and then we gotta get somebody to fix them, and here we are paying maintenance all these months. So, I just don't want that, we've done this before, man, and we don't, that's where this is where we lose a lot of money.
Yes, sir. One is maintenance, Commissioner, and the other one's TCEQ, because since they have diesel tanks, TCEQ is gonna have to come and inspect them, and then you have to do an inspection on them too, so that's a cost that you're gonna incur also.
For the old ones, not the new
For
ones.
the-
The new ones are natural gas.
Yes, ma'am. No, yes,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
talking about the old ones.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the old ones too.
But just remember, that's what I'm saying, come up with a priority, because look, generators are insurance. You hate to maintain them until you need them, until their people's lives depend upon them. So we need to make sure that the Fort Fairgrounds, which is our evacuation center, has it. That's a high priority. Everything else can be justified by your department heads or your commissioners and by working with you.
It's better buy a new one, they have to pay 2 years of maintenance and then it don't work.
Well, just so you know, new ones need maintenance too. Generators need to be fired up,
That's
period.
coming, that's coming next, right? The
Yeah.
maintenance contract?
But
That's
again, the
coming next.
maintenance contract has been budgeted for the last 2 fiscal cycles to get us accustomed to the concept of we're gonna need maintenance. So the maintenance that we have budgeted is appropriate for our new generators. But these older ones, again, we'll need to have PW come up with some sort of a cost estimate of installation plus maintenance, and they could maybe roll that into what we said was an additive bid, right, Michael? We talked about that, whether we have basically a procurement for maintenance, and then an additive bid to that could be what they would charge to do maintenance on the old generators.
And I don't have a problem paying, of course, the new ones, we gotta pay for maintenance, I don't have a problem, because we're using them. The old ones are the ones I have a problem, maybe not gonna use them. Now, when you give us a cause, I'd like to know how long they're gonna be sitting there, I mean, if it's possible.
Yes, sir. And then the other main thing also that I want to mention is that you don't want to have an old generator sitting here and tied into the system, and then
Right.
have a new generator tied into the
Right.
system, because that also affects when Joe Inspections comes out here, they're gonna want to see both of them, the old one and the new one function.
I agree, I mean.
And if one of them doesn't function, then you fail, so. I
I
just want to
agree.
make sure we point that out.
Lan, I think you same way, I mean, I'm sure you agree with that, right, I mean.
Yes. Part of the thing that will happen is that the old generators, once the new ones are up and running for a month, will be disconnected from the VFD switches, so they do not connect to the jail itself in either site.
Hey, Juan, do you already have uses for the old generators? Do you know where they're gonna go?
No, sir. No, well, that's what we're talking. We know one of them that might
Fairground.
go to the fairgrounds, and then I know Scott Cross wants another one.
Twilight
so-
Zone.
I don't know, I'm thinking Commissioner Gonzalez just doesn't want them sitting there for a year.
Yes, sir.
If you know that, within
Yeah,
6
we-
months, something like that.
Yeah, we'd have to get with like an electrical, or with the electrical engineer and say, hey, what is it gonna require for us to get this worked out at both facilities?
Okay, well, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks for answering all those questions. Kara, we had a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, Michael, the next one is about RICO.
Yes.
And it's 5 copiers under an MLA OS 858.
Right, so these copiers are going to be for the tax office, voter registration, the call center in the tax office, the district clerk, 6th floor archives, the sheriff's office for the new badging office, and crime data section. All of these items were already put into the budget last year and approved. And I visited with Dale's office to make sure that that was still the case, and it is the case. And so we recommend approval of these new copiers.
The money's still there, Dale?
Yes.
So move.
All right,
Second.
motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, this is heavy equipment for Public Works. This was part of our appropriations, I'm imagining, and now you're ready to buy.
Correct. So on this one, we had an IFB for heavy equipment. Public Works had the items that you see there that they were requesting bids on, which was 2 new excavators, 2 new 6-inch diesel-powered water pumps with trailers, 6 new tractor mowers with rotary cutters, and 1 hydrovac truck with tanks and hoses. When we got our bids, we received 2 bids only, and one of the bidders bid on the excavators, and one of the bidders provided a bid for the tractor mowers. I reviewed this with Public Works, and they're satisfied with the bid pricing that was offered by Waukesha Pierce Industries LLC for the new excavators, but they are not interested in the bid that came for the tractor mowers. So what we're recommending today is that we accept the selection of Waukesha Pierce for the 2 new excavators at a total cost of $890,400.94, and that we reject the bids, all remaining bids for items B, C, and D, and then permit me to go back out and rebid those items at a later
So
date.
move.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Next, we have the discuss and consider selection for the RFP 3189-22 consulting services for the HMAP update. This is the Hazard Mitigation Action Plan update.
Wait, what number are you on, Mike? I'm sorry.
This is number 5.
Five.
Trying to keep
I'm
it.
going to pass out some more documents.
Thank you. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, so on this item, we had a proposal opening on April 19th. At 3 PM, we received 2 proposals. The selection committee met to review these proposals. We largely deferred to emergency management. This is an item that Louis' folks are well aware of what the timing is on this. We have a need to have that submission done in a very short order. It's due by June 1st. And we need to get this selected today so I can come back on the 11th and do the award. And the scoring is there in front of you. The pricing difference was about $13,000 in favor of Lockwood, Andrews, and Newnham. They are the folks that worked on our previous hazard mitigation action plan. And it was a feeling of the committee that they would be in the best position to hit the ground running and make that short date that was due by June 1st. And so the committee recommends selection of Lockwood, Andrews, and Newnham Incorporated.
Am I reading this? Oh,
Who,
no, this
who was in that committee, Mike?
Who was on the committee was emergency management, Purchasing, Judge Canales, and Grants Administration.
32.
Michael, I just got to be honest, I didn't know Grants Works was in this line of work. I only knew them for doing grants. So is this something new, or they've always had these services available?
I'm not familiar with, I don't have a long history with GrantWorks. I know they're well respected in the industry.
Sure,
and-
of course.
And our scoring reflected that they performed pretty well on what they provided to us. The main difference here was price and familiarity with the project, with the time constraints that we had. And I don't know if Louis wants to say a few words.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Board. So, and it's actually like Michael said, it was a heavy consideration on the turnaround time for this project getting started. They were very similar. I think GrantWorks had a history of about 20 years or 25 years or something like that. I have to go back and revisit my notes, but it was really similar. It came down to who can do the project with less hassle and get it done by the time we need to get it done.
And
So
y'all
really-
might
but
recall
what
that
you-
we've
what-
already
what-
awarded a,
Hold on, Michael, what you're saying is they're really equal, but you decided because on who can do it before less hassle. So that's what I heard you say, that the only reason you changed it here was because less hassle, that we'll do it for less hassle.
That was a consideration, yes, Commissioner. There's also a less cost with LAN as well.
Less cost? There's a 13,000, that's the difference, that was over, the other, GrantWorks was 13,000 over?
that's correct.
Now,
And y'all should be familiar with GrantWorks. We've already issued a contract with them.
Yeah, I know.
They're on the Restore Act for us, which was like a $7 million project, and then they get a percentage of that on that work.
We know who they are.
What, and this one was done after this one was already put in place in an order after the policy changed as well, just.
Oh, yeah, just for the record,
Yeah.
there were a couple of RFPs that the court had pre-authorized before with a selection committee that included members of Commissioners Court on it, and this is one of those, and so that just continued on. Any new proposals for RFP that get brought before you will not have any members of Commissioners Court, as there were two on the agenda today that did not contain any members of Commissioners Court on it, so we're adhering to that going forward, but this was just one of the older ones.
And the time constraint is because of that one's fixing to run out?
Yes, there's a
Said something need to be submitted by June 1st, I thought I heard you say.
Correct, Commissioner. So on our HMAS projects, they are 5-year before they have to be renewed, and this one runs out in June. So there are some grants tied to having the HMAP completed, and if we don't get it completed, then we could be penalized. I don't know what FEMA's plan is going forward with mitigation projects, but I know that they do look at our hazard mitigation plan to be considered for any grants.
What's the time frame to finish this job, and what was the total of the bid?
Okay, I'm not at liberty to give the total out right now because the first part of the process is for y'all to make a selection. And then I come back and I will bring the contract with me at that point, and that's when you'll see the totals. But I did share with y'all that there was a difference of about $13,000 between the two bidders.
Okay. And there is a time frame to get this done?
Yes, the timeframe would be that I would come back on May 11th and we would execute the contract at that point. And then they could begin work starting May 11th to make that June 1st submission date. There's also some additional work that goes on an additional submission in August, is that correct? So they'll continue to work throughout the summer on this project as well. And this has tie-ins to the drainage project, the master drainage project. We have to have this hazard mitigation action plan for drainage in place so that we can apply for grants. That's the grants tie-in.
And on the cost on this, if I remember, this is a usage one, so how do you, this is only if you use it, right?
No, they gave us a hard cost on this.
They both did?
Yeah.
And the hard cost, meaning it's not if you use it, they're gonna charge it no matter what?
No, let's see.
Well, it's to produce an action plan, so it's a product that you get. That's what HMAP is all about. It's an actual plan that's a document that gets submitted to FEMA.
Right, my bad. So, that's right. So you're saying the last one we did was 5 years ago, and it's about to unwind, and we have to have another one submitted to have the plan in, right?
Correct.
Just trying to regroup on this, because I haven't done this in a while. And what's the source of funding on this? And why can't
So
you?
the county has a pending application with TDM to fund this update through Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, DR 4332. That's what's in the agenda.
Right, and it's gotta be submitted in June, there's grants tied to it, okay, we've done this before, and why can't you give us the cost sheet?
Oh, I could give you the cost sheet, I can't announce it publicly.
Until we vote on it or whatever?
Right.
That's
Okay.
right.
And so, and
I mean, if
I'm
y'all want
sorry,
to go to exec and have me tell you the cost, I'd be happy to do that.
no, and what's the funding source?
It's the TDM, we have an application with TDM to fund it through the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, HMGP, Disaster Recovery 4332.
So this is subject to that grant being awarded?
Correct.
So we'd have to make that as part of the motion,
I think so.
right?
I think that's smart.
Okay, I'm good.
Yeah.
I moved subject to the, that language. I can't
All
get
right,
it out,
subject
sorry.
to the
Subject to the grant being-
HMGP
EDM grant being awarded.
Right.
being awarded.
That's
Okay.
my motion to pass and to accept the committee's review, recommendation. God, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I got you.
And there's a
Tired.
motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Okay,
and just
yep.
FYI on that, Louis, you know, these new generators, like the cost to move the old generators, that, I know we hadn't thought about it, but I just had the light bulb go off that maybe we can put that inside our HMAP plan, and maybe that's something we could apply for TDM. In other words, we'd be taking the old generators, moving over to the fairgrounds, like that one should qualify. I mean, it's an opportunity, you know, we talked about what our HMGP best projects are. That one might rise to the top of the list.
Correct, Judge. And we have been thinking about it in the EOC, so we thought about coastal parks, and we also thought about Hilltop as well.
Hilltop as well.
Because those are our mass care facilities.
Got it.
So,
Yeah. It's just sometimes we throw these acronyms around and we don't really know how important they are, but that is how we funded, that's how we fund generators literally all over Texas, is through TDM's HMGP plan. I'm sorry, HMGP grants, which come to us through FEMA. So these hazard mitigations are things like electricity warning systems for lightning, really lightning warning systems. And like Coastal Parks has one, Commissioner Chesney, for hurricane shutters for its entire facility. So those are the types of grants that we put in for. And of course, the stronger your plan, the stronger your grant. Just to have a little background, we say HMAP, HGMP, what does all that mean? Go ahead. Sorry, Michael.
Oh, that's all right. So next is item 3C6, which is the discuss and consider selection for RFP number 3182-21, disaster debris monitoring. And I'm going to pass out another document for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so for this one, whenever we have disaster debris removal,
Yeah, thank
FEMA
you.
requires us to have a monitoring company alongside to verify all of the pickups and deliveries of debris. And so our service was coming to an end, and so we put out this bid. The proposal opening was conducted on April 19th at 2 p.m. We received 7 proposals for this. The committee met to review all the proposals, and you have the ranking there in front of you. And the committee's recommendation is to recommend selection of Tetra Tech, Inc., which is actually our current provider of this service. We consulted with Public Works heavily on this one because the billing that comes across, Tetra Tech works hand in hand with the provider, and for us, it's Crowder Gulf. So we had already awarded Crowder Gulf the disaster debris, and this is a pre-position contract, so it doesn't activate unless we have an event. When we do have an event, any costs associated with this event will be billed through the disaster. And so if they make a pickup, they being Crowder Gulf, they would deliver that invoice to Tetra Tech for that review and verification. Once it passes the review, it passes then to Public Works, and then their office, they review the bill and make the payment. And so when we spoke with the representatives there that were at the committee, they indicated to us that they had no issues with Tetra Tech. Everything worked smoothly. They were our provider during Hurricane Harvey. And so we feel confident that they'll continue to be a good provider for us for this service. And so we recommend selection of Tetra Tech.
So how come we didn't go to the low bidder?
This is a RFP which includes cost. So cost was part of the equation.
Costs, what do you mean costs?
So if you look at your score sheet, there's
I'm looking at it.
there's a piece assigned to cost. And you'll notice that Tetra Tech received the highest score for cost. So we are going with the low bidder.
Well, the bottom is, I'm going with the bottom numbers, right?
The very bottom number is the total score they received for all of the categories.
So if you go,
In-
total score should be your
In
low
the,
number, right?
in the price category, they received the highest score.
Which means
Which
they were the
means they
lowest
have the
cost.
lowest cost.
They got the most points, so they had the lowest cost. And Tetra Tech is also who, as you said, we've been using and we have we've had great experience, but
I really don't understand. I'm sorry, but I don't, they got 20 points, so they got the lower, just higher than everybody else, right? I mean, is it minus points?
No. It kind of works, it's kind of counterintuitive to what you might think. You're trying to get the highest score on price, which means you have the best price.
Okay, but they got 97 in the bottom. And to me, that's what we looked at it all the time. We always look at the bottom number.
That's all the categories added up
All right,
together.
but I mean, we always do that in all the other ones. I mean, we always look at the bottom number. And this one we had a 76, 80,
We don't reveal
84.
those scores, sir. We don't reveal the scores in court.
Okay, well, how do I ask you now? How do I ask you that? You know, so we need to go ahead and, by looking at the bottom numbers,
And if you look at the very first row, it says rank. See that rank row? That gives you the ranking of each of the vendors. And so the one in the first column, Tetra Tech has the #1 rank. So that means they had the best ranking in all the categories combined, including price.
well, to me, the best ranking would be probably the highest, right?
They have the highest score on the bottom. If you'll notice, their score at the very bottom in the total is the highest score of all the other bidders or proposers.
And so who
And
was
so
on
that's
this?
why we're recommending.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
So I don't, they have the highest score, so how can they be the low bidder? I mean, I don't make it, I mean, I'm sorry, Mike, I'm just confused.
Think of it like you
On
want to
this
get 100 on a test to pass a course, and somebody got a 97 or something high like that, that's a high grade, versus someone getting a B or a C on a test. And so after we've graded all of these are the scores they received, and the bottom number score, whoever has the highest score is who the committee is going to recommend to the court, because we believe this.
This is like working like backwards here, because normally, the bottom score usually is the one we go with, the last one.
That's if you're looking at actual dollars, right? If you're looking at dollars and you see the lowest number, then that would be true. But this is a scoring matrix, and it's based on who achieves the best grade in each category. And
Okay,
so
well,
they're gonna have the highest score.
the bottom line, Michael,
Yeah,
is
but
that
just
he wants to know if it's the lowest cost. The answer is yes.
Yes, I
Can we
answered that
move on?
earlier.
It's the lowest
No,
cost.
let me finish, we can't move on. You know, so Michael, I guess in the future, what we need to do is probably just let us know the difference in this. I mean, I get this and I go what you're saying and I go look at the bottom, right? I mean, now you're telling me something different, I can understand
Oh, my goodness.
what you're telling me now, right? But I mean, before that, I mean, I never discussed this before, right? So This is, maybe if we have, I don't remember, right? But, okay, I mean, I
So
understand
when-
now,
yeah.
as far as the scoring, but this is why I was looking at the bottom, right? So thank you anyway for the explanation.
Sure.
All right. Is there a motion to approve Tetra Tech as our disaster debris monitoring? Motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, in the interest of time, Ida has reminded me. our
Judge, can I
new-
just give y'all
Yes.
just one quick, I just wanted to give a special thank you to Cheryl Croxton in my office. I have one bids writer, if y'all don't know this. So besides myself, it's Cheryl who
Yeah.
writes all these bids that we work on.
I know.
And so I just want to give her a special thank you
Good
this
job.
week. We've
Very
been
good.
Working on a lot of stuff for you guys.
Good job.
Thank you.
At this time, it's after 5 o'clock. I need a motion on the floor to continue. I will, if it helps you, weigh your options. The auditor is willing to postpone items 2, 3, 4
Did we
to,
pass
next court on May 11th. And that would only leave 2 more items. And so if I could get a motion to continue until 5:30, that would be welcome at this time.
So what are we tabling, Judge?
Items 2, 3, and 4 from
Okay, so
auditor under
motion
D
to table, motion to table D2, 3, and 4
to May 11th.
to May 11th?
Is that a motion?
Yes, sir.
Se-
Ma'am.
I'll second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
And then what are we down to?
Human resources.
Oh, okay.
Down to Human Resources, it's discuss and consider a pay increase for the grants writer position in the Grants Administration Department, E1. And the backup documentation is in your packet.
Yes.
And is there a motion to approve?
Wait, what, I'm sorry. I thought you wanted a motion to
E1.
extend first. I was trying to get to that one. I'm sorry. What did you want?
Oh, that's true, we do need to do that first. So I said till 5:30.
That's fine. Motion to do that.
Motion to approve amendment to the court policy for today and today only till 5:30 PM. Motion a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and then forgive
let
me,
me
there's
catch up.
E1 and F1, and then we will conclude, and I'll postpone my adjournment in memory till next time.
How
If-
about 2, 3, and 4? Do we already move on them?
The auditor ones?
Yeah.
That was one we just tabled.
We'll table it to the May
Is there a
11th.
table?
May 11th till, yeah, we tabled till May 11th.
Okay.
And then I don't have backup on wait, hold on before I say that. You said there's backup on E1? Oh, you know what? That was the one I got late today. Hold on.
You got it late
I
today.
did. I'm sorry. I gotta find it. Give me
Okay,
second.
it's it should be here, actually, maybe on your,
I may have left it in the office, because I know I got it late. I'm sorry. Can I,
What was the total on it?
someone could just,
The total.
Wait, can someone just tell us the price difference?
yeah,
The increase.
Ida, do you want to just help?
Total.
For which one is that?
E1?
E1, it's for the grants writer.
I didn't have a recommendation. I didn't know what it was gonna be.
Okay, well, the recommendation is to adjust is the proper terminology, our deputy grants writer.
Right.
And we made, when we approved our original grants writer position just recently that we filled, we made an adjustment to that position. And so this is to get it in accordance with that. In other words, there was a relativity between the grants writer and the deputy.
Right.
And then we changed the grants. And so now this is the logical sequencing of changing the deputy. And so
So if we increase it by one pay group, it increases it roughly about 5%.
okay, so.
I don't know what y'all are recommending, what percentage.
So it's helpful, I think, for them to have dollars.
I know, I just don't know. what
I
that
have the dollars.
I just don't know what the backup was that you gave me, and I apologize. I know I got it late today, and I may have left it in my office, so if someone could just give me that.
Could you
Wait,
just,
okay, hold on.
here it comes.
The grants writer's currently at 55,000, and to take it up to 5% would be about 58,000. And I believe it was about $2,700.
What's the next one?
And if,
Yeah. What's the next one?
It would be about $5,000 to take it to pay group 29.
Which would be
Which would be amount, how much the amount?
60.
$60,444.80
Yeah, that's fine.
to what she's currently at now, her step.
I would go with that. Be my motion.
Second.
So that's about 10%. of her salary. Maybe about 9.
Okay, I think that's, is that a motion for the 9%?
For 10, I think it's about
Or
10.
It would be 2
10%?
pay groups.
Okay, 2 pay groups and whatever the equivalent is. And so there's I'll make the motion. Is there a second?
There's already a motion second.
I'm so sorry.
No, we'll do it
I was
however you
trying to
want. Do it
get
however
us
you
set
want.
up here.
It's fine, it's fine.
Motion and a second.
It's fine.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's an increase by 2 pay groups.
What would the pay group be?
And what
Pay
would?
group 29.
29. Thank you. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Okay, the last one, and we're, certainly not to diminish this either, Daryl. You were, as they say, you were first in and now you're going to be last out. This is to discuss and fund the funding of our IT infrastructure project, the updated network components, the data center, enhanced cybersecurity. And today, the action item, Commissioners, would be to approve a method of procurement, which is request for competitive bid for the equipment, and to authorize the purchasing agent to publish a notice. And this is really important.
And was this, Judge, just quick before he starts,
Yeah.
the funding source was the 2021, or the 2020, or?
Actually, no,
Oh.
this is ARPA. This is ARPA, and the reason that this is like, we've just been pushing, but guys, cybersecurity is nothing we can push off anymore.
And so this is a new expense that we hadn't
That's
anticipated?
correct. And let's let Daryl outline it, but it is new, and the funding source has always been contemplated. You may have even seen it on previous agenda items with previous backup. The only good news is that since we first talked, I think Daryl keeps whittling it down. He's gotten it down to a number that's, quite frankly, a lot less than I imagined. Daryl?
Yes, we were originally at around $3 million, but time's gone by. We kept looking at it over and over again, and as the judge mentioned, it will go as an invitation for bids. Therefore, that could change a little bit, and hopefully it changes it downward. I'm actually looking forward to the bidding process because we won't be sole sourcing anything on this. But the overall project, as I mentioned, it's really all one project. The infrastructure includes a data center, and then cybersecurity, of course, has to go on all of this, or you're going to kind of be defeating your purpose in a way. But the modernizing of the infrastructure, we've got a lot of equipment that's been around for a very long time, goes back to when I was here as a project manager early on. And the data center is the same way. When I mention a data center, that's all of our virtual computers that act as our servers. And we're looking to expand in that area with the data center. Those servers actually manage our network domain for us, so it's very critical. There's a lot of cybersecurity within because that's all of our access into our systems. But the infrastructure is about replacing a lot of our existing equipment here in the courthouse or at the jail and the jail annex, as well as other 18 outlying facilities that are our primary facilities. And what this equipment will do, it will upgrade that. We're going to change our wide area networking strategy to a new technology, and it's going to allow for higher bandwidth, and we want the equipment that will handle that kind of bandwidth, because we're going to start bottlenecking it. We kind of do now. You do hear some complaints about Odyssey being slow, which was moved from our local data center to the cloud. So we want to make sure that there are no problems on our end. So when we troubleshoot any problems like that, we can pinpoint right where it's at, and it's typically not going to be at our end. But in replacing all of this primary equipment across the whole county enterprise as it is, we're going to free up a lot of other equipment. Some of it will be retired because it's very old. Some of it can actually still be utilized, and that's where we want to get into. We want to get out to like Public Works, need some wireless access capability at their yards. We want to bring in the community centers, just any facilities that are out there, because as ARPA goes, we want to, these things that touch on the public make us more efficient to help out the services that we supply to the constituents. All of this will be enhanced by doing this. And then again, the cybersecurity, which we need the modern equipment that can handle all the modern cybersecurity components that you put out there. You literally have the hardware itself is designed for certain cybersecurity, for certain levels of performance. And just to give you an example, you know, it's our growth that I'm looking at too. You approved the allocation of ARPA for e-citation today. Well, that's a new application that a lot of law enforcement will be using. It's going to add to the traffic on our network. We've got some jotted down here. We're looking at the new ERP system that could crank up our traffic quite a bit as well, because it's going to do more for us. We're going to integrate more into it. We're going to, like I said, we're going to add some of these additional facilities that haven't been able to be part of our infrastructure in the past. We're undergoing an Odyssey upgrade right now, and like I said, we do get some complaints about Odyssey performance, and when we upgrade it, that could bring in the potential for more bottlenecking. You heard from Mark today with mental health, talking about the what they want to do with the diversion initiative, working with law enforcement, keeping them out of jail and all that. Well, they're looking at an application called Cloud9, and what it does is it collects all the data on people that fall into that category, and law enforcement and others can actually download an application that allows them to access the Cloud9 data to get the information on people that they might be encountering out on the streets, and be able to determine right away if they fall into that category, if they have been put in the system already. But that would also be ran over at the jail. So if someone is, if we don't have the type of law enforcement that is part of that mental health program, then they may be unaware. When they get over to the jail with these people, we'll have it set up over there where they can access Cloud9 as well. So that'll be, so they make sure they don't lock them up whenever they need to go somewhere else. The county attorney is looking at a new application. I would like to, one of the copiers that was approved today for the 6th floor, that's kind of an area where we should be digitizing documents just like at the warehouse. I'm going to be working with the district clerk's office to try to enhance the digitizing project for our court records, which is the huge majority of it, because for records warehousing, I feel like we should be really moving quickly with this digitizing effort and minimize the amount of space that we need for warehousing, because we're at 50,000 square feet over there right now down on Palm Drive, and there are a lot of records in there, and just I was directly involved in that kind of project in the past, and it just doesn't seem to be moving any quicker these days. So it's kind of a slow process, and I feel like we should enhance that. But then we're also going to be adding additional wireless capability all around, get over to Hilltop, and like I said, out to these community centers, out to the pavilions and the parks where they have facilities for it, and add that extra traffic as well on the network. And then as we're working on this, you know, I've had some ideas come from actually commissioners and the judge on some of the facilities that we need to enhance that become public forums, or like the last week when we had Commissioners Court and had kind of a packed house around here, and I got called back up because the TVs weren't displaying anymore. So I saw the packed house. Now that came an idea about possibly setting up the central jury room to handle when we know that we're going to have some hot items and there's going to be a lot of people here. I think it would manage things much better. And those become like public forum areas too whenever we do that. So, so there's just a lot more that we want to do, and it's just modernizing everything, getting things more in the digital environment. It decreases errors and improves our efficiency and our performance of everything. So I do recommend approving it, and what we're looking at is allocating the $2.5 million towards this. But as we said, it will be an invitation for bids, and so we're going to, whatever we don't spend, of course, goes back into the pot for ARPA, so there's no wasted money with that. And then we have a little bit of cushion in there as well. That is, $2.5 million is a little more than what this totals to when we just look at it. But when you got the, now having to go for, invitation for bids, we got some quotes on this. Some of it's based on experience, so they're fairly accurate numbers. But there's some unpredictability in there whenever you talk about going out for bids. We just gotta let that come in. And as like we discussed with those items this morning, the fact that we've gone out for these bids, and obviously we're looking for approval for allocation of the funding here. Or I think there was a better term for that brought up this morning. But we will have to come back then with the bids, and that allows for more time for any input from commissioners and the judge on what we're working on here, because I know that the IT infrastructure touches on everyone. Everybody sees various things out in their environments when they're out and about. So we'll work on this. We'd like to get started on the bid process as soon as possible so we can start seeing that. And the idea here also is that a lot of things that other people are looking at, and that whether it's under ARPA or not, they're going to be coming at us to add all these other activities on our infrastructure. And so just looking to make sure we can accommodate it all in a very secure environment whenever we do it.
Darrell, the best part of this is that we have a way to do it. I would be so nervous if, we had to burden our whole budget, let's say, with this, because it really is needed, right? There's wants and then there's needs, but this is a need for our county. I want to hear you say it, but that's how I see it based on what you wrote in the backup and also what you just said. Do you see it the same way?
Yes, it's kind of a desperate need right now to get us where we need to make sure that we don't have poor performance out there where, when they're holding court up there and they're needing Odyssey to run, well, we need it to run quickly or we're going to hear about it, and we want to make sure there's something we can do about it if there's a real problem.
So let me, if I might, Judge, I will tell you, Darrell, what I've been real impressed with you is that you haven't overbrought us stuff, because I am as I told you coming in, I'm IT'd out, or I was back then, because, oh my God, it just, every time we turned around. So I appreciate that you haven't done that. And I don't know, you've been here, what, a year now? And really, has it been a year?
Next month, May 17th.
That's crazy,
1
right?
year, yeah. I can't believe it's already been a year, but.
So if you're telling us as the IT director, this is absolutely crucial, and this is something that we have to do what we need to do as a county, then I don't like the sticker, but as the judge said, but here we go, we're taking away some more ARPA money, but that's okay. We're using it for good things. That's not a bad thing. I'm just saying we're taking it away. If we keep doing it enough, by the time we get to that May 26th meeting, we may not have anything to spend. And I don't say that like we're doing anything wrong, but I mean, there's just a lot of good things that we have to do in this county. And this isn't necessarily a good thing, but it's kind of a necessity. So I'm ready to, move forward. I
Okay.
guess it would go from now, you'd have to go out for procurement and all that stuff and get it. But
Yeah,
this would
this
be
is-
an IFB, would this be a low bidder deal? Because
I think it would be, right,
Pretty
Darrell?
much, yeah. There's going to be it's going to be very solution driven. It's got to have the functionality, how the hardware works. There's a lot built into hardware nowadays, so that the equipment is designed to act a certain way. So we want to make sure that it does everything that we need it to do. And then outside of that, yes, it will be low.
Well, I'm counting on you, because I believe if you bring me something that it's a necessity, and I need to keep believing that, so please keep that mentality. Like I said, I'm speaking for me only. I don't need to be on the cutting edge. I need to do what we've got to do to survive, and as far as IT, and I know that sounds short-sighted, I get it, but that's just kind of who I am. So I'm okay with that. So I appreciate that, you're saying we need this, and I appreciate the fact that we've got some money to do it that doesn't come out of the general fund, because I don't know how the heck we'd be doing that. So,
And it does affect the whole county. I want to make sure
Yeah,
we
this is
say that.
countywide.
Okay,
And
double
this
check.
also has good longevity with it
Good.
too, like Dale mentioned with the ERP system.
Okay.
39 years with what we have, he got his money's worth, we all did. Now it's time to change, and that's kind of where we're at with this, that it's time to get it upgraded. The annual maintenance is sustainable, we already have that down. And you won't see me coming back in my tenure
You
to
be
go
rec-
across the board.
you be
and replace
recorded,
all-
Dale.
Wait, let him finish that. We got to record it. Let him finish it.
You be recorded.
Take it back, sir, take
Yeah,
it
don't-
back.
No, keep it. Okay, Judge,
Okay,
I make
I've got a motion on the floor, and I'll second, and maybe next time we'll talk more details once Michael's got a little bit more,
But it is an IFB.
information.
He nodded, so that's good too.
he did.
Okay.
All those in favor, and by the way, for Lorenzo, look, that the motion is to authorize the purchasing agent to go out for procurement and also to, publish the notice. And so it's really those two action items, and and there's a motion and a second. And all those, I think motion was by Chesney, and the second was by myself, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. I think that's, we've got one adjournment in memory, but was there anything else? No, I think we're all good.
Good job, Daryl.
Thank you.
Appreciate you.
And I'm gonna wanna hear more like timeline and all that, Daryl, but next time, okay? Next time. Because I
Just
think
send us a summary. We don't need.
a summary, because we want to know all the county buildings it's going to affect. We want to talk about it. We want to see all those good stuff. Maybe even a presentation about, because each of these commissioners have community buildings that desperately need this, fairgrounds all the way to Bishop. So let's just put it all together. I know what it was. It's that I'm going to pass on the general information report and ask that Louis give us an update verbally. I'm going to have him call each of you.
Or just
and
just a summary would be great.
just a summary.
That'd be great.
Okay, because we've got some important things happening next week with Hurricane Conference and a bunch of other things that are just, you should know about. So I'll have him do a summary, and I'll ask all of you to call him if you have any thoughts or questions there at all. Okay? Thanks, Daryl. Appreciate it. One adjournment in memory. Commissioner Modis?
Thank you, Judge. This was put out by Constable Oscar Mendoza and his staff. Extended condolences to the Flores family on the passing of Frank Flores Jr. He served the Constable Precinct 5 from 1985 to 2012, and he also served as a reserve deputy alongside his son, former Constable Frank Flores III. Deputy Constable Flores later went to serve in Bishop under Constable Precinct 3 as a reserve deputy, then later returned back to Precinct 5 upon his retirement from law enforcement. The rosary will be recited this Sunday at 7 p.m. at Ramon Funeral Home in Robstown, and the funeral mass will be on next Monday at 10 a.m., May the 2nd, at St. Anthony's Catholic Church in Robstown. So my condolences to Constable Flores and his family. They're very involved in law enforcement and just in the Robstown area on the passing of his dad, Frank Flores Jr.
I got one too.
Okay.
Finish, Commissioner. This is a family and cousin of Elba Gomez. I know one of her employees. Antonia Tony Trevino, age 63, passed away on April 12, 2022. Tony was born on May the 9th, 1958, to Rafael and Otila Trevino. She graduated from Bishop High School in 1976 and later from Texas A&I University with a bachelor's in business. Tony worked at Kingsville Police Department, retired from the Corpus Christi Police Department after 20 years of service, and then worked for 9 years and a half with Corpus Christi Independent School District Police Department. She also taught CCD St. James in Driscoll for many years. Tony enjoyed crocheting, baking, traveling, and spending time with family. She will always be remembered for her devotion to family and friends and her strong faith. Tony was a loving sister, aunt, cousin, godmother, and friend. Tony is preceded in death by her parents, Rafael and Otila Trevino, brother Rafael Jr. and sister Dolores T. Henry. Tony is survived by her brothers, Hilario and Lupita Trevino, Guadalupe Trevino, sisters Severina Trevino, Maria Webb, and Ana Trevino. Special nephew Tristan Trevino, who she helped raise. 7 nieces, 2 grandnieces, and 1 great nephew. The family, condolences and prayers to the family on the loss of their family member, and their prayers go out to them. Thank you.
Thank you. The time is 5:37. We did go over by 7 minutes. I hope that's okay. We are adjourned until May 11th.